the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better? But do you feel them? Can you hear them say, come in, cross the line? Since a little time in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in, take the start, follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Serotonin flaring, sequin in the light, empowering your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, slides up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you inside, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine, dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide.
No way I'll forget the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. What do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. How would you know? Keep this on the low. Between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
The discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. The day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
The discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good, ain't no ways right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in it, distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like widow. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free, feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't no ways right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy, and my new energy. Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you're on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy.
What is up, everybody? Welcome here to ESL One Raleigh. This is the closed qualifiers for South America. My name is Cryptic here with Zico Exotics. Super happy to be back, man. It feels like we were just casting some qualifiers for a Dream League just not so long ago. Just cranking them all out back to back at the beginning of the year.
This start of the year, there's so many qualifiers back to back to back to back. The teams maybe not getting a bunch of rest, but tons of practice in. I don't think we're really seeing meta developments. I mean, it's been the same patch, it's a little bit older at this point, but hopefully what it does means is that the teams are really on point with the strats they're running. They're refining the draft. It's like, oh, this was bad, now this is the better order. Hopefully that's what we're going to see, like the peak of 7.37E drafting and play.
Yeah, I mean, we got lucky with the last qualifier we did, right? The grand finals, even though it was like a 3-0, ended up being really interesting with some very kind of unique picks for what we've been seeing in the meta. Like South America is very different in terms of what has been happening with things like Western Europe and Eastern Europe. Like there are a couple standout heroes, of course, that match, but I think the support pool has been the biggest difference in terms of what we've been seeing. There was little to almost no Shadow Demon being played here in South America. Tons of Bat Rider, tons and tons of Bat Rider. But yeah, the Alchemist, the Bristleback, seemingly still the best carries of the patch, or at least two of the best heroes. We'll see if any of them squeak through. I don't know. Alchemist, I think, had a 100% contest rate in the last event, right?
At least for South America, yes. I'm not sure on the other parts of the regions and all that. I'd say another difference there is Dragon Knight sometimes slips through. He does get picked up here, sometimes a little bit later in the draft, but I feel like he's a pretty top pick in like other regions. But that's fine. It's always fun to see the differences, right, in these areas. Though that is something this qualifier technically the same as the last qualifier we did like a week ago, but maybe for the teams that lost, he didn't make it through. You start looking through the it's like, okay, what are they doing Western Europe? They're prioritizing Dragon Knight a little bit more. Maybe we should be doing that, So maybe this is where we start seeing a little bit more bleeding between the regions. You start copying the strats of the winning teams that you weren't running yourself.
It's definitely possible, right? Like there's, especially like the teams that are kind of the underdogs. I think that's going to be more likely. Like for instance, in this series, right? We have Flame Team going up against M80. M80 has done pretty good at making it pretty far into the qualifiers. They got eliminated a little bit earlier in Dream League than I thought they would, but they're still a very good team. I think they're going to stick to what they do best, whereas Flame Team, we could see them maybe do a little bit more of a Western Europe-inspired draft, and, go for some things that are considered to be more on the meta. But we'll see as we have the draft here underway, and people are probably wondering why there's a Phase 1 Mars ban. Well, Dark Mago is on M80, and it is something that they flex between both mid and off lane. So it's a pretty valuable Phase 1 ban if you are playing up against M80. A little unorthodox, but it works.
So, for example, I feel like we'd see the Magnus picked up very quickly by any Western team. Western Europe team. We'll see if they want to do that on the Flame team, or if you want a more direct response to Phoenix, something that helps kill the egg, lanes well, steal that Bat Rider. Okay, Muerta. She's relatively good versus Phoenix and a solid position for right now. You got the double shot, you got the silence AoE, so sometimes Phoenix dives into it, doesn't get to egg all of that. So not a bad choice.
10 seconds remaining.
I think overall, this has been a pretty solid support duo from the recent events. But like you said, the Muerta into Phoenix I do like, just because if you can get the silence on the dive or pre-dive, very good. Any form of silence against Phoenix is always solid. The difference though is Phoenix is probably stronger in lane, and a lot of times we're seeing the 5 Phoenix and the 4 Muerta. So this is like the direct lane matchups, if I'm not mistaken.
Most likely. Though you can do Phoenix 4, right? That's some of the strength of picking that hero so early. So
we've seen a couple.
That's true. Very rarely.
I don't know if Illich plays it, but
exactly. That's a very player-specific thing. You got to be a Phoenix guy for that.
Hey, look at me! I'm Phoenix guy here. I feel like that's they got the cool sunglasses walking around.
Oh, you need to. You're so bright. You can have your own sunglasses.
5 seconds remaining.
To give it.
Very nice.
Look, Phoenix, you think those are horns. Those are actually just really stylized sunglasses.
I'll believe it, actually. The Magnus ban finally comes through with the Dawnbreaker ban. 2 very, very strong offlaners at the moment. A lot of offlaners banned. We're gonna have to kind of dip our toes into like the pond that is the B tier offlaners, right? We have heroes like Centaur, which doesn't get picked all that often, but can in the right scenario.
I'm gonna slip it in real quick. Invoker.
Saws.
Ah, dang.
Ooh.
Invoker actually slipped through the bans. We've been seeing him in the first phase actually so much. I think Mars kind of took that spot. They've decided to go for the Earthshaker on Flame Team.
That's gotta be good.
Yeah, most likely.
10
I
seconds
really
remaining.
want to see some Invoker because he has been so highly
5 seconds
prioritized in the
remaining.
bans. But because of that, you and I actually got to see his recent performances. So I actually want to see a team get to pick this Invoker. M80's got the chance to, but I feel like Flame should have considered that and would have picked their Earthshaker, who could get a lot of denies on the Invoker. So yeah, we're gonna see the Pango instead, which could be flexed potentially to the off lane, but probably the mid versus mid matchup right there.
I'm actually going to do some quick research real quick.
10 seconds
That was
remaining.
redundant. I'm going to do some research real quick on
But slowly.
Earthshaker
5
because
seconds remaining.
I'll be honest, I feel like this hero is so over prioritized in the mid lane, but it keeps getting picked. Like almost every game now, it feels like has an Earthshaker mid. It's like the Earth Spirit of like a few patches ago, right? Before it got nerfed. That's kind of the how often I'm seeing it, and I'm not entirely sure why. Like I know it's good in the lane, but I don't feel like it actually wins a lot of games, and so now I'm gonna go find out and see if it's just like my bias or if it's actually not winning.
Yeah, go find the data for us. I think the logic is that it's pretty safe because Totem plus Slugger is just pretty solid, right? You have a Muerta 4, so you know stacks are going to come. She can double stack easily. We see them go Echo to reach a decent blink timing. And even if you don't have the blink, Fissure's long range. And if it's a melee core, they always got to be careful of walking up once you're 6. So I think because it's so stable, and then it's like, oh, well, what does he do after? Well, he jumps around and stuns people, right? Hits people pretty hard. Like, that's pretty solid most games. But you're right, we have been seeing him a ton. And I don't know, does the data back it up? Have you found it, or?
I do have the data, yeah. 51% win rate. So it's like
That's
like
good
not
enough.
bad. That's good enough, you know? It's only been
Especially-
it was 37 games picked at Dream League quals and at 51% win
10
rate. So
seconds remaining.
I feel like that's okay. I don't have a lot of context on whether or not it was response picked or early picked. In this case, it's an early pick shaker with now the counter pick of the Pango.
Yeah, I think we see a
So,
good
I
amount of
don't know.
early Earthshaker.
Yeah.
There are some counter picks as well, like you said, but at least enough times I've seen it early that for something you can reveal pretty early and get a 51% win rate, that's not bad. Pros like that to keep the draft open. For example, where they picked it, right? You didn't have to reveal too much that you're worried about. They are going to go ahead and reveal a Bloodseeker, which is not a carry we see a ton of, but it's very good versus the Pango. And then with so many offlaners banned out, the Bloodseeker needs to have a good start. And a lot of these stronger offlaners are already taken out of the pool. I think if you can come up with an offlaner you want right here versus Bloodseeker Crystal Maiden, I think you should pick it before 2 more get banned out. I'm trying to run through real quick who that would be. Maybe you could do like Night Stalker. Oh, that doesn't make sense with Phoenix though. But that could have been a strong laner. Like you take the Night Rain so you can fight over every last hit. Whoa.
Interesting. So Brewmaster is kind of it's not an amazing pick against Bloodseeker because obviously if you happen to get stunned into the Bloodright, you're probably just dead.
10 seconds
But he
remaining.
is universal and can build Manta, which is a really weird thing nowadays on
5
Brewmaster.
seconds remaining.
But it can work. And I do like him for the fact that if he does Cyclone off the Bloodseeker in the fights, you're losing a lot of damage on Flame Team. So I think that is probably the idea behind here, is they just ignore the Bloodseeker and take the fight without him. Bloodseeker is not a hero that tries to show early in fights. He's like the cleanup crew, you know? He walks in with a Zamboni and just starts like crushing everybody, you know?
Dude,
So it's a
Brewmaster
little
would
bit...
drive a Zamboni.
Yeah, right? You know, I feel like he would. So it's really an interesting pick, but it is an Illich classic, and I know he used to play this hero a ton. So I'm going to go off of his experience and say that he's confident in this matchup. Because we've been seeing a lot more Bloodseeker. I talked about it a lot in the last event, saying I feel like this hero is underrated.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it won every time we saw it, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm always up to
5
see
seconds remaining.
something different from the meta in the Brewmaster. There are some silences and stuns that he has to be a little bit careful of. but they're also pretty short. Slash, there's a long setup on Bloodright, so you should be able to switch over to Void Panda form if you aren't already to get the status resistance. And maybe even if he doesn't build the Manta, maybe he goes Sange and Yasha. I don't even, is that what people are doing? But Void Panda plus Sange and Yasha, maybe you just ignore all this stuff and then you can guaranteed ult whenever you want.
Actually, not a bad idea.
10 seconds
That's
remaining.
true. Like, you could just rely on status resistance and
5
Void
seconds
stance to
remaining.
try and deal with it. Because I know for a long time, Brewmaster was like hard countered by certain heroes, but Brewed Up Void Stance makes it so you can pretty much always get his ultimate off, even against things like Battery Assault or the Chain Stuns from Earthshaker. So it's a pretty cool pick. That's something I completely forgot about, was the Void Panda. What do you think of the bans? The Dragon Knight Terrorblade
10
and
seconds
the
remaining.
Enigma Solardar.
I mean, he needs a carry. I don't know, like Medusa? Like, who's still in the pool that does well versus Bloodseeker?
Yo,
A
finally!
Lifestealer?
Okay,
Now select your hero.
Into a Morphling?
Wait, Argius is taking the morph. Wait, what? Hold up. Kyria on the Muerta. So is that 3-position Bloodseeker then?
I suppose it must.
Yeah, because it's gonna. If
Yeah.
it's Adrian, I'm waiting for Adrian to lock, but he's the only one who hasn't, and Argius is the carry. So that's a little bit of a bait play on the Bloodseeker because it's really good just for the Rupture this game. It gets countered by the Brewmaster, and there's Adrian. Yeah, so it will be the last pick carry Morphling. Hear me out though. Lifestealer's not that bad in a morph. I feel like it's actually not a terrible matchup, but it is a really good morph game in general.
I think it could go both ways. How freely can the Lifestealer just hit your Morphling? Like in the direct matchup. If not, you get free BKB on the Morphling when you copy Lifestealer and you just waveform around, you're like hitting things, and Lifestealer just chasing you the whole time and you don't care about his like Radiance burn. So it comes down to how much can your team set you up to actually hit it, which it's not the greatest this game. They don't have the best lockdown on M80, but I do think they are the more experienced team and they can play a faster pace with their heroes, and that can be Morphling's not even online yet. He's not ready to take that direct matchup with the Lifestealer, and you're just being run down. I wouldn't mind seeing like a Deso on this Lifestealer. Like, you're just taking buildings at 20 minutes or something if he has a good game.
I feel like if this Pango gets an early defusal, like if he has a good mid lane, which a lot of times against the Earthshaker, that's the big problem, is getting the first few lanes and stuff to go well.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Pango can manage to salvage the mid lane and have a decently timed defusal this game, I think it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with. Yeah, I do have a lot of faith in Dark Mago as a player. I think he's really good. Usually a really solid playmaker. So it's going to be on Flame Team's mid laner to try and shut this guy down. And if he can, I think that's the kind of their pathway to success. Because the Pango needs to come online when this Brewmaster does. And I am also really interested in the Brewmaster build, what Illich is going to do. Because in the past, it was like double Bracer, direct Radiance, right? I don't know if you want to do that this game, but I think he still might. Like, you either go Vessel or you go Radiance.
Sometimes you used to see like Speared Vessel, which I guess against the Morphling and Bloodseeker, I wouldn't mind. Earthshaker's also pretty tanky, you know, so it's not bad for damage if he wants to do that. I'm really not sure what the Brewmaster build is right now. In pubs, like, everyone's still going Radiance, but you know, that's just pubs. I don't know if that actually counts. All right, here we go. Game 1.
Right. I'm excited. This should be a lot of fun. It's been a minute since we've seen some of these heroes, particularly their Brewmaster, but excited to see another Bloodseeker, but this one in the off lane. Not super common, but does see play every once in a while. Previously, it was a lot. The only times we would see Bloodseeker was in the off lane, right? That I feel like for the longest time, Bloodseeker has not been played as a carry, and we just started seeing him get picked as a carry over the last couple of months. But here we are.
But it's only
offline
versus
Bloodseeker again.
Yeah, it's only versus specific
30
heroes,
seconds
and honestly, after the other carries have been banned out, usually.
Yeah. Bloodseeker is one of my all-time favorite heroes. Like, his concept from Dota 1 is something I loved. We're going to see the smoke pop here on this bottom rune, and they do see Hector, but Hector, he also sees them. He's got a ward defensively placed here. And I think they're starting to figure it out, so Flame Team probably going to be forced to back away.
The battle
Well, I
begins.
say that. They're thinking of going in. I don't know if you want to fight into a Phoenix, my guy. The Ramble's going to catch. Good fear away here. Muerta will take a decent chunk of damage, but a nice Blood Right will slow them down, push them away, and they're going to go for the D ward 100%. So Bastion here, he's trying to run. Blood Grenade is out. Fire Spirit connects the damage. It's going to start coming through. Another Blood Right. They go for an open wounds, level 1 here on the life stealers just to secure the first blood. It works. Bramble's gonna hold up Adrian as well on this Bloodseeker. He can't finish the kill onto that Dark Willow, so ends up being a little bit of a bloodbath in the bottom lane, favoring the life stealer and the rest of M80. He will get the D ward on the small camp, and he should be checking the high ground camp here in a moment. Yep, he gets it. Really good stuff here from Moose.
Very strong start bottom. That Crystal Maiden was just a little bit too far up. Very slow hero.
I mean, the trade-off is you did get open wounds level 1 out of a lifestealer, which not great, but I feel like Bloodseeker's not a super oppressive offlane, so he's not really going to get punished for this. And you have Phoenix, right? One of the most oppressive offlane or 5-position supports in the game.
Yeah, as long as Moose is gonna have to do a little bit of work these first levels, because Bloodseeker actually has a lot more base damage than Lifestealer. So especially with having to take open wounds early, a little awkward. But once you get past this first level, it should be okay. Here, because both supports were late, seems like nothing crazy happened in terms of equilibrium, which I think should be fine for Morphling, right? He last hits pretty well. Let's switch to Agi. I don't think you can really burn him down easily with these heroes, Broodmaster and Dark Willow.
Yeah, I think for the most part, Brewmaster shouldn't struggle too much in that lane. Bottom lane, Moose is just getting super aggressive again with these Fire Spirits. Not wanting to dive, still got a Fairy Fire in the pocket. Meanwhile, like you said, really rough matchup in terms of damage here for the Lifestealer. So Moose putting that much harassment on the Muerta is really paying off, so the equilibrium keeps at its tower, but now it's kind of under the tower, which I don't think is where you want it to be.
I'll shove out a little bit here, but it'll work out too, because I think they should be able to get the Lotus off of this. Maybe it's even intentional. Some
Yeah,
teams
that's actually true.
care more about it or not. Like, everyone wants the Lotus, but whether a team thinks it's good to shove out the lane, or it's like, oh, I'd rather keep equilibrium here, kind of depends on the heroes. Top, yeah, we see exactly why it's pretty tough to kill this Morphling with the heroes they have. No actual stuns or silences. It's mostly just damage over time spells, which are very good versus
Dyer's courier.
most other heroes that don't have this free health regen mechanic.
Yeah, and you don't have like a hero that can like snipe like an instant cast spell from Fog for like 10 damage or something, right? That would like potentially punish him for morphing all the way down.
Maybe get sniped by Shadow Realm, but it should be safe from that.
Yeah, normally you would see the projectile coming. Bit of a fight here over some jungle creeps. Bottom lane, the rune. Nice play there from Kiri. He gets the rune, but then has to TP to the base. So that is pretty rough. Moose
I would say
is,
at least
owning on the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's why you can first pick this hero, right? It's so strong, and Moose is a great player, so he's making full use of it. It's leaving Bloodseeker kind of alone versus the Lifestealer, at least, but he's not really crushing the Lifestealer, you know? I think Lifestealer got what he needed. This is where a little bit of a, you know, maybe skill difference can happen. M80 has a lot more experience. And so they just may be kind of outlaning here, starting with that. Oh, we do have to admit, right? There was the first blood that went M80's way, so of course they already had an advantage here. But now making use of that, putting it into practice, slowly starting to build a sizable lead down here in the last hits.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it's the Phoenix effect. And this is the thing, like when we see the Muerta into the Phoenix, it's great for the game as a whole if you have someone that can stun set up into the calling and prevent this, you know, Phoenix from being able to get the spells off. But in the lane, I feel like Phoenix almost always wins.
Well, I think that's why it comes down to the combo, and Bloodseeker Muerta is a very strange combo. I think the kill combos, like for example, Dawnbreaker, we see a lot more often. That's a really strong 2-spell combo. Magnus.
LB Show gets dunked, dude. He almost he underestimated the bonus range off of Enchant Totem. He was trying to play on the opposite side of the Bramble, but he just dunked him from the other side of it. Very good stuff. They did bring some extra heroes to the bottom lane here, so Crystal Maiden now showing up. No rage available on the Lifestealer. Fear off the mark. Moose is going to come in, but the Blood Right connects. Open Wounds is out. He's trying to just toggle his way back in towards the tower. It's gonna work. Bramble's gonna catch there on the Crystal Maiden as LB Show TP's back in to help find the kill. Very nicely done from the supports here of M80. And in the river. Ooh, Dark Mago gets taken. Dude, okay, that kill onto LV Show actually means so much more now because that leads into a solo kill against the Pango since he was level 6.
He's gonna die again. A little bit more than a solo kill.
Yikes.
That is the denies in the laning stage, part of why you picked that Earthshaker plus that kill. That was the Earthshaker Echo, but that is pretty much exactly what you're hoping for. Either a kill in the mid lane with the Echo, or you do stacks, which there actually aren't stacks because Mort has been having a tough time in the lane. So getting a kill on the Pango is perfect for Flame.
He is one creep away from level 6. That's so painful. But that's exactly what I was talking about. I think if you want to beat if you want to beat M80, it's through this mid lane right now with this draft. Because if this Pango starts to kind of roll out of control here, I think he's going to be a pretty big problem to deal with. Bottom lane, Phoenix in some trouble. Bloodright's going to connect. That's really nice dead shot to secure the kill. And now El Misho TP's in, doesn't have much help. I thought the Pango might TP, but I guess it's pretty easily interrupted by a Shaker.
Yeah, you have to walk back pretty far to make sure you can get the roll off.
This is why I thought it was going to be carry Bloodseeker. Like, CM Bloodseeker is such a classic combo. Just Frostbite into Bloodright over and over again. Dude, he just has like 20 more damage than the Lifestealer.
It's a lot, yeah.
Take me back to the days when Bloodseeker was a mid lane, dude. That's what I'm waiting for. I feel like it's an actual possible mid lane hero right now, but everyone's afraid to do it. Mid lane, great dive here. In comes the Rolling Thunder. He drops the Echo to try and finish off Moose. Almost gets El Misho in the process. El Misho pops that Illusion Rune, but the Frostbite will secure the kill. So a 2-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Going for the way of Flame Team. Looking quite good, honestly.
Yeah. Pretty solid start. I do think that trade is still worth it though, because it gets Dark Mago some much needed recovery experience. And
yeah,
as you said, he's kind of the key point in this early to mid game section where he needs to have a good start, hopefully get a defusal. If he goes Blink, then sure, like you got to start play somehow. So the fact that he gets a kill, slow down the Earthshaker's Blink, pretty good. Earthshaker's Blink, though, is still going to be pretty fast for the start he's had.
I would also like to point out, we were talking earlier about what the Brewmaster is going to do. Double bracer, straight radiance, no boots, nothing. He's doing it.
This'll come in handy.
We're gonna see him smoke to the mid lane here. Does have primal split available. They're gonna see the Earthshaker. At least they know he's over there. And the question is, will he actually find him? Stun comes out. There. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. But with the primal split, with the dive here from the 4 heroes of M80, they take down that Shaker once again. And you gotta be careful here. Crystal Maiden, they can easily chase after you. But oh, Adrian comes in, trying to TP out here on Dark Mago. No Frostbite to cancel it. He's gonna be safe. Now the question is, does Illich make the retreat out here with the rest of his team? Crystal Maiden again might be in some trouble as the Dark Willow's gonna ignite. Finish off that kill. Moves on the retreat. Does have the dive, but gets clapped. One last auto attack from Adrian. All right. Again, a lot of aggressive plays here made towards the mid lane to try and help Dark Mago. I think it pays off. And during all of this, Lifestealer's the one with the highest net worth.
Fast
He's
finger.
just gonna go. He is. Kiri.
Knock him up.
It goes to the high ground, but yeah, he's got
he
Thunderbolt,
stole it.
baby.
If he had actually kept running and then TP, that would have worked. They're gonna think there's a ward there or something, because he just called it. He's like, I bet he's TPing right there. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah. That's nice movement. Very even game, 6-7. Hardly any gold advantage for M80 at the moment. I'm looking at different items right now, and currently M80 have 2 Radiances queued up. One on Illich, which he is about 2,000 gold from, and Lifestealer is just going to go the Sanjin Yasha and Radiance, or maybe just Radiance first, because he also has a Talisman at the moment.
I'm guessing he'll just finish the Radiance. I mean, those heroes will kind of play a part for a while.
Yeah, they're not.
I also think,
fight.
yeah, I also think the double Radiance is not as bad as it used to be because you can disassemble into the Nullifier.
That's what's going to be my next point. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of times, especially Lifestealers, your Radiance is just like your early farm item, and then you can disassemble it, honestly, really early into your Nullifier.
Mm-hmm. I do think it's kind of greedy though, right? You got to be careful of it because you have 2 heroes going for such an expensive item, and then you finish that item, and oftentimes you still need to farm up another. At least in the case of the Lifestealer, Brewmaster could probably get involved since he has his ult once you have the Radiance.
And Feast is such a ridiculous ability. It used to, oh, Echo top lane. They're gonna just take down the Brewmaster immediately. Beautifully done. You know, we were talking, like, having at least a stun to set up the calling is usually all you need.
Top tower is under attack.
That's that blink reveal from the Shaker.
Structures fortified.
At least they were hanging around top to see if they could find anything, but Flame team does have a observer in their jungles. They kind of saw that movement coming in.
Are they gonna go for this? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, seeing the Shaker is still around, they do not want to risk it. El Micho literally gets 2-tapped by the Shaker at this point. If he has an enchant totem already up, and he gets like the blink attack, and then, you know, just recast enchant totem, it will just kill the Dark Willow.
Mm-hmm. You gotta be very quick with the Shadow Realm.
So they definitely are just going double Radiance right off the rip. Like, neither of them have bought any other items. They're both sitting on like 2,400, 2,500 gold. It is just going to be a kind of greedy build early, like you said, but when Brewmaster gets Radiance, he actually kind of fights with it, whereas the Lifestealer is just going to farm, usually.
Yeah, I also think they're getting away with it, right? It's a pretty even game, but I think Flame Team actually wants a lead here because you have this Earthshaker versus Pango. I know Pango was the response pick to Earthshaker, but the reason you go Earthshaker is that you want a lot of denies, all that, and they started with that, but then they had 2 successful plays where they found the Earthshaker. So now that mid-matchup is a lot more even. Crystal Maiden Forcing out the egg, actually, is kind of not bad for the death.
They see Kiri. Rupture is going to come into the mid lane, catch the Pango. He has an invis rune. No way he actually gets out of this. They're trying to terrorize them away. Maybe save Dark Mago. It works. No way. Rolling Thunder with 1 second.
Oh
He
my
actually gets
God.
out. You are kidding me. And now the chase goes back the other way. The Primal Split going to be able to chase down the Muerta as Dark Mago is here. Pulls back the Void Panda. Just needs the swash to connect, and it does. You have got to be kidding me. Great patience. And just so much pressure there to not like waste the spells and just keep that Pango alive. Wow.
Yeah,
Calm
I
under
love the
pressure.
repeated fake terrorizes from El Micho as well. Just getting the enemy to slowly go towards that Pango, knowing he's there, but also not wanting to get just terrorized and then sent away. Kind of buy some extra time.
Like, you can tell the Shaker wanted to just echo him for the damage to try and kill him, and it's like he's just waiting for the echo to get that terrorized, and really, really good stuff. And again, a little bit more space. Oh my God, 3 Radiances this game. Adrian has now queued up a Radiance on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, this is going to be some of the... I don't know what the record is, but surely 3 Radiances finishing all within, you know, like 18-ish minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
Some
both
kind of
are
record
done on the
there.
side of M80 in just a moment. Brewmaster only needs like a couple hundred gold. Well, they force the Rupture out bottom. Lifestealer, he's low, but he does have the Infest. He's gonna pop it. He needed a little bit more help on that one. Nice terrorize
Good
again from El
terrorize.
Micho, but just deleted by the Morphling, and now El Micho does have a TP, opting not to use it though, knowing that, you know, quite a few different spells could stop it. Beautiful chase there from Flame Team. I think a little bit optimistic to be playing that deep.
Because you didn't expect everyone to show up. I think you kind of needed almost every TP there to get that kill. So in a way, you trade your lives for the mid tower. It's at least not the worst. But it does mean Bloodseeker, who was the furthest behind on the Radiance. He actually finishes it up now because he got some kills.
16.5 minutes into the game, and we have 3 Radiances. That is kind of insane.
Surely that's got to be some kind of record.
That's gotta be a record.
It's
No
very
way.
rare to have 2 on the same team, especially prior to the recent patches where it was pretty bad to have 2, since it was like end item, right? There's nothing else after that.
And they're all fast, is the thing. Like, all 3 of these Radiance timings are really fast compared to like what we used to see. Like a Radiance by like 18 minutes was typically the goal in the old days of Dota, but 3 by 16.5 minutes is kind of nuts. Oh, Vamp Fangs for the Morphling. That is very nice. Stacks
If you
with
think
his
about
Vlads
it,
there.
Phoenix is like a 3rd Radiance for M80 as well. So,
He can build one later, dude.
dude,
when
not
the-
enough
when the-
sunglasses on this team. Everyone
I
needs
know.
sunglasses to deal with these Radiances.
They'll have to just wait for the Lifestealer to disassemble his, you know, and then that's when they'll do it. Oh, dive in. That's going to reveal a lot. Dark goes in a great spot for the Rolling Thunder. He's going to be able to catch Adrian here, play off the walls. They've got Illich as well, holding him in place. And the Bloodseeker will be the first to go down here. The question is, can they get more? Nice terrorize. Sends them where it's back into the hands of M80. And the Shaker, he's going to get out for now. Don't have any vision that sees him, so they will take the 2 for 0. Very nice find.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That is the risk of the Radiance. It is a purely damage item. Now, it doesn't have evasion. Okay, I know. But, you know, against spells, it really doesn't do much. And Bloodseeker, in this case, he's a 1400 health hero. So, just kind of gets chain stunned up there. Despite having pretty good net worth, it's all on that Radiance.
This Brewmaster just baited so hard. He just brewed up and then wind panda'd, and the Morphling missed like 80% of his attacks, and they're just like, oh, I see. The
I forgot he
classic.
could do that.
Yeah, we haven't seen Brewmaster in a while, but for those of you who maybe forget, Storm Brawler grants evasion passively, and it is multiplied when he's
Gonna
brewed
see it
up.
again here.
With a Radiance. Yeah, it's 80% evasion. It's really difficult.
With
So,
the rupture.
Alan's in trouble. He'll brew up again. They can't hit him. Misses after miss after miss. He just stands his ground. No one's dying. The Rupture might finish him off, or at least it will be the Radiance that does it. Now Adrian trying to get out of here, diving on through these trees, but this Lifestealer is quick. Oh, nice dunk from the Shaker. He gets some help. The Infest will take down the Bloodseeker. Now K1 in some trouble as 4 heroes are dead off of M80. Where did the Pang go? He just got solo killed in mid, apparently.
I didn't even notice that. Was it the Echo?
He got,
I'm guessing it
yeah.
was.
Echoed in mid with the help from the Muerta, just killed him.
And then they made their way down to this bottom fight, which
Wow.
actually I thought it was a bait that the Brewmaster kill was taking so long, but turns out it was just buying time for the rest of Flame Team to show up.
Wait, it's more than 80% evasion, excuse me, I just forgot. We're gonna see Dark Willow in some trouble. Goes to TP on out, not gonna connect the shield room, however. Buying him some time, but it's not enough. They'll be able to take down the Shaker here. That's a great kill for the side of M80 as now Bastion channeling that freezing field, doing his best. The egg does come out here from the Phoenix. A 2-for-2 trade as Dark Mago ends up dying on the high ground anyway to this Morphling.
A nice waveform across to get the kill while still getting away. This is a very scrappy game. This is SA Dota at its peak. 3 Radiances, 14 to 16 at 20 minutes. This is a fun one. All right, who's winning the next one? I think Flames got the next. Echo's gonna be back up. I think they get the next fight.
It's definitely possible. I do want to point out, now that Lifestealer has the Radiance, he's also picked up the Sanj and Yasha, and he's going to go back for like kind of the standard build we've been seeing lately, which is the Basher Aghanim Scepter. A lot of times the Ags isn't even used to like infest an enemy hero. It can be, but it's mostly used for the cooldown reduction. Going down to 20 seconds is kind of wild, and then also being able to disarm an enemy hero is nice. So...
You know, I haven't seen as much Lifestealer versus Morphling ever since that Ags got changed, so I am kind of curious how that affects the matchup. You know, maybe that Ags is pretty helpful to stay on top of the Morphling while doing damage. Though there's also a risk he waveforms you into a terrible location, I suppose.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't know if you like really want to use it offensively. You can at least cancel the infest early now, which is great when you infest an enemy hero. You used to not be able to do that. And the counterplay was
me.
yeah, the counterplay was like, if he infested you, just immediately TP to the fountain, and you're like, oh, okay, this is a literally useless ability. But yeah, now you can cancel it early, so that's always funny.
Hype done for Illich.
That's a big pickup. Any other big items?
Good amount of magic this game. Axe done on the Pango is a lot of damage coming into these fights soon. And looks like Butterfly is almost done on Morphling, so everyone's got a lot of farm this game.
There's just a lot of evasion in this game now that I think about it.
True too. Who doesn't mind buying MKB? It's not the greatest MKB games, actually, for any of these heroes.
Lifestealer is a hero that can build it, to be fair.
Yeah, he's probably the best of them. He doesn't want to, but like,
Radiant's middle tower is
it
under
fits.
attack.
Though
Yeah.
I gotta say, his Aghanim should have True Strike. It is ridiculous. If you
I agree.
infest the enemy, it absolutely should be True Strike. How could you possibly miss?
Man, these organs are moving all over the place.
Okay, you know what? I'll accept that he could miss Morphling. You know, it's just like, I just moved the water. Like, it doesn't work. But every other hero doesn't make any sense.
Nice Roshan here from the side of M80, and it looks like Flame Team may... Yeah, they have absolutely no clue that this is happening. So this is a really quick movement from the side of M80. Aegis goes into the hands of Dark Mago's Pango, which definitely necessary. He's been the one struggling the most in terms of surviving in these fights, which not super surprising considering the matchups at the moment.
One team, Radiance is not usually very good at doing Roche, so maybe underestimating M80's Roche potential, but you do have 2 Universal Heroes and a Life Stealer, so they just right-clicked it down at a pretty good pace.
Let's see K1 get aggressive here onto the Morphling now. He's already popped the Mantis style, so he needs to be careful. There's going to be the Rupture out from Adrian. Dark Mago is just going to cancel that Rolling Thunder, infested up by the Lifestealer here to try and buy him some time. And now, you might have to back us away here on Flame Team. He did manage to take down the Dark Willow, but a lot of ultimates still left here on the side of M80. And they're going to jump for Bash and get the kill. The Primal Split is out onto the Morphling, but he gets bashed from the Lifestealer. All right. Gonna go hunting here with the Storm Panda, but I don't think they're gonna find anything.
Support for support when M80 has Aegis is not bad, especially because you force them to come back to their own half of the map. You did use Rupture and didn't really get anything out of it though, but it's relatively low cooldown. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, you got Primal Split, right? That's the big one.
That's true.
Ooh, interesting. He's not going Ags? Okay, K1 can't make up his mind. He had Ags queued, then he had Scotty, and now he's like, I actually do need an MKB. There's Butterfly and Radiance on the enemy team. Like, I will never hit this Morphling. So he's got the MKB queued up, which, like we said, it's not a bad item for Lifestealer. This hero gets a lot of attack speed in general.
They're just going to force the tier 2 tower. Flame Team's actually coming up to fight. Thought maybe they would give this one up. I suppose you do still have Echo.
Have a good ward here to play around, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
backing off to get themselves
Illusion
power
Rune.
in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, a little bit of a bait play.
Yeah,
Morphling.
I feel like they should have seen that. Rupture's gonna catch Dark Mago. He comes in to try and save the Lifestealer, and it's gonna work. He's ranged up, but gets dunked there by the Shaker, and now Dark Mago on the respawn, silenced up, pops the illusion. He's got to get the roll up off. It works for now, trying to get to safety, but the backside of the fight, Adrian getting completely taken out by these supports, but you get out the egg, you get a lot of cooldowns out from the side of M80, and Adrian's still alive for now. The game crashed. Goodbye, server.
Too many Radiances in one spot created a black hole.
That's an actual server crash, I believe. I don't think that was... Yeah, I believe if... That wasn't like a, you know, we just disconnected. I'm pretty sure the entire server just crashed, but we'll see. Yeah, which if that's the case, it's a remake if I'm not mistaken. The game will not be rejoinable if it is in fact a server crash.
That
We'll see. I hope it's not. I hope people can reconnect.
That is quite unfortunate if that is the case. It was a pretty even game at least. So hopefully neither team feels like, oh man, I just got screwed out of a, you know, I had a huge lead or something. It was pretty even. That fight though looked like that was pretty good for Flame Team though. They were really winning that fight. Really caught the Lifestealer, barely got to do anything in that fight. He got controlled up the entire time. And then Pango, the Rupture counter comes into play, right? You just get him on the first roll. He's like, oh, I'll just respawn and we can take the fight from there. And it's like, oh, Lifestealer's dead. It's like, now I just got to use this Aegis to run. It doesn't look like he's going to be successful if the server comes back up.
So luckily the server is back. So I think we're good. We're kind of waiting for everyone to reconnect at the moment. But, well, at least the players are, and they're just ripping the launch here. So I might just radio cast it for you. Unfortunately, not looking good for M80. There we go. We're back into the game. BKB comes out from the Shaker, but, you know, this Primal Split not doing a lot of work here. Kiri surviving on the backside, and they will just disengage on the side of Flame Team.
Pango ends up living and they get the Bloodseeker, huh?
The Bloodseeker had like 20 HP or something. Oh my god, Shaker!
Dude, he's having a hell of a game.
I mean, it was 1,420 damage instantly. I mean, he got the Orb of Destruction. You can't underestimate how much just 3 minus armor on a Shaker is with 1,000 damage.
That's true. That is a significant increase. Still, with that fight being the Aegis fight, and now you get that Pango, that's a pretty big win for Flame Team. Yeah, I thought they needed a bigger lead at the start of this game, considering they had the Earthshaker and the Bloodseeker off lane. But I'll tell you what, you're making it to the late game where your Morphling should be favored over this Lifestealer. We were talking about how if you can pick up the tempo, that's how Lifestealer often beats the Morphling. But this is, oh my goodness, that was a Phoenix right there. These are evenly farmed Morphling and Lifestealer, and we're getting later and later into the game.
These staggered deaths hurt them so much because Pango comes up, and then now both your supports are dead for 20 to 30 seconds. So there's just really nowhere safe on the map at the moment because you can't group, right? Whereas Flame Team are just gonna be able to sit next to your Morphling or sit next to your Shaker and take objectives, and there's no response really from this at all. Dark Mago does cut some of the creep wave bottom, but this bottom tier 2 tower should die to the Morphling and his illusion, so they get 2 towers off the support deaths there. Like, that is massive. Suddenly what was like a 2k gold lead is now 7,000 for Flame Team, and an MKB is done on the Morphling, so he's tired of the evasion shenanigans. I don't blame him. He can't hit the Brewmaster, so this will help a lot.
But actually, interesting, Lifestealer decided not to get the MKB. You know, he did get burst pretty quickly in that last fight. Maybe he feels he needs more survivability, but
what is this Lincoln's even for?
Rupture, I guess. But that's gonna make the one-on-one fights much more difficult when he has no True Strike.
I don't know who they kill now, or who can kill anybody. Because, like, your Lifestealer is pretty much the majority of your damage. The Pango is a great interrupt, but now that there's an Aghanim Scepter on this Bloodseeker, and the Morph is as farmed as he is, like, Shaker is just naturally super tanky, I actually don't know who dies on the side of Flame Team besides just the supports.
He can always kill a Crystal Maiden, Ricky.
Yeah. Well, they will infest the Pangolier, and they're going to run towards top lane, try and maybe contest here, but your tier 2 tower is already dead. If you can find the heroes on the back line, that would be the best case scenario. Dark Mago is just going to pop the Rolling Thunder, goes in, does connect, they find the Crystal Maiden. Like you said, you can always kill the Crystal Maiden. It takes him a little bit, but she does get brought down. Now the Rupture doing a lot of damage to Dark Mago here. He's going to try and TP out. They get the save with Terrorize. He's going to survive. So far, 1-for-1. They're going to buy back, but that's a double damage, amplified damage. Shaker here looking for the Lifestealer. He's trying his best to run away, but the chase continues, and in comes the dunk. Goodbye, Lifestealer. They've caught Illich on the backside as well. He does have that split available. He's going to be forced to use it as Arceus goes up onto the high ground, tries to get the Phoenix, but Yules will save him. And a big fight here for Flame Team as they've still got a lot left in this tank.
M80 was doing a pretty good job of avoiding the Morphling, lifting him up, controlling him. He didn't really contribute much damage. But like you said, they don't have much damage themselves right now if Lifestealer is not free to hit things, and he was also being kited around a bit. And Morphling has an easier time, right? He's got the waveform, he's more mobile than Lifestealer, so everyone threw out as much kiting as they possibly could, but eventually it goes the way of the very mobile Morphling and the Earthshaker with Ag's Blink.
I mean, Shaker even builds an Elven Tunic. Like they
You
have
gotta get an
evasion
MKB,
on
man.
everybody. Like all 3 cores are stacked with evasion, and this radiance is always in the fight. So you get 15% additional miss chance.
Yeah, the MKB is paying off for Morphling, and it's gonna take a while to get your own, especially because he went. I don't think he's finished the Lincolns yet. So even if you want to get MKB, well, I mean, you could do it now, but that means you just have an ultimate orb sitting in your backpack, which is kind of weird.
On Lifestealer? No, he has the Lincolns.
Oh, he does have it? Okay.
Yeah, he built it for the last fight. Like, he had it. So Lincoln's is online, and he's going to disassemble into the Nullifier. Send that Talisman back. He's like, alright, the evasion for me is useless now.
Though.
Yeah, so, like, he's going to get a little bit of money from selling the Talisman, but you just have a Nullifier, which I guess will help you kill Crystal Maiden. That's, like, about it. Like, he still can't kill anybody else. Which he's actually underneath a ward right now. Needs to be very careful. Fissure block comes out. Actually, really well placed there from this Earthshaker. Looking to try and chase this Lifesteal on the high ground, but Ramble into the Cursed Crown. It's going to do a decent chunk of damage here, but Terrorize comes out. They want to try and break down the Shaker before he can get the BKB, but can they? He's going to get it off just barely. They drop the Roshan's banner here right outside the base as well, just to try and keep these creeps alive. Someone needs to deal with this banner.
They got 3 melee cores. They're not that great at dealing with banner, but they did get Earthshaker pretty low. It looks like Flame Team wants to just back out. They pushed pretty hard to try to get that Lifestealer, which could have been a game-ending kill. You know, you kill the carry right outside the base, you're going to take everything unless he has buyback. So I can understand why they went for it, but with Earthshaker falling that low, they're going to back off, heal up, and they should be good to go again once they have the BKB cooldowns. So M80's looking for a fight before then. No roll, though. I don't know how you start anything.
So afraid to go on Morphling. I will say as well, Morphling is almost finished an Eye of Scotty, which is a huge pickup for this guy.
That is going to be very good this game versus the Lifestealer. It's in the name! Now countered by the Eye of Scotty.
And Lifestealer is now going for a BKB. So we're full defensive at this point on the side of M80, so I don't know where the damage is going to come from. This is kind of the nature of Brewmaster drafts. You either snowball and you get so far ahead that Brewmaster just like wins fights by default, or you're kind of just sitting back and farming. And I think too many fights here did not go their way, and you got to give credit to this Earthshaker. He has absolutely owned this game. 10, 3, and 8.
Yeah, I think Flame Team has done a really good job this game. We're in the portion, obviously with a 13k lead, they're favored, but draft-wise, this is where they should be favored. This is Morphling territory. I don't really see the counter-scaling until, I don't know, like Dark Willow's Aghanim's Moonshard or something, right? That's a very long way away.
Yeah, he is an Aghanim's Moonshard away from that build.
Yep. And he's probably not even going for it, so.
Yeah.
Oh, what a sneaky
Man, they can get going to the Lifestealer. The
Oh, that's
Lincolns
it.
doesn't
GG.
help.
It's
That's
gotta
gotta
be
be
it.
GG, yeah. 80 seconds, no Lifestealer. Great
That's such a
find
good
on the
play.
high ground. Yeah, it is. That's a phenomenal call there from Flame Team. Great smoke back. They think they're going to be sitting on bottom waiting for the next creep wave, and instead just gank him on the mid lane off of a nice ward sentry that's there. And with this, that should be mega creeps. I don't imagine they're going to have any way of holding out at this point.
I mean, they can hold here for
on the Aegis.
Yeah, they can hold here for a bit, but you're going to be stuck in your base for quite a while. It's not easy for their team to deal with megas, even if the game's not ending here, which looks like they're going to find it. She get a kill on Village?
She just barely missed the stun on the Shaker. Otherwise, that may have been a kill. Now, I say that, and Shaker still might just be able to help finish off the Brewmaster there, and they do. Adrian, the off-lane Bloodseeker. We kind of forget this guy's even in the game. He's a whole nother carry.
That's true. A lot of these fights are just going to rupture. which is usually what you, that's kind of off-lane Bloodseeker's thing, but he literally is another carry.
I mean, Bloodness just owns the Pandas, actually. Like, they can't get away from it. Echo Slam comes out, they take out the Dark Willow. She's gonna buy back into this game, but the throne, it's exposed. Adrian getting aggressive here on a Dark Mago. He's got that roll up to try and protect him. Morphling, still 20 seconds on the Aegis. He doesn't mind giving it up for now, but the throne, it's exposed, and it's only a couple more attacks here to finish the job, and GG comes out. Flame Team grabbing game number 1.
Very impressive. I gotta admit, I don't know too much about Flame Team's players. They kind of came together for this qualifier very recently. I think some of them played together for like some previous qualifiers, mix it up a little bit for this one. But that was a very impressive performance versus M80, a very experienced team. The laning stage for some of them looked like a little shaky, but they really came together around the Earthshaker to pull it back in and took some very nice fights to make it into this mid to late game where eventually we saw, right, it is just Morphling favored, and they're evenly farmed, and you can run around these fights. Rupture, of course, doing its job as well. Many great Earthshaker finds. Yeah, just very, very impressive from Flame Team.
I think the most impressive thing is the itemization this game from Flame Team. They see this like double Radiance being built on M80, and they're like, guys, why don't we just also build super greedy so Bloodseeker builds his Radiance, right? Morphling, he does the kind of the standard, Vlad's treads into whatever next item he chooses Manta, which is really smart. But they just out farm you because they have 3 like really big farming cores, and all of their items make sense. They have tons of evasion themselves, and there's like nothing on the side of M80 to stop it. Like Lifestealer doesn't have an MKB, which he absolutely needs in order to kill any of these heroes. And Dark Mago's a Pangolier with Rolling Thunder, has to build a Linken's because he's against a Bloodseeker. And Brewmaster's mostly just like a disruptor in a fight, right? Like, not the hero, but conceptually. He's trying to disrupt the fight and just like remove a hero from the fight. And like, who do you choose? Like, Earthshaker, Morphling, Bloodseeker, all are going to do so much in these fights.
Yeah. If they weren't all doing well, then the choice is much easier. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
Morphling's doing the best, take him out. But actually, all of them were doing quite well. And Bloodseeker, you can take him out, but honestly, he just needs to Rupture, right? And it's a long cast range. It's tough to stop that. He would just Rupture, and then that's that, right? You got to focus on the others, and they would just pop BKB.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, top damage this game is kind of surprising. It's the Bloodseeker. This is not what I would have expected. I thought for sure, I was like, oh, it's either going to be the Morph or the Shaker, but Bloodseeker actually just barely squeaks by, like 400 more damage than the Morphling and the Shaker. So kind of a really impressive call here from Flame Team to just pick 24 pick Morphling and say, yeah, we can run Bloodseeker off lane, it'll do fine. And I guess they were right. Worked out great.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Sky is the limit, I'm living like Willow. Energy, energy. Feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards
Welcome back, everybody, here to ESL One Raleigh, the closed qualifiers for South America. We are jumping into game number 2 of Flame Team versus M80 here. Now, it's the very beginning of the qualifiers, but I will say, so far, Flame Team is super impressive. The fact that not only they get a win on a team like M80, but in a pretty convincing style, like clean draft, clean play, that bodes well for them. I'm excited to see how well this team's going to do.
Yeah, I think they caught them off guard with they picked the Bloodseeker, looks like a Bloodseeker carry. They end up picking a new carry with the Bloodseeker off lane. Bloodseeker still does his job. You now have a favorable matchup in the Morphling versus Lifestealer, as long as you go late enough, which is, I feel like where M80 kind of slipped up. One, the Pango into Earthshaker. I feel like you usually see Earthshaker as a response to Pango because you're pretty happy with how that lane will go, which is exactly what we saw. Admittedly, I know Pango, after the lane, will still do what he needs to, and I guess that's where M80 was going. But if you're going to show the Earthshaker that early, I feel like you can go for a stronger response, something more favorable for you, which I know is tough because there's not a lot against the Earthshaker, but something better than the Pango. But then, let's say you go into that draft. I still think that draft could have worked, but there's 2 Radiances. That Radiance is it's not really an item you build to win quickly. One hero could do it potentially, but 2 heroes going Radiance seems like a bit too much. And I guess they had a different read on the game that they could go late, but I think there's a different build to go earlier. You know, maybe like get a Deso on the Lifestealer, Armlet, Deso, SNY, MKB type build, and you're just, whacking away at buildings way faster.
Yeah, I think the Brewmaster's build is a lot more locked into going this Radiance, where it's not as, Lifestealer has a little bit more options. Maybe he could have just gone Spirit Vessel on the Brewmaster into, Manta or something and left the Radiance to the Lifestealer. That's, a conversation they could have definitely had. I will say, I agree with you. I think the biggest problem was the Pango pick. Not only leaving it open to get countered by a Bloodseeker, but also just not putting it into a great matchup mid. They banned out the Tiny before picking the Shaker, which has been a hero that's quite good against it. But even the Invoker, I feel like, would have done better than the Pangolier.
I was really surprised, yeah.
Yeah. The Invoker can mana burn out the Shaker, prevent the enchant totems. Invoker has more damage than the Pango, and yeah, it is projectile, but he can at least harass the Shaker a little bit more. If you really don't want to run something like an Invoker, I feel like there are other options as well that they could have gone that weren't Pango.
Yeah. Or if you're not sure, maybe they're trying to switch up the Earthshaker on us, go for a different core that's still good, but wait for more information before you lock in a harder counter. I don't know. I know you got to reveal something with the early picks, and in the same way, Earthshaker is a very safe, stable mid pick to reveal early. So is Pango. But if you get the response pick to their mid, I don't know if just super safe, stable mid is the way you want to go. But again, I think there's more to it than that. I think some of the plays and the itemization comes into it. So it's not just that Pango pick, but if you are looking at that draft, that's somewhere where perhaps they could look to switch things up. Yeah. But yeah, M80's got to change something up. I was caught off guard. I don't know how much they're caught off guard because I know we talk about it a lot. A lot of very good South American players, a lot of good teams that come together. But there's usually a handful of teams that are more established at the top, and then a lot of good players that form new stacks. That's what Flame is, right? And so there really should have been an advantage towards M80. We saw them play pretty well before. So I don't know if they didn't expect, they weren't prepared for what Flame Team brought, but they over the break, quick review through the Dota profiles or something, but they got to be ready for this. They don't want to go to the lower bracket so quickly.
Yeah, I will say you should just pick a better matchup for Dark Mago. I think that's the biggest thing. I don't even think the Lifestealer was that bad in the game. I think it could have done well, but because your other heroes weren't bringing damage, he can't afford to go a defensive build. And that's exactly what he did. He went for, Lincoln's and was queuing up a BKB. And it's I don't know where the damage is going to come from at that point.
Not with 50 sources of evasion.
Yeah, right. So I think Lifestealer still could have worked, but I think you just need a different combination of heroes for him to play with. I'm just really surprised with all the Shaker mid that we're seeing that we're not seeing people experiment with some of like the hard melee counters for the mid lane. Like obviously the Monkey King is banned, but there are heroes like Death Prophet who is like exceptionally good at dealing with these types of heroes. Even the Lina is really annoying. Shadow Fiend, super annoying for these melee heroes that play in the lane. Even things like Sniper or Viper. And I don't know why people are like not willing to kind of experiment with that stuff.
I mean, they might have. They might have done it in the scrims that we don't get to see, and maybe it's not going so well. Maybe that's just the strength of Earthshaker. You get by. A lot of those hard melee counters, many are being banned out, like the Monkey King. Not that they're counters, but Magnus and Earth Spirit, they also tend to do pretty well versus melee heroes. They're being banned out. Invoker was open, we said surprised about that. But some of the others, like you mentioned, Viper, Death Prophet, who else? Razor,
Lina,
Timber.
Shadowfiend.
They're a little more out of the meta. I would be up to seeing Lina, but I think we have seen that matchup before. Lina Earth's Shaker. He picks up a lead on denies and last hits. Eventually takes more harass from Lina, ranged hero, AoE spells. But with some bottle refills and depending what runes show up, he still gets by. So I don't think that's as hard of a counter as some other things. But you do have a Lina on your team, which is pretty nice, right? As long as that's what you want on your team and you have initiators from the other roles, I think that's fine. But it does kind of push you into that, which maybe you don't want. Pango or Shaker in the mid roles, it does keep it pretty open for all the other roles because they fulfill that damage and initiation type role.
Good point.
But not that last game, I guess. So
I think Radiant and Dire also plays an impact, right? Certain mid laners you want on the Dire side as opposed to Radiant. I think Lina typically is a Dire side hero. Now that I think about it. So it's possible that they don't want to pick the Lina on Radiant.
5 seconds remaining.
it's not that bad on Radiant, though. You get that hard camp that's kind of nearby.
Yeah. I think people prefer the Dire hard camp. That's like easier to get to, though.
That's true. It's easier to get to that one and then the rune.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
But we'll see as we jump into the draft here for game number 2. I'm expecting a lot of the same bans. Now, M80, they might ban the Shaker, to be honest. They'll get rid of the Morphling. They feel like that was the big issue, and it kind of was. It was problematic for sure. We're going to see a lot of the just all 4 same bans from Flame Team here. So they
what? I'll also throw out Brewmaster, not very meta. Maybe that was part of it.
5
It's
seconds.
not. We don't
Kind
really
of
see it at
skated
all.
over that, but maybe that's some of the reason we don't see that hero so much. He didn't really, not that they knew it was a Morphling, right? They thought it was the Bloodseeker, but it did not. It wasn't really able to exert the pressure and the early game power that we used to see out of Brewmasters.
So get rid of the Dawnbreaker. Different draft here. So we're going to see the Gyrocopter come out first for M80, and the response being the Phoenix. And, I mean, to be honest, Phoenix is such a dominant lane hero. It didn't win this last game, but I don't feel like that was on the Phoenix by any means.
5
No.
seconds remaining.
The Gyro was banned phase 1, if I'm not mistaken, in game 1. So this does change a little bit. We'll see kind of where they want to run this. It's almost always the carry, but doesn't have to be. But the fact that they've banned the Morphling makes me feel like we're going to be seeing carry Gyro.
We usually do. Gyro. A lot of the cores who are in this first phase pick are either very flexible or extremely stable, and their counter picks aren't that good right now. / you can adjust to it. So someone like Gyro, like what is the lane counter that will stop him from either... He has 2 playstyles. One, you get Q, you get Afterburner, and you can play very aggressive, run people down. Or it looks bad, you just go flat cannon, you take secondary strikes to contribute more fighting power. And how do you stop him from just pressing flak every wave, attacking, and then they go stack the camps behind, and then he farms that. It's very difficult to deal with. And the other popular carries, they're either banned out or they aren't as good. And that's kind of why Gyro's been so popular. Like, he's just so stable that if you're going to reveal something, this is it. And what do you do? Like, maybe we see a Razor come out. Maybe it would have been Morphling, like you said, but Morphling's out. We'll see if they want to go for the Razor. I think that matchup's not too bad.
I really like the Razor. I do. I think it's a solid pick. They do ban... I think... Did you point out the Shaker ban?
No.
Okay.
You got it.
All right, so M80, I guess a little bit afraid of the Shaker at this point. They will ban it. They banned the Phantom Assassin as well, which is a hero that has done fairly well into the Gyro. And here we go. Big boy Magnus slips through the draft. We're going to see another tiny ban, kind of to target Dark Mago once again. And now you have Phoenix Magnus, which is an exceptionally strong team. The response of the Clockwork, likely the 5 position here to be in the Gyro lane.
That's a strong safe lane.
It is, yeah.
But it is revealed now. I'm actually still up for the Razor, right? Magnus can go mid. Maybe you don't want to reveal it right away. Save it for a little bit later in the draft. Flame does have last pick if they want to keep the flex of this Magnus open, which we've talked about before. He can go to all core roles and even position 4. But Gyro Clockwork, I think if you take Razor off lane and then... I mean, the position 4 is pretty flexible. From there, maybe another initiating type hero so that Magnus doesn't have to do it on his own. But I feel like that would handle the safe lane. Maybe don't want to commit to it yet because it could be Gyro 4. We do see it, and that's part of why it's strong early pick. Could just move it to position 4 in the same way the Bloodseeker was a little bit of a gotcha last time. But again, last pick for Flame, you should be able to see that coming at that point.
Yeah, I like Magnus mid actually quite a bit in terms of like the potential you can get out of it. I think Magnus mid and off lane are my go-to kind of preferred roles for the hero over like the carry or the support. But the fact that it can flex is nice. Now, there is still a hero like the Beastmaster that's available, which is very good at dealing with heroes like the Gyrocopter, but I think that would too quickly reveal what you want to get out of your draft for Flame Team, and so I would expect to see probably a 4 position and maybe a flexible between mid and off lane, or, you know, a flexible like carry to like mid hero or something along those lines. With the Nyx Assassin showing up, though, changes a little bit.
Dire team pick.
Okay, screw it. They just go straight for a Lycan. I was gonna say, I feel like Beastmaster would have been better because the Roar is really good against the Gyro, but they opt for a Lycan here.
It's
well,
interesting.
it could be carry Lycan.
Mereska has arrived.
Could be. It will be a strong Lycan with the Empower on him.
Yeah.
Dark Willow, easier to break down. She's very good versus Clockwork. We're going to see the Pango again. Should be a fairly even mid matchup again. Magnus pick up the advantage in CS, but not as bad as the Earthshaker. And then because you only need roll to do things, whereas Magnus needs to finish up the blink, maybe can make a couple plays to then catch back up. But this Lycan versus Gyro, depending who you ask, they counter each other, right? Because you have the flat cannon that's really good versus the wolves and the various summons that Lycan might go for. You just kill all of them with flat cannon. On the other hand, Gyro does not like getting run down, and Lycan can just A-click during the ult and just chase the Gyro down and try to kill him. And all the creeps eat up the missile barrage, rocket barrage, there we go. Rocket barrage, so that Lycan doesn't take too much damage. I think it really comes down to who gets a good start to be favored. That's how I think of it. I don't know. Is it changed with the facets and innates, you think?
I think it depends on which role this Lycan's going to be. If it is offlane or carry, I could definitely see this being a carry Lycan. I think you still go pack leader, though. Like, it is such a stronger facet than his other ones, especially after the change to Apex Predator in the last patch, which basically was just a bug fix on his innate just not working correctly, which is wild to me that it just didn't work. But
10
because of
seconds
that,
remaining.
now that it does apply the bonus damage properly to Lycan's summons,
5
I think
seconds remaining.
Pack Leader is just by far the strongest facet for this hero now. So
Radiant
if you want to
team
run a
pick.
carry Lycan, you are probably still going to go the Helm of the Overlord, which is a kind of a weird build, especially, you know, from the carry perspective. So I think right now we're looking for a potential carry from M80, but you have the flex, right? That's the benefit of the Lycan Magnus here. And you
10
have last
seconds
pick, so you can
remaining.
kind of do whatever you want. They do ban out
5
direct
seconds
Pango
remaining.
counters this game. They do not want Dark Mago to have as rough of a time. So Bloodseeker and Puck moved. We're going to see their last pick here. Should be an off laner.
Dire team pick.
I gotta say, I'm enjoying Flames drafts. I don't know what they are doing going into the last pick, especially after that first game. I thought I knew, right, with that Bloodseeker. They swap it up on us, so that could be a strength for them going forward if they're open to flexing heroes around. Dark's here again, a very uncommon offlaner now. They did it again. Sven carry, right? Right.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I don't know, dude. I'm ready to be surprised by them now at every turn. So we do have the Sven carry, the Lycan offlane, mid Magnus.
I thought we might have been seeing something a little bit greedier than a Sven here. But Sven will work. It's again, you're gonna have a lot of damage out of your carry. It should have a pretty decent lane. He does go Wrath of God now, since that facet is actually pickable. I'm a little bit surprised. Lycan's got Alpha Wolves queued up.
10 seconds remaining.
Alpha Wolves
guess-
are really good though.
Alpha Wolves are really good.
Five
The thing is like
seconds
typically you go Pack Leader when there's just like supports that you can abuse with your summons. This game there's not as much, right? You have a 5-position Clockwork that's pretty tanky and a 4-position Nyx Assassin that's hard to find. So I can understand the hesitation of going something like the Pack Leader, right? Because the only benefit of that is extending the duration on Shapeshift. And getting like the crit and movement bonuses on your summons, and you just like send them at heroes, typically like Crystal Maiden, Shadow Demon, like different types of supports that can't do anything about it. But I guess since you have a little bit tankier of supports, you're kind of forced into Alpha Wolves here.
Yeah, it might also have to do with the fact that I feel like all 3 cores on M80 can kind of deal with the creeps. You know, you get the flat cannon, but then you also have all the AoE from Pango, Ion Shell from Darkseer, so maybe they just think, you know, the creeps are going to die, and then what pack am I leading at that point? So maybe the Alpha Wolves are a little bit sturdier, because I forget their exact scaling, but they do become stronger. Maybe that'll keep them alive in the fights and still be very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, Alpha Wolves is definitely like the micro intensive build. So we'll see how he manages to pull it off. Like if he can get a lot done with these Alpha Wolves, that'll be kind of like the make or break of this Lycan offlane pick. But if you don't really get anything out of these extra 2 levels in the ability, it really causes some issues, because Howl level 4 and Feral Impulse level 4 are huge boosts in damage as well as utility for your team. So this is there is a trade-off to Alpha Wolves, absolutely.
I'm expecting to see some huge crits out of Sven. Like, he's gonna have God Strength and Cleave, and then you've got a Magnus empowering you. Like, if we don't see at least 1 RP into deleting 3 heroes, you know, I'll set my expectations appropriately. It doesn't have to be 5-man RP. I want to see at least 3 heroes get deleted by a Sven Cleave.
I think it's totally possible. I'm with you on that. I think it's very easily could just be Flame Team here once again, getting to like this critical mass and just running over M80. Like they have the scaling heroes again, and M80, you have this like Darkseer Nyx, which is a little bit annoying, and you are running like triple melee cores, so maybe you can get something done with the Darkseer Nyx. But I feel like if they actually find Hector into either like Blink RP Skewer or just like Blink Skewer back, and maybe you don't even need the RP at that point, he should just die. right? Like there's so much damage that comes out from these other cores.
Yeah. I also personally feel like these aren't the greatest for like the Darkseer to copy the enemy heroes. Like Sven, you don't get the God Strength. You're not going to get the empowered buffs. It's not the typical like I copied your Drow. You know, I copied your Luna
Or your Medusa.
Yeah, so
Muerta.
I'm very surprised by M80's choice of offlaners so far in this series. We'll see if it pays off this time. It's going to need to get them to a game 3. Otherwise, they're going to go head to the lower bracket right off the bat, which will be a huge confidence booster for Flame Team to take out M80. They're a very solid team, but
It
so
would
far,
definitely
game
be a
1,
confidence boost for sure. Like
yeah,
that,
game
that
1,
would be
they
an
looked
upset.
great.
But I'm with you. I think game 1, Flame Team definitely outplayed them, and I think here in game 2, I like their draft more. So if they can keep that confidence here in game 2 and play to their level,
30 seconds
I could easily
to
see
go.
this being a 2-0 for Flame Team.
Yeah, I think El Misho is going to have to do some serious work. Darkseer Nyx is a classic lane combo, and it might be even better nowadays that you can also Mana Flare creeps. But then he's going to have to do some serious work in scouting out the enemies, finding the right targets, especially taking out this Magnus to make sure you're not getting caught by RPs in fights. I think if there's a big RP, it's very difficult to recover that fight.
The battle
Illich
begins.
not paying attention. I don't think they noticed the Watcher got taken, and yep, he's just going to walk into both supports here at Bramble Maze to cut him off, Shockwave to pull him back, and that's just first blood for Bastion.
Such a
They
strange
smoked.
mistake.
Yeah, they just smoked and took the Watcher, and nobody on M80 noticed.
Were they all looking at the wolves? Were they reading Alpha Wolves?
I mean, I don't
That's
know.
Weird.
But yeah, very big mistake to make. Their first blood just goes right into the hands of the Phoenix, and this is a hero that can definitely make use of it.
Yeah. Although in this lane it will be a little harder. This is not a right-click trading lane. The Darkseer and the... Well, actually it's a quick wit, so maybe it will matter a little bit more. But usually the Ion Shell and the spells is that trade this lane. Oh, he does get his courier killed though, at least. So that first blood will not end up impacting M80 as much as it could have.
Yeah, that's a big mistake. That's so much regen and a full stick as well, right?
Look at that creep drag 2, it ends up in the towers. Actually, this is gonna push out. This might be okay in the end for M80. It's an awkward start, but it might.
Bottom lane, Kiri gets ran down by moves. Very nicely done. And this is why I kind of said I feel like Beastmaster's a stronger laner than the Lycan, just because you have like the slow from the boars, you have, you know, axes you can harass with, and we'll see. Like Adrian is gonna have to essentially carry on the Lycan from the off lane as well. But
I wonder. So the downside of the Beastmaster pick would have been that he wants the triangle. He wants all those stacks for himself. And if you have a Magnus mid likes to farm those. And if they had Sven in mind for down the line, Sven obviously wants those as well. So maybe that was some of the idea behind the Lycan. But you're right. They now have to get through this portion where he's not as good of a laner as Beastmaster.
yeah, you're right. That actually makes a lot of sense in terms of the matchups, like in the heroes that you had kind of planned.
I do think this Sven is not a carry we see as much nowadays, but the armor is really good against the Gyro, and you can take the burst fight against him. Gyro does a bunch of flak cannon damage to everyone in the fight, but less of a single target trader, which is what Sven can be good at by just jumping on top of the Gyro and trying to take a one-on-one fight.
Another skewer back mid lane. Dude, this Magnus has been... He's using a lot of resources to do it. Oh, top lane though. Nice find here. Actually taking down Illich now. Bastion will trade with El Misho, but I think overall a pretty solid exchange there for the side of Flame Team.
The Lotus though was a nice chunk of gold. Magnus was right?
Yeah. Right, it was picked right at the beginning of phase 2.
Yeah. All right, we'll see how the lane keeps going, but I'm seeing what I saw last time. You know, the Magnus that was picked before the Pango start to build up a CS lead, and it's like, man, is this Pango counter pick paying off? Didn't pay off last game. I hope, for their sake, I hope it doesn't follow the same pattern it did, because otherwise, you know, like, what are you gonna do?
Dead top lane. He could have ran away. Illich? Maybe he was trying to get in range for a surge? I'm not 100% sure, but...
You get a kill on the Magnus much earlier than last time. Good rotation from Moose,
right?
Yeah. A great rotation from Moose.
It was mostly just a solo kill. All he did was flare him. That was actually just a solo kill from the Pango. How does that happen? I was going to mention, I saw that Dark Mago picked up infused raindrops, which helps out this matchup immensely, right? You're pretty much absorbing every single shockwave, but yeah, that's a huge kill for Dark Mago. He's almost a full level ahead of the Magnus now.
Yeah, that means we'll see Roll come out much sooner than last game. Lots of stacks being made by both teams. Everyone's got flash farmers.
Okay, remember how I said Lycan would have to carry from the offlane? Well, he's got a Midas Bloodthorn queued up.
That is a build. Is that the play? Okay, wait. Let me think here. Midas for the XP, so you get your Alpha Wolves online sooner. Because Alpha Wolves are pretty strong, but the early levels are not. And then I don't know about that Bloodthorn, but I guess you'll have Wolves attacking. Maybe he's expecting 3 Radiances again. I'm gonna get my True Strike up nice and early.
The fact that he's going no Helm Dom is kind of interesting. I expected, like, if you're going to build this Lycan, you go this Helm of the Dominator build, but bottom lane, they're going to just look for the gyro. They dive in on the Phoenix, the slows are there, and now K1 on the run. Bramble not going to connect. He just walks away.
I don't know why he was so patient with that Bramble. In the end, he doesn't connect, so maybe it's not patience, but being slow with it now. Oh, they're all dead if they get this roll. Dark will go with an Arcade Rune as well. Rolling Thunder will connect, takes down that Lycan with ease. You are such at a level disadvantage. This Dark Willow is not even level 3 at 6.5 minutes into the game. I feel like it's gonna happen last time too, but they had a better matchup with the Bloodseeker versus Lifestealer, but it did feel like the M80 safe lane outplayed Flames off lane. Might be happening again here.
They're in a lot of trouble. He has to RP this or he's gonna die. He drops
He's gonna die anyways.
He's still just dead. All right,
M80's early game
outplaying them.
Yeah, much better this time. I don't know, a warm-up last game or something, but this time the mid lane, they get mostly a solo kill, but with like some support help to get Dark Mago online sooner. He's starting to show up. The safe lane is again doing well, and this time it's more punishable too. Like a Lycan who's behind, Lycan's more susceptible than Bloodseeker to all this early pressure.
Dude, I mean, just look at the level differences. There is a level 6 Nyx assassin who's just gonna find 3. Okay, I don't know why he doesn't just take the other 2 bounty runes there, but I guess he's busy looking for the Sven here in the top side. If he actually finds the Sven, they might be able to kill him with the Ion Shell. But
Sven
he didn't Ion Shell. Here comes Dark Mago. I mean, he is... They even bring in the gyro. Beautiful rotation. The level difference here is unreal. It's causing a lot of problems for the side of Flame team right now.
All right, M80 flipped a switch. I don't know what. They're like, oh guys, let's try harder. And suddenly it is coming together.
Rolling Thunder bottom lane. They've managed to trap the Lycan once again, and Adrian will join his team as the next hero to die. Yeah,
They
this is
are
a completely different game. You
They're
get top
finding
power
kills
now.
everywhere.
Yeah. Players scouting this massive, well, I guess not too massive ancient stack at the moment, but Sven will come clean it up right now, knowing that it's definitely on a timer before this will be contested.
This is... So, I mean, we used to see a bunch of Sven, but he did get nerfed, so his laning stage is not as good, and it's why we see more Gyro nowadays, because Gyro's lane is so consistent and strong.
Yeah.
So we do see that coming into play here, though Sven's not too far behind yet. If it hadn't been for all the kills happening bottom, then they would be relatively even.
Yeah, I mean, he did a really good job at shutting down this Darkseer. The problem is the other lanes did not go well, and so it kind of spilled into helping the Darkseer a little bit more than they would have expected. And Arceus is farmed on this Sven, like he's doing a pretty good job. But they are definitely struggling right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Arceus, I mean, he knows this Nyx Assassin is here. He's baiting, throws the Stormhammer back the other way, but the numbers are just there. And they thought they were making a bait, but instead it just goes the other way. Rolling Thunder, doing some work. Nice call down. They finish off the Magnus. He's pretty dang tanky, but they've got the numbers. A 2-for-1, finding the Magnus and the Sven. They had Ward and Sentry scouting this entire Nyx Assassin movement. They definitely thought they were making the right play there.
Guess so, but no RP available.
Yeah. I mean, if they did, that would have been huge. The egg goes off with under the full RP. Does so much damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, we're now at a 3K lead at 10 minutes. It's a totally different game from last time. This Gyro is so farmed. He's nearly halfway to his Ags already.
Yeah. And Illich is fully recovered on the Darkseer for the most part. Like, this is not a hero that needs a ton of farm, but can make use of it. Adrian does have his Midas. He's going back for his Tread. Still has that Orchid queued up. We'll see what ends up happening with this Lycan build. I'm not 100% convinced. He has the level 4 Summon Wolves, but it's really the level 5 and the level 6 of the Alpha Wolves is when this hero kind of comes online, and those are really far away.
Yeah. I thought that lane should go, like, first of all, you have the Dark Willow versus the Clock. That's usually pretty good, because he has a hard time walking into the Bramble.
They have a vacuum. Oh, it missed! He misses the vacuum, and because of it, it's going to cost them a lot here. They're going to dive onto Illich, trying to burn him down here with the Phoenix. He will get him. Meanwhile, dude, no. Adrian went back in!
No.
I mean, maybe he doesn't see the Ion Shell? I'm not entirely sure.
All right, give him the kill out of our... I guess it's part of the plan. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like you just track him with the Wolves. Yeah, Magnus. That wasn't even roll. I don't even know how they got him. Gyro, I guess?
I think it was Gyro and Clockwork, the hook shot.
Oh, yeah, looks like it. Oh, Pango was there to swashbuckle a little bit as well.
Invisibility.
Yeah, this Alpha Wolves, I feel like that lane should have gone better. Pull with the Wolves, get your early levels, trade farm. Like you said, Alpha Wolves become strong as they hit levels 5 and 6, which is about to happen. But if we get far behind,
again, walking through without vision, or like they just have been walking through sentries and wards. Dark Go is going to go for the Rolling Thunder. A hook shot comes in from Moose to try and save him, but not in time. Now Moose is on the run. He should be able to get this TP. No real canceling it. Unfortunate for him, there just happen to be 2 sentries and an observer seeing his whole rotation into the jungle there.
you got to expect it a little bit versus a Nyx, right? You need to pick a side of the map to play and have a lot of sentries there. And M80 recently cleared out the triangle, so
That's true, actually. Good point.
think it was a little risky. Maybe they wanted to try to make a move into the other jungle to set things up for themselves, clear things out, but needed more teammates nearby to make that happen.
All right, I think I've been a little bit too doom and gloom on the side of Flame Team because, like we mentioned earlier, there is still a Magnus Sven in this game with an egg to follow up. So I think there is absolutely still playmaking potential that they can get, and if they happen to get the correct fight, they can very easily turn this game around.
Radiant's
They are
bottom
struggling
tower is
still at the
under
moment.
attack.
I thought they had, I thought they had a more early game, mid game focused lineup, but I mean, with all the innates and facets, perhaps Flame has decided, you know what, this is more of a late game draft, and it'll be similar to last time with the Morphling, right? It's like, just drag this out, get to the point where we're online, and we're gonna be fine.
El Micho is giving so much vision in the mid lane, but they can skewer back. They find the Pango, hook shot in to buy some space, but there's the RP. Nyx finds the Phoenix on the backside, but they don't have the damage. Sven's not here at all. They're gonna just lose the Magnus. Can he just buy himself a little bit more time? The big lead comes in from the Sven. He gets 2. Dark Mago on the run, and I hear the big bad like it. He's looking for these heroes, chasing the gyrocopter. But the Sven, he doesn't have the movement speed to join them. They just walk away.
That was almost such a good combo. If I know you can't always wait for, like, if you wait for later, the opportunity may not be there. But if Sven isn't close enough with God Strength, I don't think you have the damage after you get a big RP.
An egg was like 10 seconds away at the start of the fight too.
Yeah.
So it's like
just a little too
otherwise,
early.
Yeah. Otherwise, you get like a dive into, you know, Fire Spirit egg right on the side of that RP in the cogs, and you know you're perfectly set. Illich gonna get pulled back. There's gonna be the egg, but there's no Fire Spirit on this guy. He just surges away. El Micho now looking to maybe get aggressive here. We'll see. Stormhammer comes out. Swashbuckles on in. Bastion low, but not dead. He's going to survive. Now Micho goes down. Hookshot in from Muse to secure the kill, but now he's got to get away from the Sven. Dragged back from the Magnus. Stuck inside the brambles, and they get themselves a second kill. I mean, Flame Team, they kind of made a little bit of a mistake with the egg there, but it ends up paying off. Gives M80 a little bit overconfident.
It was an egg bait.
An egg bait.
Dire's top tower
This game is
under
very
attack.
close now.
Adrian's got the full Alpha Wolves online now. Let's see what he can get done with them. They can be very annoying when it comes to scouting out the enemy, keeping track. I suppose you do have the Nyx. The Nyx sense, pretty useful to know if wolves are following him.
Wait,
But
does that
otherwise you
work
can...
for
Radiant's
summons?
middle tower is under
Does it
attack.
not? I thought it was just like in
It
this
just
thing
detects
besides
heroes only.
wards. Oh, I didn't even realize it was only
Yeah,
heroes.
I'm
You're
pretty sure
right.
it's only heroes, because
okay.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen this exact matchup before, and the Nyx assassin had no idea he was just being followed by wolves.
What a twist.
Yeah,
Okay,
which
I thought
is
it was...
weird if that's the case. I mean, I could be remembering it wrong, but we'll see. Hookshot in from Moose, finds the Dark Willow. Now she does have the ability to buy himself
Alpha
a lot of
Wolf.
time here, but with the Alpha Wolf, Moose is in a lot of trouble, getting some backup for the team. Full team terrorized, but Kiri's gonna go down. The rocket from Hector. I mean, that was Alpha Wolves doing a lot of damage there. Now, was that worth it?
4 other heroes there. It would have worked.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right, the wolves scout the Pango. Yo, cancel his clarity. How did he know? What's that?
Radiant structure.
That's weird, huh? Alright. Bottom's tier 1 tower goes down. They're in the Roche pit, and it looks like they have an idea here on Flame Team, and they're bringing the heroes. The Wolves are making their way up there, but I don't know if it's going to be fast enough. Huh?
You can catch
Not at all.
them on the way out. You can still get a very big RP. They have blinked on Magnus now.
The Wolves are giving some info, and there it is, the blink, the RP, the skewer back. Dark Mago goes down first, call down, however, from K1. Do some work, but here comes Adrian on the backside. He's gonna go in with the Alpha Wolves, gets the silence there onto the Nix. The egg perfectly placed here, gonna zone out M80. It's leaving Hector right to the hands of Flame Team that just need one more attack from downtown. It's gonna be the Dark Willow. El Micho on the backside does manage to snipe down the Magnus. A very nice kill, but Argius still very strong here on the Sven, kept alive. El Micho will barely survive, but Adrian with a wrap around here with this Orchid trying to finish off the Nix. I don't think it's gonna be enough, and now Argius trying to run away. The missile, it's coming, buddy. He's got no TV. He's gonna run for his life. But a big win here for M80. They can also get this Sven, which I think they will. El Micho is hunting. He's gonna get him. Yeah, I'll be honest. This Lycan build ain't doing it for me, man. Like, when your creeps not having haste and crit is actually just a grief. I actually can't believe that it is exclusively pack leader that gets that.
I don't know. I feel like it could have been better than this. I've seen Alpha Wolves be pretty strong. I feel like he just had a really bad start. And so now when the Wolves... Like, you're supposed to hit level 11 much sooner, I would say. And then the Wolves are relatively stronger than the enemy supports and even some of the cores, so it's more annoying. But now, because you had a slow start, the Wolves aren't as strong, so you're not getting so much impact.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're right that we usually see the other one, and that's a little bit more tried and true. I was really excited to see Pack Leader, or sorry, Alpha Wolves, but I don't know if this is the best showcasing of it, unfortunately, for Flame Team.
I mean, we'll see. He is third on net worth thanks to this Midas and just the nature of Lycan being a quick farming hero. They are smoked. They just barely miss El Micho. The RP finds the gyro. He's got a Satanic. Can they chase on him down? The fear is there. He's so low, and they get the kill finally. But here comes the rolling thunder from Dark Mago. El Micho coming in as well. They get the big stun. They just delete the Sven. Magnus surviving with an Invis rune on the backside. A 2 for 2. What even killed the Sven? Was it just the wall? It was just wall, and then, yeah, Nyx did 1,800 damage to him. Oh, a big spike carapace was what it was. That'll do it.
Yeah, I guess I did forget about that. The big God Strength hit reflected back.
Yeah, he spiked carapace the God Strength cleave for like 900 damage.
You get the Dagon and the Mind Flare too. Yeah, that's pretty. Still, overall pretty good, I'd say. Well, maybe I don't know. I'm not sure.
It goes M80's way. You get the Sven,
so?
like, yeah, Dark Mago stays alive.
But you also got the Gyro.
Yeah, but I think that's okay. Like, Gyro's still having a good game, but
that's true.
You get a lot into El Micho's Nyx, as well as like this Darkseer and Tango, who we're struggling a little bit more this game. Dude, I mean, look at the support farm on M80. That's the big difference. And that was something we noticed early on, right? Those lanes going so bad for Flame Team has really hamstringed their supports. All right, they're smoked up on M80, the Nyx, as well as this Darkseer. What are they looking for?
The Sven, but I think they've read this. He's getting out pretty quickly. Sven, I think that you just need to chill on Flame Team until the BKB is done. He needs about a 2,000-ish gold, so a little bit of a wait, but he's getting too controlled in these fights. There have been several RP skewers delivering cores to the Sven, and that part's good, and then after that, he struggles with all the stuns and the control from the supports.
Hook shot in, finds Bastion, tries to get out, but controlled up pretty easily. Great fight there from the Clockwork. I mean, you can kill K1 under like RP into Terrorize, which is why he hasn't really opted for a early BKB, right? None of these things really help him. But like, if you don't kill him in the RP Terrorize, he's able to pop Satanic. I feel like he just lives through everything now. They're just so close to getting to BKBs, but not quite there. Dive in, trying to find the Nyx. They know he's here somewhere, but they actually don't get the detection on him. El Misho just barely dodging this one out. He might grab Kiri. Yeah, he's gonna absolutely grab Kiri. Goodbye.
This is why Scuttle is so annoying. You're so fast. It's really hard to figure out where Nyx is.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's all a delay game. You gotta get to this BKB on Sven. He'll have level 18, BKB. At that point, the combo is really good, especially because M80 is slowly clearing out all these objectives. So the next one is gonna have to be the high ground, and that's where you gotta be really careful of egg and RP. Even just skewer backs doesn't even have to be the full RP. So this is kind of the final test for M80 to make sure you break high ground safely, and you only get to mess up once. If you mess up, it's completely back to an even game, which I would say favors Flame Team because they will always have the RP combo for the rest of the game. This is when that combo is the weakest. It only gets better from here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, El Misho is absolutely eating these heroes alive right now, and I think that's the scariest part of M80's draft right now, is when you're ahead with an Nyx Assassin, like you said, Scuttle is so fast and so good at disrupting and finding the right heroes. Speaking of which, Moo's in a great spot here to break the smoke, and yeah, he's just gonna immediately drop the cogs. Now the question is, do they want to try and start the fight here or not? The RP, he manages to find a big one, the gyro. Can they hold him down? The Terrorize is there. He got the Satanic off. He's healing through a lot of it, but the egg's gonna go off. They're trying to finish off the gyro, and they got him. In comes Dark Mago, though, on the big layer, hookshot in as well. Argius, he's trying his best to stand his ground, but he's 4v1, man. You dropped everything onto the gyro, and it's not enough. A full team wipe, and M80 come out the victors.
Usually I would say at least you got the carry so they can't do too much building damage, but actually these are 2 universal cores, even a pretty farm Nyx, so this, oh, and a catapult too, so you're actually gonna lose your high ground off that fight as well. Man, they had to commit so much to the gyro because the Satanic came off. Did he not have skewer available? Like, he got the RP, but then the RP faded by the time the Sven got there. I thought he would skewer to the Sven like they had all the other times. What happened?
I thought that was coming out too, and I think the Dark Willow thought that as well, because she did not terrorize.
Yeah,
so she was
maybe
waiting.
Maybe a bit of a slip up from Flame, because otherwise I think that's really good. If you RP those 2, drag them to the Sven, delete them, then the rest of the fight is super easy.
I mean, he was 100% dead. If they, speaking of dead, El Misho just deletes the Magnus.
God, that was a core Magnus. Alpha Wolves, it's time.
He's not even gonna die.
Do it, Alpha Wolves, do it.
Yeah. This is, again, I just don't feel like this Lycan has had any impact this game. I just keep coming back to this. Like, he pops Shapeshift, and then, like, what does he do? You know? Like, I don't see him attacking anybody or getting any damage out. He's just kind of a slightly fast range creep, and because he doesn't have level 4 Howl or Feral Impulse, he's just missing a lot of damage. And the Alpha Wolves, they just died a Flak Cannon.
Yeah, so I thought pack leaders, like, oh, Flak Cannon will kill those. I didn't remember the scaling on Alpha Wolves. I thought maybe they get tanky enough, but it doesn't seem to be. They're still getting wrecked by Flak Cannon, so.
They have 100 extra health, you know? Like,
yeah,
that's just
it's not enough. Not enough. I thought maybe with Sven armor, you know, like the War Cry, but I guess that would have applied to regular creeps anyways.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to play this type of Lycan, I wonder why you just don't go the Spirit Wolves, you know? We're gonna see them go
Spirit Wolves are the
Assassin
worst.
here.
Come on. They're cute. The Spirit Wolves are adorable, but I definitely believe in Alpha Wolves more than Spirit Wolves.
Yeah, I agree. I think Spirit Wolves is like the worst of the three by far, but
I still stand by that. I think that lane went worse than it was supposed to. I think they
you're
should
right.
have come out better, and then that Lycan could look better. Ooh, hey, no mind. Tell you what, Sven wasn't even ready. It's fine. Actually, Sven was so ready. Sven was so ready.
Yeah, they're both just sitting there ready and waiting. So 4 minutes on this Aegis. They're trying to take down this Roshan's banner. Bastion's gonna step up to try and deal with it. But yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure they just hook shot him immediately. The vacuum catches the Magnus. He's gonna RP. The Aegis out. The Terrorize comes through as well. But Hector pops the Satanic. Will finally die. That was his BKB as well. Illich gets cleaned up. They've got to get the Gyros.
Do they have another stun?
The Lycan on the backside chasing Pango for eternity. Will he ever find him? He gets the Orchid. Just needs some damage here. He's got him. Oh, surely, right? Yeah.
Alpha Wolf!
All right, they've held. And El Nisho, do they have detection is the question. Sure. No. He actually just gets out.
Oh, he dodged the dust, too. Oh, no.
His Vendetta's ending right now.
I mean,
But
to be
guess it's
fair,
just back up, yeah.
it was a long fight. They threw out a lot of their detection. So if you don't get the Nyx and then he ends up with his ult again, it...
Radiant are
Still, that's a really good hold. That was into Aegis. 3 kills. Didn't lose. Okay, I mean, they lost bottom earlier, but top, still available. It's got 66 health, but that tower stands.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it stands, and I don't even think they really lost anything, right? No, did any heroes die?
I don't think so.
I actually don't think so, right? Like, the Phoenix got the egg off, survives. I think the biggest problem was, like, on the Gyro, he committed Satanic BKB, like, assuming he was going to survive that initial burst and through the egg and stuff, but there was just no backup to help him.
Yeah. This comes back to Sven having, like, the superior single target TPS. At least just dodge strength up.
Oh,
Another skewer? This time it connects.
they're ready, and that's an
No
early
RP
BKB out of K1. El Nisho gets caught from the dust, the dive in, they're gonna find him. Hector, I don't know if you want to be here, man. The Terrorize comes out, in comes the Sven! Hook shot's not gonna save you this time. 3 dead on the side of M80. As Dark will go under the Rolling Thunder. It's got a few seconds left. He's still got roll up. There is an Orchid available. They will get away. They get the tier 3 tower for 3 heroes.
Gonna say not worth. This time the skewer does connect. Didn't have RP, so they had to just run from the early BKB from Gyro, but that was actually, in the end, that paid off because he no longer had the BKB as he was trying to escape. The Sven comes in. So maybe you don't know, right? Because it was pretty close to the RP being up. In hindsight, he could have just BKB TP'd out and would have made it, but thought the RP was available, so he's just trying to run away. Looks like that was a bit too greedy. The rest of the team was not ready to help out.
Yeah, not at all. Okay, so it is now a 7,000 gold lead down from what was
12 to 13K? Something like that? 16? Did it go all the way up?
Yeah, 12,500. So they've literally cut the net worth lead in half. You are still down 1 lane of barracks, but some really important items are coming out from Flame Team here momentarily. We are about 2,000 gold away from an Ags on Magnus. Argius now has a completed Daedalus and almost the Harpoon. But here's the underrated one.
Oh,
Phoenix
go ahead.
almost has a refresher.
Oh, that's sick.
He got
And-
1,900 gold in that last fight.
Who did he kill? That's so much.
He got all 3
everyone.
of them.
Holy
Yeah,
crap.
he got all 3 kills.
That's amazing. I didn't even notice. And Alpha Wolves is about to come online, believe it or not.
What?
They're annoying, but yeah. They're kind of they're back, dude. Flames, they can hold megas easily. You have 2 cleaves from Magnus and Sven, and at some point you get a shard on Lycan, right? So they'll push out your lanes for you.
Okay, quick question for you, because you might know this. Does the Summon Wolf shard summon an Alpha Wolf to one of the lanes?
I think so, but I'm I want to be a Lycan player, but I'm not. So
Yeah,
I'm
like
not sure.
I don't play Lycan, so I'm unsure. But I feel like if it does, that shard is super value.
Are scanning.
And he does not have it. He doesn't get it off the Tormentor either.
Unluck.
So, Ghost of Kiri, granted, this is one of the best shards in the game, especially as it goes later on and BKB timing is lower. So, that's really good.
Actually, the shards for everyone are all really good. Sven would love to get a shard.
I just don't have many at all.
Well, they were losing, so I think they had one of their Tormentors stolen.
Hook shot, Rolling Thunder. They find the Dark Willow. Dark Mago now going to try and grab Bastion from the backside. Does have the infinite damage. They get on top of the Nyx, but he's invis. They need help to bring it down. They get him. It's going to go for Adrian. A 2-for-1. Dark Mago has a blink in 1. Will be able to get away. They are a little bit afraid. But Flame Team, you got to do something. You pop your God Strength for this.
And maybe he's just going to wait out God Strength and then go back in.
I mean, yeah, that's huge. You're not going to have Sven's ult for 70 seconds.
You have to find
And you
someone
need this to
literally
kill
right
the
now.
gyro.
Dire's top barracks.
Okay,
That's
this hold's going to be very tough now. You might just have to give up this barracks.
Yeah,
But unfortunately,
I
they're going to come straight for mid, and you still won't have God Strength. You have 55 seconds to wait for God Strength.
Really good call there from MA to take the fight outside the base. Magnus finds the Dark Seer, screws him up onto the high ground, hook shots out, Nullifier Orchid's there. They need to finish this kill. They will get him, and now Clockwork stuck in as well. Really good grabs here from the Magnus. Off the back of that, I think it was an Invis rune, or maybe it was just smoke.
I think it was smoke. Maybe he had Invis too, I don't know. But yeah, that really saved him, because otherwise they were going to head mid next. Losing the Dark Seer and the Clockwork. Tried to help with the hook shot, but unfortunately not enough. This is where we haven't talked about it today, but Sanj and Yasha been very popular. Just reduces all the stuns, and so the hook shot does not last very long on the Sven at all. Can't chain stun anything together.
Dude, I mean, we're going to be seeing a wolf bite coming out from the Lycan here
Oh,
soon
yes!
onto the Sven.
I completely
That's
forgot
like the
about that.
ultimate late game for Sven, right? He's just hasted. You can't really kite this guy anymore. Speaking of it, we're going to see the final Gyrocopter. He's going to have to BKB soon if he does not respond, and there it is. BKB's out, pops Satanic Big Rolling Thunder, and from Dark Go, the Hang is there. Argius trying to chase, but where's the follow-up?
Without
They didn't
RP,
have RP. They could not stop them.
yeah, they're
with
having a
that
lot of
egg,
trouble
God
locking
Strength.
people down.
Yeah. Even Terrorize was on cooldown. They do get the BKBs out of the gyro, but you also BKB'd. So they need to leave.
They're going to hope for a long Roche spawn, and they're pretty lucky. That's a very long Roche spawn. So we're going to get at least, well, potentially we'll get at least one more major fight for the Roche. We'll see. Maybe a pick off from El Micho will allow them to get a very safe Roche.
So I feel like all the good fights we've seen from Flame Team are the ones where the Magnus is getting the initiation. And I feel like that seems obvious, right?
Absolutely.
But in these next few fights, I don't feel like you can lead with Nullifier, right? Like, it's just not going to do much. You need to get the stuns out. You are level 25 now on the Sven, which is pretty massive. And Magnus almost has his Kaya Yasha, which... No, he almost has Ags. Okay, my apologies. I was like, is he going... Wait, no, he has a Kaya. What is he building?
I think he's...
Is it Kaya Yasha?
No,
Or
he
is
is
it
going for the
casual
Ags
Kaya?
now. I think he
Okay.
might have been going for the Kaya Yasha earlier, but has switched his mind. As
he can go
does
back
sometimes
for it.
happen.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
I mean, he has it now.
Radiant's
He's 50
middle
gold
tower
away.
is under
The
attack.
Ags is
Part of
big.
it... Yeah, I think part of it was he was in high ground defense mode, and you just have to like spam out Skewer, or sorry, Shockwave, and so Kaya giving it a little bit more wave clear potential.
Put the bottle back in your inventory. Oh, come on. Alright, I mean, he can TP out. They're going to start getting some vision here with the Alpha Wolves. They're looking for some heroes on the high ground. It's going to be the Clockwork. He is going to be brambled up and taking a lot of damage from someone's, but a great rolling thunder on the backside and immediate egg Arpino! Can they break down the Pangolier? It's close, but it's not enough. He survives Clockwork, sacrifices himself to the dire gods, as now Phoenix will be the next to go down. Argius trying to get his hands here on this Darkseer, just needs a couple of auto attacks. Does he have the damage? He does. Meanwhile, K1 on the backside falling really low. That shockwave is going to finish him off. Potentially, he's so close to dying. The Skewer, how is he surviving? Argius throws the Stormhammer, doesn't have it, and now he's all alone on the backside. Dies to Dark Mago. A full team wipe. M80 come out ahead. I can't believe it. The Sven was not there to take down this gyro.
They are being kited, despite having the RP and the Lycan. Several times they're going on separate targets. I think Surge is doing a lot of work for them here, as well as the interrupt from the supports. But I don't know, maybe they were hoping for like the Wolf Bite to get Sven the hasted move speed, but he skipped Blink because of this, and I feel like there's several times where the RP comes in and the Sven is not immediately there, and I think that's really the combo you want.
Yeah.
That's going to cost them the Megas, and now they're going to go back for Roche.
There's a Dark Willow hiding in the trees over here, kind of waiting to contest it, but yeah, I mean, 16k behind, no way to really prevent M80 from getting Roche on at this point. And I was expecting Wolfbite as well, but Adrian, he switched up. He went back for Harpoon, and he's trying to finish the Bloodthorn now, which I feel like you just need to dump damage into this Sven. Like, he's the one securing these kills. He almost got the gyro, but it's not as easy for the Lycan to do that as compared to the Sven, right? And they will find the Dark Willow. Terrorize does come out, but he's just stalling this as Roshan's going to go through the portal.
Would have been a 6 steal. Actually, it would have been hilarious if someone was waiting at the other side of the twin gate and Roshan runs through with 100 health. You just snipe it and bolt. That would have actually been amazing.
It's going to have the free X, being that it spawned on Dire side, so I think you just give it to the Clockwork, yeah.
Nice. Easy scouting in these fights. If you can... So, I mean, all this comes down to the Magnus anyways. They've been doing well so far, but if you can just find the Magnus, keep his Blink on cooldown, even better. So you just spam out rocket flares at the start of the fight. Well, you have the Megas already, so you can just push in with them slowly, safely, drop the banner, let them slowly chip down the towers.
They don't have buybacks, and they don't necessarily know this, but Magnus for 25 seconds, you can get both these tier 4s in that time frame if they don't fort, which they will have to. But yeah, there's just the Roche banner, so nothing's gonna die here. And I don't see how they get to this Roshan's banner at all. Phoenix gonna dive in, try and slow this one down, even drop the egg. In comes Adrian, but who does he even find on this Lycan? He's not in a position to grab a target. There's the second egg, but again, the creeps aren't dying. It's doing a decent amount of damage here to the gyro. The Skewer back, they pulled him into the egg, but Sven is cleaning up the banner in the process, so the RP doesn't do much of anything. Flame Team grasping for anything to stay in this game, but I don't know how it's going to work out for them. The Terrorize will send back the Gyrocopter, but they've still got so much left in the tank, and now Melmisho baiting with this Ghost Scepter forces Argius into the grave, and that is going to be game 2, going the way of M80.
There was maybe a chance. Unfortunately, the Skewer broke the Harpoon from Sven, so he was trying to jump to the gyro and then ended up away from the gyro. But obviously, the game was very difficult before that point. I gotta say it was kind of close. Flame almost pulled it back, and I think there were times it was a pretty even game, but I think that Lycan, unfortunately, ended up being a pretty big miss in terms of what they were hoping from it. Starting off of the lane just not going nearly as well as I think it could have. So props to M80. They really turned it around from game 1, where I also think they had a pretty playable draft and just Flame brought it to them. I don't know if M80 needed the wake-up call, but this time it was a lot better. There were still some good skewers that made it close, but ultimately they did manage to close it off with a much better performance than game 1.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think they actually Flame probably could have very easily won this game. There was the fight at that bottom tier 2 where they get their nice like RP onto the gyrocopter, but they don't skewer him back. The terrorize doesn't go off. Sven doesn't make it into the fight, and it turns into what should have been like a quick 2 for 0 with like no deaths into just a 5 for 1. And I think that was kind of the fight that broke Flame pretty heavily here. And I think it's just a little bit of a miscommunication. Or you have to like choose different items this game, and I'm not sure which one it is, but M80 keep it cool this time. And I gotta say big props to El Misho on this Nyx assassin. He completely destroyed Flame Team from the lane stage. The fact that he was like level 6 when the Dark Willow was level 3 made this game very hard for the supports on Flame Team.
Yeah, he absolutely popped off and made it really difficult. Lots of good scouting, lots of good snipes on couriers, enemy heroes, all that to make the game easy for his team.
Yeah. We're going to go to a break, everyone, and then we'll be back with Game 3 of M80 versus Flame Team here. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life, it stays.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
wanna dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign. Yeah, had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullaby.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here. It is game number 3 of M80 versus Flame Team, a place a lot of people probably didn't expect us to beat, but we've made it. It's been a really intense series so far. I think Flame Team has had 2 really good drafts, potentially a little bit of missed execution here in game 2, but also M80 just stepping up the game from game 1 to game 2. Completely different looking performance from them. So I'm excited, man, what we're going to see here as we jump into the decider.
Yeah, in game 1, maybe M80 got a little caught off guard with the surprise Bloodseeker offlane, Morphling carry. Yeah. And we can give some credit to that. This time, still a little bit of a surprise, that early Lycan pick. Where is it going? They end up with a Sven carry. Not as big of a surprise, I imagine, for M80. So they get to go into the game with a little bit more, like a stable footing, I suppose. and it certainly showed. I do agree, though, that I feel like there was some itemization mistakes, especially from Flame.
Yeah.
And just changing up the items, changing up the execution a little bit. It was a close game already, so with just some adaptations, it could have been a win for them.
I 100% agree. I'm with you that on
Team bad.
that exactly. Like, to me, it really looked like a game that they were going or could have won,
Team bad.
but just a couple of small mistakes, which is easily fixable. You know, from a team perspective, especially, you know, some of these players are a lot more experienced than some of the other team, than some of the, or not the other team, but than some of the other members, right? Like, their mid laner, super young, super new to the pro scene in Dota, but he's got some more experienced players on his team that can kind of help make play calls, and those are just the little things that, you know, can make a difference between, you know, a tier 1 team and, you know, a tier 2 team in qualifying or not.
Dire team pick.
Looks like they're gonna run it back. M80 on the
Grab, right?
Ooh, switch up this time though. Instant Earthshaker instead of the Phoenix they picked up last time. Now Earthshaker got banned out in the second phase by M80, so it looks like this is how they want to change things up. I don't think it was the Magnus's issue in the mid lane, but I do think the Earthshaker being a lower cooldown playmaker than the Magnus. I know the ultimates are very similar, but having the much lower fissure and jumping around with the totem ags, that is much lower than Magnus. So maybe they like that faster paced play from game 1 compared to game 2, so they're going to grab the Earthshaker right away here.
I like this a lot because it still leaves the Magnus as a possibility if they want to grab it, because you could still
That's
easily
true.
do offlane mag. It works out well with Shaker,
5 seconds remaining.
but it's not a necessity. And I think he just absolutely crushed the Earthshaker in game 1. And if they want to go for Dark Mago's Pangolier again, it's probably we're gonna see the similar thing happen as before. They are prepping for the Pango pick. Actually, they just ban out the Bloodseeker immediately. That's wild if they're going to go the Pango again.
Yeah, I kind of wouldn't mind if you ban it out, but I also think you really know what you're getting versus that Pango. And if you want to instead focus on supports you could rotate over, that seems like what's happening. So they're going to take out the Tiny. If they do go Pango, you've stolen the Clockwork. Part of the reason that last game was different was that Pango got more help from the rotations. So if you're stealing those supports, then M80, we saw what happened. Pango versus Earthshaker game 1. Maybe he feels he just messed up a little bit. You know, that should go better. But for Flame, they should, you know, I can do it again. I can beat him in the lane, get my blink really quickly, and just start making plays for us around the map.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what they're going to do to kind of change up the draft here. I think the Clockwork is a nice steal, because we obviously know, like, it's a classic for M80. A lot of people will actually respect ban out El Misho's Clockwork or Moose's Clockwork. So either whoever plays it, they're both really good on this hero. So it's kind of nice to steal it. You have to pick something new for the Gyrocopter, and maybe it's just an Ogre. Wow, they actually just ripped the Pango. I feel like, do you feel like this is necessary to pick the Pango here?
I kind of agree that I think you could have held it longer, but at the same time, if you know you're going to take it, I'm also open to keeping the supports more open. For example, you're probably grabbing a strong support here. We've seen a lot of Bat Rider, you know, maybe Dark Willow against the Clockwork could be good. And this way you keep, okay, so it's going to be the Bat Rider. This way you get to see a little bit more information on one of the side lanes and then pick your second support. Whereas you pick both supports, revealing it to the enemy, they get to pick a good offlane against it, and then you go the Pango anyways. So I'm kind of okay with,
10 seconds
I think both teams saw the Pango coming, especially with that Bloodseeker ban.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team.
So if you're not hiding anything, you know, just do it. Holy crap.
Okay,
Dude, maybe you shouldn't have revealed the Pango.
So here's the thing. I know Kiri actually used to play a mean Tinker. So I am curious if this is going to be the 4 position or if this is going to be a mid tinker, because we haven't really
10 seconds
seen
remaining.
a ton of tinker outside of like a couple specific
5
players.
seconds
Hero
remaining.
players like Copy used to take this in the mid lane even when it wasn't super popular. And there's a couple like Chinese mid laners that would like to take this, but I'm wondering if this is just 4-position tinker and they're still gonna run Shaker mid. But I don't
could
know.
be-
This changes so much.
You could also do position 5 Tinker, because you grab the Dragonite carry, who's very stable, and you can leave him alone early while you
Ooh.
go farm and stack things.
I think I like that the most, actually. That's a really good call because you can play. Think of it like playing as like a Chen, right? It's just
Five
it's a
seconds remaining.
little bit greedier Chen, but
It's a
insane
better
essence break-
scaling
yeah,
late
leaves and
game
just-
Chen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
scales.
Dire team ban.
But I like the option. So they go for the Beastmaster. We just said Tinker takes time to come online. So if you can go really fast and punish a Tinker who wants to leave the carry alone, that could be a way to do it. Though now I kind of think you send Dragonite to the jungle and you just have Tinker in the lane using March of the Machines to slow down the push. That could also work.
10 seconds remaining.
The nice thing for Flame is that they have the last pick here, so you'll get to see everything and then decide
5
what you
seconds
want to
remaining.
do on where to put these heroes if they haven't already decided. It is looking like mid Shaker carry Dragonite, and seeing Batrider Beastmaster, that's, well, you
It's a
can
scary
do
lane.
Batrider 4 or 5.
I think Batrider Beastmaster is such a good offlane duo. And they actually ban out the Abaddon being a K1 classic, which is kind of interesting. So they're actually thinking it might just be a 5-position gyro.
Oh, that is
10 seconds remaining.
that is the nice thing about that flex,
Radiant
right?
Team pick. Dire team pick.
Okay, they just go back for the Ogre. So, something I mentioned earlier on, it's one of the other like tanky 5s that can play pretty well. Works well with the Gyrocopter. Not really punishable based on the current draft, so I'm curious what they can pick in the offlane here.
You need help dragging this game out, I
10
think.
seconds remaining.
M80 has gone for the fast-paced game. Not that their scaling is that
5
bad,
seconds
honestly,
remaining.
but I really do think you can't get run over at the start. And fortunately, a lot of these heroes are good. It's just the Tinker who... He's actually not bad at slowing down pushes, but you really need to get to level 6, which this lineup could take several towers before then if they have a good start. So I feel like you need an offlaner who's going to be ready to fight it out, at least trade towers, or be very good at holding towers. You got a lane well versus Gyro Ogre as well, which is a pretty strong lane.
That's where I'm a little bit confused on where these are going. I kind of typically would say pick Enigma, but Enigma actually struggles to Ogre Gyro.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a big issue. And Tidehunter also can be
Razor?
punished by the magic damage. Razor's not bad. The other one's like... Okay, they do go the Tide. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure because, like I said, you can just go like max Rocket Barrage on Gyrocopter and still find kills onto the Tide, but you are correct. It's the 5-position Tinker.
It's been a while since we've seen this. It's not as good as it used to be, but if you can get away with it, it reaches pretty much the same point that it used to be.
I don't know
And
if
the
we're gonna get
status
away with it, 'cause
resistance from Matrix is really good this game.
that is a very good point, actually. The Matrix kind of owns Beastmaster because you have to break it before you can go for the Roar. My biggest problem is that in order to get away with this, I feel like you need a little bit of
5 seconds remaining.
like space to be made for the Tinker from your carry, right? Who needs to be left alone. But Beastmaster Batrider is a super aggressive lane that you can't just leave a hero in. Like there's almost no heroes you can abandon in that lane. Like they will run you down and find kills. So
I think it should actually be the Tinker who stays in the lane because of that. Like, just press March of the
Yeah.
Machines
Yeah.
and let Dragonite go jungle. And who's going to punish him in the jungle with these heroes, right? You have to go through the tower first. So I think I would like to see that. My question is, how well does that top lane go? Like, you were just putting out the pros and cons of Tidehunter. That can be a tricky lane. But you have a Clockwork. So I'm thinking you just do some creep dragging, kind of just trade evenly there. And then as long as that bottom lane does not get dumpstered to start, I think that looks okay.
I guess Clockwork can help the Tide quite a bit with just cogs. Because I was thinking, I was like, I don't know what you do with the Tide Hunter here, because your Kraken Shell helps a little bit with things like Ignite, but Rocket Barrage just owns you, and this is one of those scenarios where you're into a double melee lane as Gyro, so you absolutely go Afterburner. A lot of times people go secondary strikes because it's just better for team fights, but Afterburner, if you can take advantage in the lane, can sometimes net you like an extra kill or even multiple kills, which gets you off to a really good start. So we're going to see K1 choose the Afterburner facet here into the Tide Hunter Clockwork, and I like it. I think it's a really good choice. We'll see how it ends up going in these lanes. We're going to see the mirror matchup we saw from game 1 of the Pangolier versus the Earthshaker mid. And that's the big one for me to watch, to see how different this is going to go. If you're an M80 fan, if you are cheering for Flame Team, you want it to go exactly the same as game 1.
Do you think Ogre Magi and Batrider can both rotate mid to help out early? Tinker, not really a rotating hero. Clockwork is, and we'll see if that makes the difference from game 1. Tinker is much greedier. If it's been a minute since you guys have seen this, Tinker, you get through the lane. He's really not the strongest laner, but you just want to try to make some stacks wherever you can, farm them with March of the Machines, and once you hit level 6, you hold the worst part of the map for your team, and then show up. Cobble. Yeah, pretty much. And then show up as needed. And by level 12, then you can show up at like any fight wherever. And it becomes very annoying. And once you have Matrix at a high level, you just keep spamming that on the key targets, which in this case, it could be Dragonite taking a frontline position, hitting buildings with defense Matrix on him. And that is so difficult to approach.
I love Dota so much.
Especially once you get the talents for it as well. Like 75 Matrix Barrier is pretty huge. I don't know if people actually go the status resistance talent on this over the Keen Conveyance channel time, because the channel time's pretty good, but I think from support, you might opt for the 10% extra status resistance, right? So you'd have 40% status resistance plus what is going to 100% always be a Sanj and Yasha built on the Dragon Knight. It'll be really hard to actually jump this, you know, whoever's sitting on the front line, whether that's either the Tide Hunter or the Dragon Knight. So I am excited, man. We've talked about how South America is one of the few regions that likes to kind of experiment and do things a little bit outside of the box with hero picks, and this is definitely one of them.
See if they can get a first blood to start themselves off. They're smoking in. The last time they didn't notice the Watcher getting captured. Hopefully they're more on it this game.
They're not clicking the Watcher this time intentionally. They're like, all right, they'll definitely be paying attention to it this time. They do get a good ward placed on the left side, though, so that's nice. And Adrian needs to be a little bit careful with the Clockwork here. They should be able to grab it. Nice movement from Almisho, though. We'll take the other one.
Ends up being a 2 for 2 because of it.
That's a really good push back there on that flame break. Now, these bots will help make the trade pretty even. It's actually Almisho. Needs to be a little bit careful there. Yeah, dude, those bots, it just healed so much.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to stop Dragon Knight from doing what he needs in this lane. Like, he's already got so much regen, and then you're going to heal him as needed with March of the Machines. Dragon Knight should get what he needs. The question is whether Tinker will get the space to do other things as well.
Yeah, you kind of have this small window, these first few levels, to try and prevent this Dragon Knight from becoming a big issue, or from being, like, kind of unkillable, just because he gets so much passive armor from Dragon's Blood as he goes, so right now he's probably the weakest. But bottom lane, I mean, this is exactly what I was worried about with his Tide Hunter pick. You do not do well against a Gyrocopter with Rocket Barrage, and this is Ogre without any spells. So he just runs him down with that Afterburner facet, and what can you do?
I feel like a bit of a mistake, though. His Clockwork is in the middle of pulling as well, so really should have just been very safely positioned. I guess he underestimated Ogre having no spells, thought he could kind of just do whatever, but It's going to cost them. It's kind of been a trend this series. I feel that the safe lane of M80 has been winning every time versus Flame.
Yeah. It's not super surprising. Like, Moose and K1 are incredibly experienced players, and they've been playing together or on various teams or even just pubs for like over a decade now, so you do have that going their way. Level 2 Ignite now available for the Ogre as he hits level 2, so not the best thing to throw on a Tidehunter, but if they can get the Kraken Shell off and put it on cooldown, he'll definitely throw it.
It's a couple cogs hits, but Ogre's tanky enough. Burning any of his mana, though, is pretty annoying, but he has 2 mangoes already. And he also has a stick versus a Tidehunter who has to use Anchor Smash a bunch, so should be alright. Top lane, it's a stack here. This is a pretty scary stack. Both teams can make really good use of this stack, and it could expedite the farm a bunch for either team.
Yeah. I think the level 3 is going to tell a lot here, and they actually just get level 2 on El Micho, and he's going to turn on the pressure immediately. It's his 3rd stack of that Sticky Napalm, but now you're fighting into the March of the Machines. They're actually just going to go ahead and trap him in here. A little bit of damage coming back the other way, but El Micho unable to keep those Napalm stacks up. Does manage to secure the Lotus, though, which is quite big. So, mid lane. It's pretty similar to what we saw previously. Shaker's starting to pull away in the last hits. That being said, Darkmago's not doing terrible. Like, this is actually a pretty good performance, and I think definitely better than what happened in game 1.
We certainly have more last hits, but the big part is also the denies, because that determines who hits level 6 first. Yeah. And that's where, again, Earthshaker is... He's got enough to make that difference. We'll see if that changes in the next couple of minutes.
Bottom lane, they actually get the Kraken Shell out of Adrian. They'll just dump a ton of damage in there now. It's smart that they're playing around it, right? Because you don't want to, like, ignite and have it immediately pop.
Clockwork? I don't know. He's been, like, creep dragging a little bit, but he didn't actually buy a Windlace or boots. So it's kind of more time cost than it should be.
Did get a double stack off, though.
That's true. I guess Tide will farm that to try to recover. Guess he feels he needs to be in the lane more, I suppose, to disrupt the way we were talking about. If you get the Kraken Shell to proc and then you run it down with Rocket Barrage, you need the power cogs to break it up. There's a lot of damage into a Dragonite.
Yeah, I mean, they've got him for sure. I like, right? Yeah, there's no way. And this is the thing, you'd already seen March of the Machines come out, and they use that as their opportunity to finally get aggressive in this lane. You have a lot of stacking damage, and this is exactly what I was afraid about. Yeah, it's all magic damage, right? So your only real save is that March of the Machines, or eventually getting Defense Matrix, but it's not like Defense Matrix dispels, right? That's the problem. If it dispelled, it would be a little bit OP. It'd be like better Abaddon.
We'd be so back. I'd be back to spamming Tinker support.
I think this is a scenario where we might see the Shaker like echo a stack in the jungle, but you could also be prioritizing giving Adrian those stacks so that your Tidehunter can kind of come online.
Seeing if they can rotate onto the Earthshaker. Ogre's coming in.
Not quite level 6. He's falling low. Ignite plus El Micho. He's dead, man. There's nowhere to go. Really nice rotation here in the mid lane. They even fortify the wave. And that will give Darkmago everything he needs. So he will hit level 6 first. He denies a full wave. That's a huge play from the side of that Mania, and a completely different approach to what happened in game 1.
Yeah, same concept though, which is that you need to help the Pango out, and that was the last window of opportunity they could do it, because he has Echo now. Now they should be able to get this return Ogre kill at least.
It's not. Oh, Darkmago's actually trapped on the wrong side of the fissure, and he just echoes to finish off the Ogre. Now, not the best echo, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, you want a kill or a stack out of that Echo, and technically got a kill, it is the Ogre. Mid would be obviously preferable, but you take what you can get. They are going to try to punish him though, since he has no Echo.
He needs to fissure
here
block
with the
this
power
off.
cogs.
Oh, really nice cogs. He's really struggling to stay on this, and the stuns, they're going to start coming out.
Tinker,
That
no
being said,
machines.
with Matt Ryder, there's nothing that they can do.
Did he just use him somewhere? He must have. Didn't have it available, unfortunately.
Trying to see if there's any jungle camps missing or something, but not seeing them. Such good pressure being asserted in the mid lane, and great adaptation from game one. Moose will get the D ward, knowing that it was placed here earlier. Your triangle is going to be under threat here fairly soon if you do not salvage this mid scenario.
Looks like Tide's coming in now. Tide is level 6. Maybe you can make a play around Ravage when these stacks are done. The supports are very under-leveled though, so you need to secure these stacks to get some levels back to the clock and not let these get stolen either. There's a lot of stack stealers on M80.
It's exactly what we saw in the last game too, right? The supports are kind of making the difference here for M80 and getting a lot done on the map. And we're going to see them make another rotation with K run to the top side, looking for this Dragon Knight. And actually doesn't find him, but he will just find a stack for free. So I don't think he's really that upset. That being said, behind the tower, the Tinker here is going to get caught. He does try and buy a little bit of space here, and Illich actually forced to run away. The Ravage comes out just to catch the Ogre of all heroes. And Gyrocopter nearby. They still trade, actually getting a 1-for-1 as Hector is going to be far enough away here to escape, it looks like. Well, I say that. Can he TP?
Shaker's coming from behind, but so is Beastmaster and Pango.
That is an amplified damage Pango. He is so dead. Yeah, Shaker just gets nothing out of this. And Gyro is still just walking away. You don't have Gush here on the Tide. Clockwork's going to try and cut him off, but yeah, Hector just walks it off.
That is so awkward. And this goes back to just not having a clean way to start fights right away. You need a lot. Ravage is their longest range initiation, and unfortunately it only catches the Ogre. I think he was hoping to hit the Beastmaster as well, but Beastmaster makes it to the edge in time, and once that's used, you really don't have too much. They are trying to invade the stack,
Careful,
though.
buddy. This Ancient, if you get echoed here, it's a lot of damage, so he's going to just echo it up, try and clear these camps as fast as possible, and it does a pretty good job.
Ogre steals a decent amount of this XP, though, at least.
Yeah, he gets a good ward place.
He's thinking about it, but I think Earthshaker's a little bit too healthy to attempt this. I say, he's going for it.
There's no way, sure.
Yeah,
Right? Like there's a Clockwork nearby. The call down actually connect.
Actually.
K1's in super deep. Even comes Dark Mago. Adrian here, no Ravage, but you gotta get something. You're kidding me. They actually bring him down with a flame break from behind the tower, and now K1 3v1 on his own. Can he get out of this one? It doesn't look like it. Great Cogs pullback from Kiri. We'll finish him off, and now Dark Mago with the Rolling Thunder doing some serious work here, just damaging up these supports, but not enough. Such a weird fight, but it still, honestly, I'd say favors M80. Yeah, you lose the Gyro, but you still got the Shaker, and Illich is just free farming top.
At least he already used Echo on the stack, so that you're kind of just waiting for that cooldown to come back up anyways. So that's a little bit of a positive. But you're right. Illich being free farming and getting that tower damage in is huge. Tinker coming up, maybe they can get something out of this. He's level 7 now, so March of the Machines, much stronger, has the rearm. Tinker is now online, and they didn't actually lose any of the tier 1 towers yet.
Yeah.
It's low, but it's still up, and this is where Tinker can hold towers very well with the March of the Machines.
Yeah, I'm actually really shocked this tower is not dead with how much space they had. And Kiri is sitting here just trying to soak his level 6, it looks like. Which, Gyrocopter's coming in. They see this rotation completely. March of the Machines man is coming. Call down is there. He gets the Matrix off, but Bastion, is he going to survive? They just beat it with that huge Ravage. He lives. Gyrocopter hits the deck and now moves on the run. That hook shot, it's up now. Can you get the Ogre and maybe this Beastmaster? They're hunting for him. Oh,
he misses!
Off the mark, but the Dragon Tail,
Okay,
it
he got it.
connects. He almost gets the tree plant to cut off the Dragonite. That would have been so huge.
Good tree cut. That was
tree
a
cut
nice bait by the supports. They saw the gyro wrapping around. They knew it was happening. They put the Tinker in front with the March of the Machines and the Matrix. Even if he dies there, it would still have been a really good fight. But the fact that he lives is just icing on the cake.
Yeah. I mean, he eventually died, right? But it was such a huge commitment that they were stuck there under the tower trying to finish the kill. And now that he has Holy Locket done, it's not going to be that easy to kill this guy. These machines heal a lot.
Too bad. This made me want to play Tinker support again. But I know it's not good. Not good in pubs. He needed a lot of space given his way in these in this match.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Yeah, you see him going around the map now. This is exactly what he wants. He's going to hold these towers as long as possible for his team. Hopefully still show up to help as needed. For example, this Tide can maybe use a bit of help.
Yeah. Rolling Thunder, Grit dodges for the moment, and in comes the heals. They lasso him, but he got the status resistance off for the moment. It's still too much. Bastion's going to go down, but he sacrifices himself to save the Tide.
Yeah, he probably lives too if he TP'd just a little bit shorter. Probably
Yeah,
not
didn't
even
get
in range of the
lasso.
lasso. But still,
Right.
for saving the Tide, that was roll, that was lasso. That's pretty good.
They know the heroes are still down here, and they are getting a blink delivered on the Shaker they don't know about. So we'll see if they can do something with this. You're 25 seconds away from the Ravage.
You want a big core kill. They've gotten a lot of supports with their ultimate so far. Might find another.
Searching. I mean, he's just gonna definitely be searching on the Shaker here. The problem, no real creep camps
Solo
for
the
him.
gyro.
I don't know if he can do it without help. He needs the clockwork to get in range.
Clock's coming. Echo with this camp, maybe? Hook shot? Hook shot? Hook shot? Hook shot? Where is it?
He's trying, and there it is from downtown.
Okay.
Kiri helps secures it. Good patience. They also get the tier 1 tower, which is great. So some more damage being secured there for Flame Team as mid lane Adrian just slapping Dark Mago. He's like, oh, you want to fight me, dude? I'll fight you. That
This is where
Vlad
Tidehunter
is
gets very
so good.
tanky.
Yeah. Vlad's Anchor Smash, plus he has 11 physical block on Kraken Shell already as well, so...
Bat Rider Blink.
Yeah, that was
What's with
rough.
Tide?
Yeah, he's a stuck moment for sure. Really nice kill from El Misho and Illich.
Very nice. That was close. The Kraken Dispel procced just a
As he
moment
got
too
up there.
late to save him from being cliffed, yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. And,
Not a bad
you
blink
know,
reveal.
Beastmaster's about to have a blink as well. I mean, this guy is super farmed. We've seen games where, like, Beastmasters, when they just get the space, just continue to out-farm everybody on the map, and you never really slow down. Like, there's never a moment where you're like, oh, now that we're 40 minutes into the game, the Beastmaster falls off, right? It's like, that's just not a thing. This hero stays ahead and will continue to have immense impact.
Yeah, I think something M80 adjusted really well from in game 1 is that they put way more attention to the Earth Shaker. So he's having a much worse game, and he is the low cooldown playmaker for his team. But he's just been behind. M80 making sure to rotate on him several times early.
I like how El Misho and Bastion are just fighting for creep camps here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dragon Knight clearing up some stacks, getting towards his Sant and Yasha, which, as you know, kind of just the standard build for this hero. Armlet into SNY.
Is under attack.
And once we have more points in this defense matrix, it'll start to make a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this will play out because there's actually a lot of AoE damage from M80, and that's what March of the Machines is really good against. But there's actually so much AoE damage that it's probably faster than what March of Machines can do. So I think there's this scale, depending on how many aura items you have, how the fight goes, that either March of the Machines helps you survive through everything, or they can kill you straight through it.
So I just saw the numbers. The Ignite did 0 damage through March of the Machines. It is actually 100% absorbed. And that was just like a single March that he dropped. So stuff like that is pretty concerning in terms of like your damage output. And if you decide to eventually build like Pipe or something like that on the Tinker as well, it becomes even scarier.
Yeah, I think Pipe and Aura armor items will be huge. The longer this fight goes, the better for Flame. You will win the long fight. I'm talking like 30 seconds to a minute. But you have enough AoE damage that if you can get a really good fight in the 5 to 10 second window where you kill several heroes, then M80 will be able to clear up the rest.
The question is, who do you start the fight on if you're M80? Do you look for this Tinker, or do you just try and burst heroes like the Dragon Knight? Oh, we're going to see them get a Dragon Tail. The big Ravage comes out from Adrian. Beastmaster is out of the fight. Now, Dark Mago with this Rolling Thunder doing some work, and these cogs have actually kind of trapped everyone inside this Firefly, so a really fast response from Flame Team there. And the hook shot actually caught him. Kiri gonna chase El Misho here, and I think he's got him. That's a huge kill if he can finish him off here. Ooh, gonna fly away. He's got a blink in 1. Trying to escape. The March is not going to make it in time.
Good escape. Waste some time as well. Very nice from El Misho. Back to your question earlier, I do think you want to find this Tinker right away. That would be ideal. If you can take out Earthshaker or a Dragonite potentially, those are also great targets, but they're very tanky. Earthshaker a little less so this game because he's not having the best time, especially because you're seeing Tinker do stuff like this. A little bit greedy farming, but that's just the nature of having a Tinker on your team. He needs to do this kind of stuff to have impact. It's a very greedy support.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
His Kiri build is in his courier. Okay, just nothing. He's got brown boots.
So poor.
He's got like a blade
What's
belt
he
queued up.
buying?
He's
I don't
like,
understand,
guys, I don't know.
He can't decide what he wants to get, I suppose.
Oh, that was so close to finding the Ogre. Now, this means that they know Roshan should be happening, and Illich, yeah, he's gonna get scouted. Adrian hits him with that gush, and blink in. Fissure will skew, like, block off the
wrong
retreat,
way.
but... Oh, he just blinks over the
blinks
wall.
over it! Oh, no. All right, well, you stopped Roshan being done.
Take it, though.
Yeah, this is what I thought would happen earlier off that last fight, but they make it just in time to push off M80 and now get the Roche for themselves, and you're not going to push into this. Maybe they kept track of the exact Ravage time, but...
It's Fissure
He's
blocked.
trying to get out.
He's Fissure blocked. That's cool. Really smart play there.
All right, suddenly Roar and Roll. Those are one-time uses. Kill his Dragonite twice, and he's going to have Defense Matrix and March of the Machines for both lives. Where things get really tricky. And Flame Team can finally try to start balancing out these towers. Go get mid tower. Get some tier
El
2s.
Misho gets the lasso here. Now the question is, can they burst him in time? He's got 20 Holy Lock-in charges. Rolling Thunder comes out. He will be brought down. All right. So lasso and Rolling Thunder to grab the Tinker. Big kills. As El Misho, he really wanted that Wisdom. You can see he was queuing that blink to head that way, but good read here from the side of Flame Team.
Nice find on the Tinker, kind of knowing he's the one who can move around the map the fastest. He's going to go try to be map efficient, go farm on his own half of the map. So if we could go snipe a kill real quick, the rest of his team is probably still scattering out of the Roche pit.
precious bounty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Tormentor's not looking so hot here. M80, you need to run. Yeah, okay. That was a little close.
They need one more hero for that.
Your gyro has enough damage, but definitely not enough sustain.
Ogre Shard will be really good this game versus Dragon Knight if they can get it.
Yeah. Some big items coming out for both teams, actually. I actually really appreciate that the Dragon Knight's just going straight damage. He's got a Daedalus queued up. He knows he's gonna have the Tinker and the Tidehunter and the Clockwork behind him. So he is just gonna go straight damage. Now Pango does have his
3,300 health anyways. It's actually so much.
Both Aghanim Scepters are up for the mid laners now. Dark will go, you need to be careful here, my guy. And a Rolling Thunder. He's going to be able to get that off, but there is a hook shot available. If they want to go for it, they will not. Okay, give it up.
Dire's top tower
They're still
is under
moving a
attack.
little bit. Do they have vision here? Oh, close.
Good attempt. Space made, though, from this Pango.
Yeah, they're down to 2 minutes on the Aegis timer left. They got the mid tower, but that's about it so far. If you can at least get one tier 2, I think you're relatively happy with this first Roche. It looks like they're setting up bottom. So they're pinging to make sure their creep wave doesn't get cut.
Are scanning.
Yeah, Beastmaster just can't even push top anymore. Like, he gets the wave, but then Tinker's always here to de-push. Bottom lane, El Misho. Blinks, forces away, but here comes the Shaker. Gets to block him off for the moment, and yeah, you're not going to get too far away at this point. That's a quick kill. They get the tier 2 tower in the process.
And you look at the tier 3, you have everything.
50 seconds on Aegis? I think you should, right? You just keep marching behind the Dragon Knight. You have two Solar Crests. As Clockworks is coming on the Courier right now. You gotta do something. He's gaining health here outside your tower. Solar Crest with these matrices being dropped over and over. Now they might get the Aegis here. He's got about 15 seconds. The backdoor protection actually pops. Saves the tower for a second. Oh, they drew a nice little Cogs and Fissure here to block off any sort of punish here.
They want to go again with this next creep wave.
I think they can, right? No Rolling Thunder?
Maybe they're not.
They're
I thought they
afraid.
were going to. Someone drew the line, but I guess the rest disagreed.
Hey,
Like,
pop
no.
Dragon form.
They're instead
They're
going to look
smoking
for
across.
another fight into the Watcher, though. Unfortunate.
Oh, they actually get him with the dead in the water, and I think Dark Mago, he's just dead. He can't get away from this.
That was a little
shard-
scary. The power cogs almost pushed him off.
That shard pickup, I did not see it from the Tidehunter, but super difficult for the Pangolier to deal with.
They didn't finish bottom, but it's so low. I think we can effectively say they did get to break the high ground with that first Aegis, which is quite nice.
Middle tower is under attack.
And they
Flame?
look like they're going to get mid-tier 2 as well.
Yeah, there's... M80 has a 3k lead, but it really feels like Flame is more in control of the game right now.
Radiant's middle
They
tower
think they're
is
behind the
falling.
DK, I'm pretty sure. But
Well, he's about to walk through a ward, and
Well, Bastion might be in some trouble top lane. He's gonna get stunned up. Call down, everything dropped on top of the Tinker. He's trying to survive. Living longer than I expected. They have to BKB to secure this kill.
you take those, actually. BKB for the Tinker 5 kill.
Mid lane, El Misho might find a solo kill here on Nakiri. Hook shot actually off the
lasso
mark.
timing.
Yeah, really good lasso from El Misho as well. That being said, Dragon Knight and Tidehunter are nearby, but they are too afraid to fight, it looks like.
Wait, did he miss the
Yeah, I think it
I thought he hit, but then the lasso like pulled him out of it at the same time.
Oh my god. Alright, that minus armor into a Daedalus, quite good. There's a lot of damage. 766 damage auto attack onto that ogre.
And he just got a tier 3. Might be boosting his damage a little bit further.
Oh my goodness. Batrider just barely lived. Earthshaker is about to delete him from the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm surprised, dude. I don't know how M80 is ahead. They have a 4K gold lead now, but they've lost 2 outer towers, almost a tier 3.
They've been doing a good job of playing the map. Illich especially has been farming a lot. We haven't seen him be able to make as many plays recently, but he's been spending that time farming very heavily, and he's actually really close to a nullifier, which is really good versus Tinker because it dispels the defense matrix and all the buffs that you want to apply to your teammates as well. For example, the 2 solar crests they've built up. So that's going to be a huge purchase.
Yeah, he's got it.
Dire's bottom tower
Though I don't know how it interacts. If you have defense matrix on already and then you get nullified, does the nullifier still get the status reduction?
That, I don't know. Those types of interactions I can never remember.
Niche ones.
Ooh, really good start to the fight here. They've got the roar onto the Dragon Knight. They're rolling thunder it as well. You're just in way too far on Flame Team. Nobody here to back you up, and now Adrian has to take the slow walk away here, but I don't know how well that's going to work as they manage to find the Tinker as well.
They're still thinking about fighting.
Amplified damage on Shaker. He goes up onto the high ground. The Ravage comes out. They don't
turn
need
it.
the gyro. But can they find more? This Shaker needs to get a lot done. Tries to blink away. He's going to make it out, but Adrian, he's not going to be as lucky here. This Beastmaster will eventually whittle him down. That's a 5 for 2. They just went into this fight without the whole team, right? Like,
Yeah, very scattered approach. I guess they didn't expect to be jumped right there. They thought they had time to set up in this triangle and then everyone show up, but yeah, fast boost from M80. Overall a big win, though Flame Team being able to find a gyro kill in the middle of that is also quite nice. It does mean that if this Roche were up, M80 would feel forced to take it, but not be able to put it on the gyrocopter. Unfortunately for Flame Team, it's actually, or maybe fortunately, I'm not sure, it's not up yet, so it looks like there's going to be one more fight for Roche now, down to the bottom lane. They're not in position, though. They got to get down here quickly.
I mean, this is going to be really hard to invade now. Both teams know Roche is not up, but M80 in a pretty good spot here to contest.
Yeah, without Ravage, this should be easier for M80. Depending on the Roche spawn time, which is actually up now, and M80 knows. If it had been a longer spawn, you get a bigger window where you can take advantage of the map because you have Tinker and push things in. But
Shaker
now,
is so far away.
he also doesn't have Echo for 15 seconds. I don't think you can get this. Oh yeah, it's so fast actually.
I mean, your Shaker was like behind the mid-tier 2 farming. So your Clockwork had to run all the way back to give him the smoke, and because of that, you don't have like your hook shot player combo in the pit to try and snipe it.
Looking for a kill as they scatter. Scan connects from M80 so they know where Flame Team is.
Escort
Second
away.
smoke.
is under attack.
They want to keep going. Rocket Flare direction gonna let them continue to know what's happening.
Elmisho is in such a good spot right now. Adrian's gonna be the one that they actually scout first. Elmisho just immediately BKBs. That's great for him. Dark can go with Rolling Thunder. He's gonna be able to get that off, but a nice cogs out for Curie to disrupt this fight.
Ravage is up.
Ravage is up. Echo is up. This is the fight for Flame Team. Can they turn this around? They've got to get Dark Mago here. He's on the low ground, but he gets the blink up to the high ground. He's out. Moo's in a really good spot to disrupt. Adrian still looking for this Ravage combo, but the Roar is out onto the Dragon Knight. He needs some help. Adrian now, the attention being dropped towards him. There's the Ravage. Can the Tidehunter get in? He's going to go for it. The Echo is out, but your Dragon Knight, he's just getting beat down by this Mango. They get the kill onto the Beastmaster. The regen coming out now from this Gyro as well. An absolute mess of a fight, but the long fights, like you said, paying off for the side of Flame Team is Hector. He's got to run. Dragon Tail's up after this Mask of Madness. It's going to connect. The chain stun. Oh, what a great Flame Blade there, but they get it done. The patience pays off from Flame Team.
That was a very close fight. But being able to live just long enough that eventually the Ravage comes out, catching two, the cleave from the Dragon Knight can come back in to start working them down, and the healing from the Tinker. And there was so much, because it was such a drawn-out fight there. He used rearm 8 times in that fight, it looks like. This is at least 2 sets of backs. Well, it's actually a little... Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the ult.
I was going to say, you can't buy back on your Gyro. He doesn't have it. You don't really want to buy back on Pango Beastmaster, so you'll pop the fortification. You can at least get the ranged barracks. Elmisho is looking for the lasso, but who does he find? It can only be on the Tinker or the Earthshaker. You do not want to grab the Tide. They actually just get both lanes. Can they quickly disengage? Bastion gets the TP out. Fissure perfectly timed to stop the Pango. We're looking for Kiri at least. Will he find him? Really good ward is scouting this entire rotation. Dude, Flame Team take the fight into Aegis. They win the fight and take 2 lanes of barracks.
I really
that was a 10,000 gold swing.
Yeah, I was not sure about the second smoke into it, but they identified we're really strong with Ravage and Echo available, and we can still do this. That was some impressive calls from Flame. Now, it was kind of close. It could have backfired, and maybe M80 is now taking barracks.
They made the right call on M80. They're like, if we don't kill Tidehunter right now, we're gonna lose the fight. And they actually just double BKB'd and tried to kill him with like the Gyro and the Beastmaster, but he is so tanky and difficult to kill, especially with the Tinker behind him. And as soon as they realized that, like, all right, we're not killing the Tidehunter, or I guess when Flame Team realized the Tidehunter wasn't gonna die and he gets Ravage off, that fight was over.
This is where Tide is kind of good versus Gyro as you get later into the game, because Gyro has a lot of smaller hits with the Aghanim's, but Kraken Shell at this point, he has the facet Kraken Swell, so he's blocking over 100 damage per attack, and Gyro doesn't have a Daedalus yet. He's working on it, but it's still a bit away, so like half-ish his damage is being blocked, and then you factor an Anchor Smash if BKB's not up, and it's even more after that. So it just takes way too much to focus down this Tidehunter.
Yeah,
I don't think they have any source of break
talent.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to get break for them either. So it's just going to be hard forever until someone decides to get a Silver Edge, which is kind of weird.
Silver Edge or just Divine Rapier.
Yeah, that's another way to make 100 damage not so meaningful.
But yeah, Adrian is super tanky. I love the Shiva's purchase as well. Allows him to kind of stay on top of these heroes. They don't even have a lot of magic damage, right? But it's just a great armor item for him. And the vision as well as just the healing reduction pays off big against heroes like Beastmaster. Yeah, and here we go. It's the high ground speech.
Last one.
Nisho, you would love to get a lasso, but again, so much status resistance being offered by this defense matrix, and it's going to expire now. El Misho, his blink gets broken for a second, but they're still thinking about going in. He goes to the backside. He actually finds the Shaker. Lasso doing some work, but can actually break them down. He can. He gets the BKB, leaps away, and Bat Rider hits the deck. Dark to go. Also just getting killed underneath this Rolling Thunder. Roars out. They caught the Tinker. Adrian on the backside just soloing off the Ogre, and now here comes the Ravage. The Echo Slam connects. They take down the Gyro. He's got no buyback. Your Dragon Knight is perfectly tanky. Kiri trying to survive on the backside. They're looking for Dark Mago now. He's trying to leap away, but can you even kill this Tide? He turns it around dead in the water onto the Beastmaster to blink in. The Dragon Tail stun as well. Beastmaster, he finishes off the Earthshaker. Adrian's
playing a little too long.
El Misho is just ripping through these heroes, and Kiri, he goes in to try and finish him up, but he just doesn't get the kill. You all die at the tier 4s.
I think they start to feel a little too good about getting the megas. The problem is they were actually being kited at the end. They kept going for different targets and moving around, but the blink is backpacked on the Dragon Knight, so they just spend a lot of the fight running back and forth under the tier 4 towers, and it did cost some buybacks, but ultimately you drag it out long enough and wipe Flame Team. Now, what can you actually get out of this? Because there's still 2 tier 2s up. Oh, if you can find this Tinker, that's huge. Okay, he's out.
That's a nullifier on Pango now, too.
Ooh,
so
nullifiers?
Yeah, 2 nullifiers is pretty big, because now it's not just the Beastmaster who can find this Tinker and kill him. Like, the Pango can also do it. And it's easier for him to do it with Rolling Thunder. That being said, he finished a BKB on Tinker as well.
Yeah, that did so much work in that last fight. They had to spend so much time focusing him while he continues to use spells. Eventually they kill him, but it's what let Flame Team win that fight initially, and then they got distracted a little bit, and then it ended up in the favor of M80, but I do think that BKB person was really smart by Bastion.
Let's see the Roche timing here. Super long, almost max duration Roche. So
that's a huge plus for Flame Team. Not only do you have the Tinker, but now you have Mega
light
Creeps.
everything up.
Yeah, it's so hard. You can push out lanes enough to go contest Roche for a moment, but at some point you will then have to go back to your base, otherwise you're going to lose to Megas. This is where Flame Team just plays the patience game. You don't have to force Roche, just make sure M80 doesn't snipe it, and eventually they'll have to go back home to deal with Megas, and then you can take it safely.
Yeah, they can just set up bottom here and kind of just wait, right? Because you have a Tinker who can just teleport back and cut any wave, or push a lane, you know? And that's the other thing that's really scary. If you're M80 and you decide, like, all right, we have to go contest Roche, like you're saying, you have a window. That window is significantly shortened if there's a Tinker marching the machines, like shoving the waves as well.
Tinker also took an Ascetics cap, so pretty much guaranteed to get the BKB off, and unless you want to commit Roar or Lasso to him, he's out of there. And yeah, you can get him, but that means the Dragon Knight's hitting freely, Echoes are coming in.
Dragon Knight's also level 25.
Radiant are scary.
Very tanky.
Yeah, I love just being Tidehunter and having 110 damage reduction. That's super cool.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
One of my favorite things on Tidehunter is if you manage to get this bonus damage early and you're playing against like illusion heroes like Chaos Knight or something, and he like reality rifts you and you just anchor smash and you take 0 damage. It's good stuff.
One of my favorites is seeing carry Tidehunter, anchor smash, and kill all the CK.
Oh yeah, that's when you transition, right? You know, you're getting later in the game, you're like, all right guys, I've done my job supporting.
Daedalus.
I'm gonna build a Daedalus and this overwhelming blink. No one will stop me. Get to your level 25, you know, build a Hyperstone into a Moon Shard.
I'm ready. Do it for us, Adrian. A long spawn, so they've all got to just sit here, Tinker, having a great time while this is happening. He's like, no, you guys got to hold that position. It's really important. Don't worry. I'll farm the rest of the map. Everybody stay over there.
Lincoln. I mean, they built up a substantial gold lead here on M80, but it's just going to be slowly getting chipped away here.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually amazed they have a gold lead. Like, how is that possible? They've been mega.
Yeah, a lot was lost
And have to buy back.
in the tier 4 deaths there. It was dead even. It was literally like a 10 to 20 gold difference right before they all died on the tier 4s. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy the farming efficiency that they've had to outfarm a Tinker, though perhaps that is part of the reason that Flame has managed to find some fights to then get back into this, perhaps. I don't know.
Oh, there's the Roche. Aegis Cheese Refresher. That Refresher is absolutely going on the Tidehunter. And yeah, why not give him the cheese as well? Oh, I love this. Shadowblade on the Earthshaker. He's hunting Beastmaster. He will not find him. Really good read into the TP out.
Does mean you're going to be stuck in the base again for a while now, though.
Cliff Blink on the Dragon Knight, now that he's level 25. Going for the Moon Shard. I mean, it's really all you need is attack speed at this point. If you can get like 4 or 5 auto attacks into a hero while in Elder Dragon form, it's just gonna die.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Divine Rapier check, where are we? 1,500 gold. We'll see if he gets there.
I mean, the flash cannon.
Oh, that is awkward. Bastion just BKB'd on the Tinker.
Don't worry. The BKB is lower cooldown because he's Tinker.
That is, okay, actually not wrong. The fact that it's up in 58 seconds as opposed to 70 is kind of big.
It's tough. It's bound to happen sometimes.
Jesus, 95. Holy crap.
That is obviously very unfortunate. You could have probably pushed twice with this Aegis. You know, go once, it doesn't quite work out, you back off. If you still have Aegis, go again later, once the cooldowns are all back up. But now having to wait for this BKB and then you go, I think you only get one push now. Not that M80 knows, right? I don't know where he misclicked the BKB, but I'm guessing it wasn't in vision, so they're just, oh, we gotta be safe, guys. It's in the base, they're choking us out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing. Yes. Hold the map.
They just TP's mid on the Tinker, delivers a gem to his Clockwork, and they will smoke up, start to head towards the enemy base here. M80, see what they can do. Finding the Beastmaster behind the tower would be huge. They actually catch him. Can the hookshot follow it up? Great force staff to buy some space. Do get that rolling under the lasso. Is going to pull the Dragon Knight in really deep. Does have that Aegis for 2 minutes, but the double lasso.
He's so far back. You got to get in there and ravage.
He has to save AB immediately. Yeah, there's going to be the roar. Can they actually save? Argus looks like they're just going to give him up. Look for the tier 4s instead. He's going to buy back into this fight, though. Ravage comes through here from the Tide. They're now looking to just take down the Pangolier. Do they have it? He's so dang low. Gets that off for the moment, but he's dead. Buyback now coming through. Dragon Knight is back. Dragon Tail catches the Gyrocopter. K1
Divine Rapier just got delivered.
He's got a roar. They turn around onto the Gyro. Can they actually bring down the Dragon Knight? They've got it. He's going to BKB now. Look to try and just find his opening. He gets tossed the cheese. What a play. But now this Gyrocopter's still too damn strong. Argus falling low. Bastion blinks in, trying to keep alive. Gets the blind onto the Gyro, but it's not enough. Here comes the Satanic. They're just falling one by one. Adrian, he's desperately trying to get the tier 4s, but it's not going to happen. M80 hold, and it forces so much out of Flame Team.
Tinker not having Blink. So he went to BKB this game. No Blink means he can't actually get to the Dragon Knight to help him out. Dragon Knight bought back. This... I'm trying to decide if this is over or not. Gyro has a Divine. He's going down. There's a tier 2 up.
You only have 2 forts, right? You have the fortification from that you have currently, and then the melee racks. But you could just take this and then just opt to go straight for tier 4s. Yeah. They're gonna try and stall this up as much as possible with the cogs and the clock and the fissures, but
Clock might have needed to go cut midway because he has buyback. He can take the risk.
All right, first fort.
Or someone be ready to like bots
I think
into
you
the
just
base.
dive. I think you just dive. You know
do,
there's
you
no
have
buyback on these heroes.
What? Okay, you can either go for the win now, or you take the racks and you go back to sitting in your base for it.
You just gave him a second fort, though. All right, here we go. Rax is down. Second fortification's available. Dark Mago with that Rolling Thunder, level 25.
Keeping the
It's
catapult
so
alive.
They're going to jump in. They look for the Echo Slam and catch the backline, but the damage from this gyro is way too much. And M80 are just running through Flame Team now. The throne is exposed. The last fort comes down, but it's 4 heroes just wailing away at it. Adrian, you're tanky, but not tanky enough. Gyrocopter has done it. M80 have done it. They will take the series with an incredible comeback.
Wow. Flame Team's gonna feel a little bad about that one.
That hurts.
The double lasso to pull Dragonite so far back, and he didn't have the defense matrix on him. They have multiple Lotuses. I don't know. They had way too much confidence in the Aegis, I guess, but they needed to prep him so that doesn't happen. And then just back out. Honestly, you lose him, you just back out, that's fine. But they decided to really commit for that, thinking like they used all their cooldowns, like we should go, we can finish it. I get that logic, but maybe this is where the timing was just really nice. The Divine Rapier arrived just in time for that moment, and they were able to hold out and win because of that. A lot of things lined up right there for M80 to pull that out of the jaws of defeat.
The refresher reveal on Batrider there is actually just game winning. And the fact that they're not ready on Flame Team, like you said, to back up the DK there as he's going for it, like you need to have the Lotus Orb on this hero, right? You can't allow him to get like blink lassoed and dragged out. Like you need to have the Lotus Orb ready, and that's like what you need to play around. But El Misho catches them just slipping up for a split second, and that's the difference between some of these more experienced players. Like El Misho has a long competitive history behind him, and he is so good at forcing errors out of enemy teams, and this is one of those, right? The double lasso, drag back to the fountain, and Flame Team in that moment are like, they have to make the decision. They either back out as 4 and just give up the DK and the Aegis, or you try and overcommit and end the game. And in this time, they tried to commit to end the game, and it just backfires.
Yeah, like you said, a stack that recently came together. Which, first of all, they're not eliminated. Flames just going to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Pretty good, impressive performance from them. Honestly, I really expected them to be heavy underdogs into M80. Made it look very close, but these kind of decision-making moments, the very last second, split second decisions, and like this has to be this. We need these heroes here to do this. If it's not there, we can't commit. Like all that, way easier if you're an experienced team, having had a lot of time to talk through those mistakes. When you're a new team, you make the mistakes, and now you got to discuss and you build it up. So unfortunately, it got them in game number 3 here, but I kind of wouldn't be surprised if they have a decent run in that lower bracket. They looked pretty good. I liked some of their creative drafts, maybe some itemization discussions to be had that could have made game 2 easier for them, and then they wouldn't have gotten to this game 3. But overall, pretty competitive versus a strong team like M80.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that is really surprising. The team looked really good. So I think like definitely, keep their heads held high. They've still got their run in the lower bracket possibly that they can make, but this was just a really good hold from M80, and just got to give them credit. Like there's a reason, a lot of these players have been around as long as they have, and they will advance in the upper bracket where they will be playing either Infamous or Looking for Org, which I think currently is either still happening or is just about to end. But we've got our next series coming up here in just a little bit. I want to say about 35 minutes away. It's going to be happening on the hour. And we should be up, I think, with Fusion versus Perro Negro, if I'm not mistaken. So we saw Perro Negro in the last qualifier. Surprise a lot of people. It's a really stacked team, great players, and Fusion, I think, is the big standout from the last qualifier. This team looks really good.
Yeah, should be a fun series, and we'll get to see who learned and improved from the last qualifier the most.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go to a break, everyone. We'll be back in, like I said, about 35 minutes with our next series. Stay tuned for more here on the ESL One Raleigh closed qualifiers. We'll see you then.
Mountains are melting. There's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be absurd by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be absurd by you to reveal my black desires. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in, take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. side.
Serotonin slide with me, sequin in the light, embarking your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side, stars up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a little bit since our last series. We had a nice little break to catch back up. I had some lunch. I don't know. What did you do during the break, Zach?
I also had lunch.
Nice.
Pretty
Good
good.
stuff. Good stuff. We've got a super fun series coming up next year. We're still in the upper bracket. It's day one of the qualifiers here for ESL One Raleigh. And coming up next is going to be Fusion versus Perro Negro. We saw both of these teams recently in Dream League. Fusion, I think, looked a little bit more convincing, but Perro Negro was also one of those teams that caught a lot of people off guard. It's stacked with some great old school talent, with some new school talent, and yeah, I think they could absolutely take a series here against Fusion, but it's going to be difficult. Fusion looks very good.
Yeah, I think Fusion, if you missed it in the Dream League qualifiers, they made it all the way to the end, eventually losing to Heroic 3-0 in the grand finals, which sounds like kind of one-sided. To some degree it was, but the games were also closer than that. Yeah. Then in the last, the other qualifier that just happened before this, the PGL qualifiers, they went 3-2 versus, they're currently known as Looking for Org. It used to be Team Waska, also a very good team. So I feel like they're going to be very motivated as qualifiers, making it to the end twice, but just falling a little short. I hope both those losses have been learning experiences so that they can finally come in here and get themselves the win, get to go on to the event, because that would be really fun for them.
And I think the thing that's nice is that a lot of these teams in South America are so evenly stacked. I think Heroic is the one team right now that does look like they might be a little bit level above some of the other teams. Mm-hmm. But this is also one of those things where, like, it's definitely possible for these other teams to catch up, but it's also very much the case where any of these other teams can win a series. Like, we almost just saw Flame Team beat M80, right? Which I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected. We could very well see Perro Negro taking down Fusion. On the other stream, Looking for Org actually ended up losing to Infamous. So like the actual quality of the teams here is very high, and the like difference between these different teams, it's a terrible sentence, is very close, right? So I'm always excited to cover the South American quals just because it's always super heated, very entertaining.
Yeah, I agree. You never fully know who's gonna go where, what's gonna happen. The drafts get some very common picks, and then boop, surprise, lane counter. Here's the Viper. Here's the Huskar. Things get a little chaotic like that. So should be pretty fun as we move into the draft for game number 1 here.
10 seconds.
Let's see what happens.
Why am I surrounded by such peons?
5
I would
seconds
really like to
remaining.
see some new heroes,
Team ban.
but that's just me getting like a little tired of the patch, you know? Very different bans in this series already from what we saw last series. Earth Spirit was completely ignored in the
10
previous
seconds
series, if I'm not
remaining.
mistaken. I don't even think I saw it banned. It was not
Radiant
picked.
team ban.
Even
Whereas-
Invoker to a degree, also been,
Yeah, even
ignored a
Invoker.
little.
So they're really prioritizing some
Dire
specific
team ban.
mid lane bans here against Perro Negro, which makes sense, right? Their mid player is probably one of the more experienced players in
10
this
seconds
stack,
remaining.
Slatums. He is also a mean Tiny player,
5
so it's something I'm going to keep my eyes
seconds
on as well. Like, both these teams could definitely use Tiny, but I think Slatums plays it a little bit more, whereas Leo Style would prefer things like Ember Spirit, Shadow Fiend, stuff like that.
Yeah, I gotta say these bans are a little bit more standard than than the last series. Like last time we had like a Morphling ban, Dawnbreaker, I think.
Yeah.
These are more what we see a lot of the teams do. Some of the stronger power picks. If I had to guess, I don't really have a sneak peek info into the behind the scenes stuff, but as a recently put together team on the side of Flame, that's where you prioritize bans that are more player specific. Like, oh, this guy's a Lycan player, this guy's a Dawnbreaker player. It's like they probably don't have too many drafts formulated as a team yet. Just like target their best heroes. You see that a little bit more than the more established teams that kind of follow the meta a little
5
closer.
seconds remaining.
So, for example, here we got the Phoenix Bat Rider. We saw that as a response a lot. Since that's banned out, maybe we see the Muerta. Who's still in here? Monkey King is one that did not get banned this time. Same with the Dragon Knight.
Dire team ban.
Phantom Assassin.
Wow,
What?
that is such an early Phantom Assassin pick. I will say that they actually ran this hero a ton in the last qualifier. I want to say more so than almost any of the other teams. And other teams started to kind of adopt it. We saw more PA
10
kind of slipping through the
seconds
cracks, but second overall pick, Phantom Assassin,
5 seconds remaining.
is so bold when you see none of your lane
Yeah.
matchups.
This is
Team ban.
bit early for my comfort personally. So usually you wouldn't do this because 1, you can now pick an offlaner good versus PA, give her a hard time. But 2, you can't really flex PA. She doesn't really have other places to go.
10 seconds
So your whole draft can
remaining.
kind of counter her, and she's still going to be the carry. That's
5 seconds remaining.
kind of
At least
it.
that's
Like,
what we think.
that is so true. That's what foolish casters would think, but little do you know. I mean, I'm up for it. Show me the position 4 PA again, right? But can't say I believe in it. I don't even think she's one of the better carries right now. It's more when all the other carries are banned out, and then you kind of need a break. You're against a Beastmaster. That's when she comes in. I really don't think she's a first phase worthy hero. Now with Dawnbreaker being revealed as well, she's got a little more room for flexing, but mostly an offlaner, mostly a carry, revealed for the first 2. Gotta say, pretty surprising opening to the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Is Nyx banned already? Yes. Okay, that makes a lot of sense because Nyx is insanely good versus both those heroes.
I'm like sitting here trying to think in my head. I'm like, what heroes can I pick right now that would just be super annoying? And at this point, you can kind of just save for your mid pick on 18 and pick right here, probably like your off lane 3 and 4.
Dire team pick. Radiant.
Yep, there's one of them. And there's the other. Yeah, I think this makes perfect sense. I think picking the 3-4 here is great because now you get to protect your mid pick on 18. Or you can carry pick on 18, depending on, what Perro Negro decides to do here, because they've got to reveal some supports. They're going to have to reveal lanes. And your Brewmaster Muerta, I think, fairly strong lane. PA doesn't like playing in a Brewmaster at all because of the evasion. She doesn't like to build MKB. We're going to see the Lion come out. Does fairly well against a Phoenix, I believe. He's just super annoying.
Yeah, I think the lane is not the best compared to like some others, but especially later in the game, the instant hex to potentially prevent the egg from coming out is really strong. So you'll get by in the lane strong later. If this is position 5 line, you can just keep draining Brewmaster's mana, and then he can't do as much, which is kind of nice. Fusion, I'm curious to see how this will go, right? The first pick PA and Fusion gets the counter. You see they banned Enchantress and Lich because they kind of know they need as strong of a position 5 as possible to make this PA pick work. I don't think Lion is that support. I think this has to be a Lion 4, and then Abaddon.
That's a Abaddon 5. Or you put the Abaddon into the Phoenix lane, which is super annoying, but like it's not even that good against Phoenix because you can just reapply Fire Spirits.
Agreed.
So yep, there's Leo Styles Ember, like I mentioned earlier, it's one of his absolute best heroes. Right now, there's not a lot of lockdown. It's just a Lion. Yeah, they ban out the Monkey King. What you said, Huskar would probably be the other good one.
I think Huskar sounds good. Although there is a Phoenix that's kind of good versus Huskar. It would also be pretty greedy. I think you really need a playmaker, but at the same time, you don't want your Ember to get totally dumpstered because Brewmasters also needs time to come online. So if Ember gets dumpstered and Brewmaster needs time, and then your last pick your carry, then that's when the Huskar pick type things can work. So I think you might still go for a ban like that. Otherwise, a more standard mid that just starts things for your team and has a good matchup versus Ember, I think is good.
Radiant team ban.
I do think these heroes can have a faster pace versus PA, though. I do think PA needs time to catch up. Abaddon with Mephitic Shield. We see this in pubs a lot. It's kind of strong. You're maybe not getting kills with it, but you're being annoying in lane, drawing attention away from the carry, which is pretty much what they need to do here. We'll see if
it's such
how well it works. Yeah. We don't get to see it very much in pro play, though, so I am kind of interested in how it will do.
Slark Ursa. I guess both those heroes are a little bit annoying for Dawnbreaker, but I also feel like Dawnbreaker is one of the few that can trade into them. She has so much burst damage, but would rather just secure the PA matchup as well, because both those heroes can deal with Phantom Assassin eventually. There's the Huskar ban.
I'm a genius. The Drow.
Drow Phoenix lane, huh?
Double range versus Dawnbreaker. She should have a little bit of a hard time getting close outside of Lion surprising you with a Hex stun and then Dawnbreaker closes in. And that has to be on Drow, because once Drow has the silence, you just can't. Like, she'll always interrupt it.
I mean, that Pango pick is pretty good for Slateums.
Yeah, it's also good at getting towards the Drow, which... Yeah. PA's not bad at either. This matchup can go both ways. PA can easily close the gap on the Drow Ranger, and Drow hates that. But if Drow gets to keep her distance and just attack, you have the natural True Strike, which is very good versus PA.
I don't know how I feel about the Drow last pick for that exact reason. Like, it's volatile. Right? And like you see this carry matchup from early on and you decide you're like, yeah, we'll still do it. I feel like you could have gone for something like a Terror Blade and it wouldn't have been that bad.
5 seconds remaining.
But maybe you don't want to play the Terror Blade into the Dawnbreaker lane. I'm not entirely sure.
I think so. I think that's the logic.
Also versus a Lion.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see if this PA pick works out. It actually opens up so many possibilities for you if your team can first pick PA and it works. So that would be huge for them going forward in the rest of this tournament. That all the teams have to consider as oh, they could first pick it, it'd still be good. It shouldn't though. I don't think PA is the type of hero you usually want to first pick. I guess we're just gonna have to see how that lane goes, because the on paper counter is that by revealing PA so early, she should get dumpstered in the lane. And Fusion Esports has decided to go with the Brewmaster and the Muerta, which we haven't been seeing as much Brewmaster, and then suddenly 2 games now in our first 2 series. So I guess maybe that's what people were doing in the downtime between qualifiers, is recrafting some different offlaners. We'll see what he can do. That is a lot of magic damage between those 2 heroes, and PA's got a small health pool. But no, the stuns are kind of awkward, so she might just be able to jump out of the combo. You're going to have to be careful with that and be fast with the dead shot and the silence.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right, is having the silence as well. Like, you kind of need to be able to lock down a PA long enough. So we'll see what happens as we get ready to jump into game number 1 here of Peto Negro versus Team Fusion. And I think a lot of people coming into this are probably expecting Fusion to be the dominant team. But yeah, like you said, if a first pick PA works, you're going to have to really revisit your draft. He did the sneaky thing where he like equips the persona and then de-equips it, so he has like the persona image at the top, but not on the hero.
Tactical.
It's weird that bug still exists.
I mean, it doesn't really do anything, right? So it's really low on the order of importance to fix.
Yeah.
Patch is probably a little higher on that.
I think win trading should be the #1 priority at the moment. And deleting all double down tokens forever. But we'll see, as we're going to see a smoke wrap around here. They do see Kataro. There's going to be the dagger into the stun, the follow-up there. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough, is it? Kataro's getting quite low. The sidestep allows him to back away. And the turnaround as they take down Slatums. MJZ will finish off the Drow. I think an intentional death there, as he's on the run trying to get away. The Mephetic Shield's helping him out for the moment. He's like, maybe I'll get the bounty rune. He will.
It's slow enough. He needs like 1 more auto attack.
He's going to finish him off.
Can he beat PA to the rune?
She could have daggered and beat him there, but I don't think she wants to risk the damage.
She would die, I think, with Muerta and Deadshot available. So yeah, gives it the rune, stays alive, full health.
So
okay.
First a Leo style on the mid lane Ember. Now he is kind of low, but he has a bottle already.
Buy a salve too, potentially, or just depends on the bottle region, I guess. Should be, I mean, that should be a very strong start for Fusion.
Why was his courier out of base? Okay, he made a mistake. Yeah, he might have accidentally microed courier because it was like sitting at behind the tier 1 tower in mid, and now it's running all the way back to the base to go get his bottle. So we're gonna see Prada on this Phoenix. Pretty difficult hero to deal with in the lane, but Lion's also a strong laner.
You do have to be careful. This is kind of why Lion does work. When it comes to straight up damage, not so much. But Phoenix also damages itself by using certain spells, and so sometimes you're depending on the dive to get away after trading pretty heavily, and that's where if the Hex and the stun into the Dawnbreaker spells comes out, Phoenix does the damage to itself, and then you have the chain stun to finish it off. So you do have to be careful of that.
Just a half pull there from Prada. Yeah, it kind of works. Yeah, he's going to hold the point at level 2 on the line. Doesn't know if he wants to go for the Hex or the Mana Drain. I think a lot of times you just hold it, and if you get a kill opportunity, you immediately go the Hex.
I think this is also a lane where draining mana is not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
some heroes like Ogre and Lich, if you take away their mana, is really impactful. So you can just go ahead and take it level 2 and just drain them any chance you get. The Drow and Phoenix, right? This, you know, they'll be fine with minimal mana.
Yeah, Leo style kind of, even with First Blood not having the greatest time mid, I honestly feel like he delayed his bottle by like a solid minute because of that miss micro, which hurt him quite a bit, but should be okay. Top lane though, we're gonna see Knight with a nice stun there. That will slow up the Drow, but the turnaround as the dive comes out from Prada. Has one Fire Spirit left. It connects Knight, trying to get away. Has a Fairy Fire to survive. He's thinking of turnaround with his own Blood Grenade and a Celestial Hammer, but Drow is just a little bit too scary there. Quick pause.
Bottom lane, I kind of can't believe it, but the first pick PA, top of the last hits. This Abaddon is doing work. MJZ getting real annoying in the face of the enemies with the Mephitic Shield, or the Mephitic Shroud on the Aphotic Shield, making it very annoying to trade into Abaddon, and they don't have a way to dispel the shield, which is the hard counter to that hero. But since you revealed your carry and your offlaner right away, you actually got to save the last pick or the later picks for the support, so it ends up being a pretty good lane for the Abaddon.
I mean, the barrier amount is kind of nuts. Like, it's a pretty huge barrier as well, so like just trading on Abaddon is so good with this facet. Goes from... Yeah, level 2 has like 60 more barrier on it. Like, that's actually nuts.
That's a lot of barrier. Phoenix dropping down.
All right, and that's a full commitment. Knight here, topside, trying to juke it out in the trees. I don't think he's going to make it
Nice
out.
try.
This one. Yeah, good attempt for sure, but Kotaro will get the cleanup kill, and he does have stick as well as a Lotus, so this Dawnbreaker needs to be very careful. Yeah, she has to TP back to the tower. Good call.
This forks out even more mana from her, though, so you need the spells to have kill threat. Even as she heals up, you're not too scared of being dove now. Another Radiance build potentially coming in from Brewmaster.
They're looking to get aggressive bottom. They're bringing in the Phoenix. They still have the shield, though, as Witz actually just goes in aggressively. MJZ here. And we'll just throw another shield. Pretty tanky. So, with this being said, this means your Drow is alone top, so they need to be very careful on their positioning.
It's being safe under the tower. His equilibrium's good. I bet he'll just go jungle once this wave is down. But they don't find anything for this move.
I don't know how you can, right? Like, 210 barrier on a 12-second cooldown
is tough.
It's very difficult. Plus, they have plenty of stick charges. Yeah, Phoenix just gonna come back.
Stepped up a little too far.
Drow, but yeah, you said it. Stepped up too far. The damage is done. They get the kill. A really good find there from the Lion and the Dawnbreaker.
I mean, Knight was being patient, staying out of sight, but I think Drow really moved up too far. Should just jungle the camps behind the tower. Now Prada maybe a little too far going for the Lotus.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Mid lane here for... Oh, he just jukes him under the tower, but again, he's hasted. He will eventually get the kill. Very fortunate rune there for the side of Perro Negro.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
What can the Ember find? He's got his 6 if he wants to move around.
Wisdom Rune spawning in a moment, and it looks like both supports are already peeling off. Radiant scanning both basically right now to see if they can snipe one potentially.
Actually, another buff to the Abaddon pick is that a lot of the aggression from Brewmaster comes from Cinder Brew, and the Dispel from the shield is actually so good. This is such a smart Abaddon pick.
Yeah, it is.
At least for the lane, anyways.
Yeah, we'll see what happens afterward. They're gonna come to the portal. A ward already here. They TP immediately on the Ember Spirit, so they're gonna see what they can find. It's still not easy to kill these two heroes. They're gonna turn it around and instead just go aggressive onto the Ember and force him back to the mid lane. That means there's no TP. Now Frank, he's gonna come topside, does have that Primal Split. They see him under the ward and Sladems. Now here on the Pangolier is gonna make things a little bit more difficult. Looking for Prada first. They managed to get on top of him with the Dawnbreaker to dive away at the last second. Be able to keep him alive, but here comes Sladems. That will finish the job as Witz now dances around over to Michael. Double kill for the Pangolier as Kataro now on the Drow Ranger in some trouble. The Dawnbreaker to join the fray as well, but is the damage there to finish the kill? You buy back on your Phoenix. It doesn't save him, and Witz, he's still perfectly healthy. MJZ has a shield in just a couple of seconds, but the Ember Spirit coming back top. Can he get the Chains out? Chains is there. They will finally punish this super long fight in the top side. And a valuable buyback then from Prada.
I need to break out the Abacus. Was that worth it? A buyback on a support.
I think so. He
But
got
you
so
get
much
a core
XP
kill.
for that.
Yeah, I think that just about ended up working out for Fusion, but it's pretty even, all things considered.
Yeah. The big winner is Sladems on the Pango. He gets 2 kills in the middle of that, gets out, and he actually TP'd mid and like cleared up a whole creep wave before, you know, anyone contested him. So he's chilling.
Yeah. Unfortunately, his courier died in that fight since they were behind the tier 1, so he can't even get his items that he has so much money now. 1,500 gold is just in his inventory waiting for the courier.
Dude, Frank's gonna have a pretty fast Radiance this game. He just went single Bracer. Well, I say that, and Frank might be dead, so we'll see. Nice juke on the Swashbuckle, but no Primal Split here for 30 seconds. The Rolling Thunder, no! Sladems is stuck. Yes,
Okay, it doesn't matter.
early. They've still got plenty of damage here from the Phantom Assassin. Going methodical, 1 dagger to finish the kill.
Dire's top tower is
There's
under
just
attack.
some spots on the map that are so weird. Gets a little stuck there. Fortunately, doesn't matter in the end there. Your point still stands though. Frank's Radiance timing will not be...
Oh, what a Dispel from MJZ. It allows Sladems to just pick up an Amplify damage rune and delete the Muerta. Otherwise, that 100% was getting picked up by Leo style on the Ember, and maybe they kill the Pango there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like Sladems has had every power rune actually.
I think he has.
Haste, Invis, Amplify damage, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under
Fusion's gonna have to try to prioritize the next one. Ember is very much a bottle hero, just like Pango.
Alright, denied on the tower. Really well played there from Michael. But, I mean, space now going to be open in the mid lane as you can easily invade the enemy jungle now. Very even game, a slight gold lead for Peto Negro, but all 6 of the cores are pretty close. The only real standout right now is the Pango, thanks to those 2 kills top. And Phantom Assassin is gonna have a pretty dang fast Battle Fury here. She is just about 700 gold away.
Kind of wild. In the core of my being, how can a PA first pick work? How can it work?
Leave it to Wit, dude. This is his hero.
Leave it to Wits. But also MJZ, really good performance on the Abaddon, making this happen. We will have to see how we'll have to see how the fights with the Drow go later, because I'm sure she'll get a Hurricane Pike, and if you can kite the PA, you can kill her. Roman's back. I don't think you can kill him though.
Nah, I mean, he knows they're here. They're just gonna use this rotation to kill the tower, I think, right? Like, at least I think they should be able to kill the tower, but at the same time, like, Fusion's getting bottom. They are looking mid. Smoke.
They have the chain
style. Yeah, you have to get the Hex opener. There's just no way. But he's in the center of the lane there. That you can't surprise him with a Hex like that.
Maybe if he's got his eyes closed, resting him for a moment.
He blinks at that moment, you know? Alright, trading the towers. I think that's okay for Phantom Assassin because she wants to play top now that her Battle Fury is done. So she's going to be farming up the Ancients and kind of the top jungle area. I say that, and... Okay, never mind. I thought Dawnbreaker was about to go clear some of these Ancients, but never mind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Observer pointing out. Brewmaster has a Radiance 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, ever
We
since that
saw
one
this
fight, it's been
earlier
pretty
at
quiet.
16 and a half, right? But this is wild.
Yeah, different itemization this time to get it faster. Let's see what he can do with it. It is pretty good versus PA at this early stage game. PA has 1,000 health right now. Maybe a little higher if you change boots and all that. But if you can get a fight going with the Radiance, it is very strong right now.
Enemy smoke, exactly.
They do want to come to the triangle. They're a little late to contest the stacks, but they're hoping to find PA farming there. Maybe
I think they're
turn
going to
around
look for MJZ
Slatums.
and the Pango, though. Instant shield into the Rolling Thunder. They want no business taking this fight. As Slatum's just going to go clear the wave. MJZ does have his ultimate, so he's going to waste a lot of time here. But eventually we'll
chasing
keep
an
around
Abaddon.
that. Yeah, it's like... This is just so much space for a 5-. He's got 20 stick charges if he wants to delay it even more, but no. The kill goes to Kataro. So at least it goes the way of the Drow, but like you said, 5 heroes chasing him across the map while the PA cleared both sets of Ancients, and the Pango got out. And gets another rune. He grabs Illusion.
Oh, he can't keep getting away with this.
Oh, Dawnbreaker as an Orchid. We've seen this actually against Ember Spirits specifically.
It's actually also really good versus Brewmaster and Phoenix, so really smart pickup this game. Now they do know it's coming, right? They've seen her inventory, but it just finishes now. She's out of sight. Let's see if she can... Oh, actually, she's about to go farm in front of a ward. Okay, so they do know the Orchid is done as soon as she steps in a little further. Yeah. So hopefully Fusion, they won't be caught off guard by it because they're already 3k down at 15 minutes. If you give Dawnbreaker a big kill with her Orchid, it's starting to get a little out of control. But right now it's okay.
Yeah, watching Brewmaster just like farm Ancients because he just pops Brood up in the Stormbrawler stance with like Radiance and like nothing hits him. And like everything else just slowly dies. It's good stuff. What a
That's
hero.
gameplay. He's going for the Manta you talked about. That'll help him with silences that might be coming out soon, as he knows. But also you can split push with your Radiance pretty well.
This smoke is incredibly unfortunately timed here for the side of Fusion as they had just been up on the high ground. They're going to get wrapped around completely. Slatum's the Rolling Thunder. Going to be able to just chase him back so he gets stuck again! Oh no! Has to cancel the Rolling Thunder. The egg comes out. You've only gotten the Muerta low. And now they will have to run away. You lose the ward sentry on the high ground. Oh man, that hurts.
Perhaps that was a very fortunate time for Fusion to smoke up just as they run into Perro Negro there. And that, yeah, it was just kind of an unfortunate positioning around the cliff. Both teams actually have several heroes who can move around pretty quickly through terrain, but the roll bouncing is like what really got them in the end. Is this... I will say, this is an insanely fast Ags from... Oh, never mind. Okay, he needs 1,000 more gold. He was sending his courier over to the secret shop. I was like, oh my goodness, he's already got it. 17-minute Ags defusal on Pango, but it's a little bit more, so maybe like an 18, 19-minute.
Still not bad, though.
Yeah, still very solid.
Both teams are farming very well. Like, Fusion, after that fight now, brings his gold lead in a little bit, and the Drow Ranger is getting space, and I mean, we definitely know Drow Ranger can put out the damage in the late game. The big question is whether or not the Phantom Assassin is just going to have free reign, because if she manages to find her targets, it's going to be really scary. Rolling Thunder comes through, manages to find Brewmaster. They get the Orchid, the Chain Stuns, Finger of Death as well to secure the kill. He was in super deep.
Needs to be... If you want to be the point for your team, you need to be on Void Brawler so that you have the status resistance. He was still on the Storm Panda there. Maybe didn't think he could be chain stunned / silence controlled, whatever, but does not get his ult off because of that.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where it's like, should you just go Sanj and Yasha, you know, or is Manta the play? But I think after
Manta
getting
will
silenced,
work.
yeah, I think Manta is is kind of a necessity this game.
Yeah, I agree that it's just a little bit deep on the wrong stance.
Ember has queued up a Eul's, so a little bit of a defensive item from him, not wanting to go for an early BKB. He also has a Mage Slayer, so it's going to reduce a little bit of the damage being dealt to him.
Ladums has a power rune again. It's a shield rune this time, but Fusion really needs to get on top of fighting over power runes. This is...
He's gotten every single one this game.
I think so, right? I don't remember the last one, but...
He had Illusion.
He's got at least 80 to 90%, and we're 19 minutes in. That's too much.
The only rune left would be Regen, right? I don't think we've seen a Regen. Or maybe we haven't seen Arcane.
I think we did. Scroll Knight got the Regen rune, but that's still his team then. So
yeah, so there's only an Arcane rune left. Yeah, Sladums is super farmed as well. He's got his Aghanim Scepter done. This game a little bit slower than I would have expected with how the lanes were starting, but you have a Phantom Assassin who is fine, just being the farming hero going late game. She has a BKB now done, so maybe they're looking to put some pressure now towards the enemy team. You have Blink on Lion. Again, like we said, the Ags on Pango. Dawnbreaker can join at any point. So they're going to get some extra vision here thanks to the NH of the Dawnbreaker.
At 100% of power rune still.
Arcane.
Arcane on the Pango. A ward did spot out the BKB on PA, so they know it's done, and they should know a fight is being looked for.
Being looked for. They have there's Ember Spirit.
This is a Lion Blink.
Bottom. Lion Blink gets dodged. Thanks to the Muerta for scouting this one out. So Michael, he dies in the process, but it does mean Ember Spirit survives. They're gonna try and turn this to a tier 1 tower now.
Question is, do you back off for Roche, or do you try to push up for the Tormentor Wisdom Rune play? Fortify to buy some time on this tier 1.
Radiant's top tower is under
I think you just get the tier 1, and then I guess you could Roche. It's a little bit slow though, I think. Because it's not like you have a Desolator. The only minus arm you have is off the Pango.
You will have... Oh wait, it doesn't work that way again anymore. No, wait. Curse of Averna still gives some attack speed, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, but he's only got level 1, so it's 10. So that's pretty... pretty subpar.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they might. I mean, they can do it with just PA and Abaddon over
It's
a long
just
time.
slow.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Looks
it
like that's
does
what they're
seem
gonna
to
do.
be that's what they're headed
Are
for.
scanning.
Dire do
Oh,
scan
it
out.
is scanned right away, though. And because it's so slow, you do have time to contest.
They see
have a
them
ward,
coming
They
down.
backed out right away.
They smoke
Maybe
up.
it's a fake?
There is a decent ward here from Fusion, but you've got to be very careful to not die on Frank first. He just immediately pops the ult and wits. He's got a BKB if he needs to
Lifts
use
up
it.
the
He's starting
Abaddon.
to fall kind of low. He needs to be careful. Tries to turn it around, looking to finish off these pennies. The Void Brawler does save that Earth Spirit for the moment. He just needs one more damage. They get it. It's picked off by the Pangolier. So Brewmaster out of the fight now is a Blinken from Knight. They get on top of the Ember Spirit. He just gets deleted. Now looking for the egg, and the damage is there. 3 dead on the side of Fusion as Perro Negro looks for more. They've got their eyes on the Muerta. The Orchid comes out and make it a 4th. Absolutely huge fight from the Radiant, and now Roshan, easy for them to finish up.
First pick PA is working, man. It's working. She's even initiating for her team, knowing she's got the Abaddon behind her. And they do lift Abaddon up, but the BKB keeps PA alive long enough for the tornado to end, and then she's back to having the Abaddon just Pavis, shield, heal. Okay, keep going. Right, Wits never even got close to dying in that fight. Don't think Drow really got to hit that much in that fight either, so maybe that's some of the problem. Maybe she wasn't quite in position yet. He's going for a Shadow Blade, so that break and that repositioning will be very helpful. But it's now an uphill battle. It's 8k lead for the Radiant. Going to be a little higher as they finish this Tormentor.
Goes tonight while on Fusion. And we'll go to Prada. So good shards for both teams.
Both teams lucky too. I feel like there's one support that's good and one support that's bad.
Yeah, the Abaddon shard is kind of an oof.
Maybe for core Abaddon it's kind of okay, but core Abaddon doesn't really want to go buy that either. So
It's an 8,000 gold lead here for the Radiant as Frank pops that Manta in the mid lane. They're going to know which one is real now as the stun comes out. The follow-up Hex into the Dawnbreaker. And Frank, he doesn't have any way out of this. He's just hoping to live off the evasion. The chain stuns are so much.
the evasion did buy him a lot of time, but I'm surprised he's not on the Void Panda stance a little bit more. I feel like the status resistance would really be helping him out.
Meanwhile,
Fast
Wit's
moves.
top lane just like ran at 2 heroes by himself and forced them both out.
Yeah, and then they wanted to TP bottom to go get the Drow, but this was scouted out. She immediately left. The team is a little split up right now. Maybe Fusion could find something. Oh, but Brewmaster's still dead, so you gotta wait for him.
Goal. I mean, he has to either pierce the veil. Yeah, I was like, you either pierce the veil or run immediately, and we'll get the pierce the veil out of the Muerta. As they do place a nice ward on the high ground here, so MJZ will be able to control the area for the moment. It's level 18 PA, man. Max ult already.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This hero does a ton of damage if she can find her target. She has an MKB queued up next to try and deal with the Brewmaster's evasion.
Another power rune. Amplify damage now.
That's a big one. It's a really big one.
Even if they somehow pull this game back, Fusion has to be more on top of power runes next game.
Yeah.
This is too much going the way of Perro Negro. 9k is potentially recoverable, especially if you can get a nice fight on the high ground. But I feel, I mean, I haven't seen that much Brewmaster lately. Maybe my read's wrong. I do think he's meant to be a hero who's winning at this point in the game. Don't really think you want to go to the late game anymore. There used to be a time where you did, where you were just like, oh yeah, Ag's refresher, we can't possibly lose with him, but I think he's different since then.
My big thing here is I actually don't know how you stop PA at this point. Like, who initiates the fight for you? Really good wave cut here actually by the Brewmaster. That would have been a dead mid tier too.
We could go for that. Just like, okay, we just rat, and we're gonna go for the late game Brewmaster, endless tornadoes, all that. Even though it's not as good. I mean, it's not like we can fight right now, so I mean, we have to play that way. I agree with you though. For revealing the first pick PA and knowing you're gonna need a way to jump her, they ended up with very soft disables. You have a chain, you have to ult and then lift with tornado or throw a boulder. The lockdown's actually horrible. So they really never had a way to jump and burst her in the early game, and in the late game, to catch her before she could BKB. And you're right, I don't know how that changes. I guess outside of Hex, which is a very long way down the road.
Yeah, that is where I'm confused, because I don't know how they start fights on Fusion. It's just like you bait with the Brewmaster and then hope he gets ult off, and then at that point it's like, all right, well they probably
got another
don't.
one.
Yeah,
He can't keep getting away with this. Is it actually 100%?
It's 100% if runes have gone the way of gone the way of Perro Negro, but Slatives has gotten every single rune except the one regen rune.
Wow.
He's just gonna potentially walk high ground here with this invis. They will see him now as the BKB comes out immediately into the Rolling Thunder, looking for part, but they actually catch the Drow. In comes the Dawnbreaker, but they don't see her, they just kill her anyway. Who needs the vision? Turn it around for the egg. That's dead. Now Lion wasting a lot of time as Wits will just clean up this Muerta. They're now looking for Frank. They're trying to just chase this Earth Panda. That's the one they know he's gonna recombine at. There's nowhere else for him to go, except likely into the grave. That's just a clean fight here once again from Perro Negro. A 4-for-1 right outside the high ground. Now, Ember Spirit did cut the next set of waves, so they cannot go high ground. They've got to pull this mid-wave top, or I'm sorry, this final wave in from topside.
Yeah, this is good wave cut, but I think that fight is a reflection of what we're gonna see for the rest of the game. There really isn't much of a turning point. Silver Edge is now online for Drow. If you could somehow burst PA, that could be a way back into this. But again, you don't have any form of actual stuns to prevent her from just pressing BKB and then escaping. This time, she was completely controlled up as well. Drow just never got a chance to fight, which Brewmaster and Ember are usually decent heroes for getting in front, being that wall. You know, you got Egg as well. But the heroes like Pango and Dawn, you got Blinks now as well. They're just bypassing the Ember and the Brew and just going straight to Drow. And once she's out of the picture, they don't have any damage.
Yeah. I think that was to me the big benefit of this Pangolier pick was the fact that you pick this Drow and Pango's like, all right, I'm gonna just roll straight at you, and until she has a BKB and can just sit there and auto attack the Pango during Rolling Thunder and kill him in the first like 3 to 4 seconds, every single fight is gonna be favored for Perro Negro because Drow like is gonna spend the whole fight running. It's the Pango into the Dawnbreaker follow-up, and PA doesn't even really need to be there. We saw the PA just killing the rest of the team. So you have some serious team fight problems here on the side of Fusion, and I think Pango is just way too disruptive for them.
We'll see if it turns around, but I don't know. I'm iffy on this Brewmaster pick. This is the second game in a row, not in a row, but second game in 2 series we've seen it just not look that impressive. And I feel combining it with Ember, another hero with no hard initiation, is like in the meta of SNYs, feels very weird.
Who, I mean, you know, if everyone's gonna build Sanj and Yasha, why build stun at all?
I suppose so. But we're seeing it mean that PA is just running around free, so perhaps that is why we build stun.
Yeah, and PA now being level 20, so the Phantom Strike attack speed online, has the finished MKB on her way to an Abyssal Blade. You are never getting away from Wits for the rest of this game. If he sees his target, he will likely kill them. The Silver Edge is done on Kataro, but you know, what can you do? Bottom lane, Michael, he actually is too afraid to channel for that last Lotus. He just runs.
Coming
Wait a
back
minute.
though.
He goes back for it.
I don't know if he should have.
Knight should know about this. Yeah, an aggressive blink forward, but Michael hiding in the trees here.
Goes the wrong way.
Oh, they find him. That's a silence. Into the harpoon. Dunked on by the Dawnbreaker. Nicely done.
He stacks at 3.
Yeah.
Oh, he even took Fist of Death. I didn't even notice. Get in there, Knight. Go find something.
It's his turn to start bonking.
It's true. He can be like PA, but with stuns. He'll have the blink to go from target to target.
Dire's bottom tower is
A
under
minute until Roche respawns. I think overall at this point, a 14k lead. I don't know where, like, what play Fusion can make to try and get themselves back into this game. You have to start ganking the Dawnbreaker because she's the one who just is joining the fights, farming on the opposite side of the map. So it looks like they've got their eyes set on her top side. She's gonna probably get caught here from Kataro. She goes through the trees. She is out. She does have a BKB. Will pop that immediately. Harpoon into the Starbreaker, the ult as well, trying to do what damage that she can, but they get picked up anyway. Knight now making his rotation top, but Slatus finds the Drow, pops that Silver Edge, but guess what? They've got your number. Drow goes down. Wits now looking for more as they chase into the jungle. Knight with a great stun finds somewhere, so the Hex followed up, and a quick 2 kills for the side of Peto Negro. I mean, shout out to Dawnbreaker. She lives just long enough.
under attack.
Team rotating to Dawnbreaker. What a mix-up.
Yep.
Things in Dota all the time. Well, that should secure them the next Roche. I don't see any way to fight this. Got those heroes. So now you're gonna have Aegis onto this PA and the banner. At least you have a good banner killer in the Drow and the Morta. But I think as you go for the banner, it might just be a bait. There might be a PA waiting to crit you down.
Yeah, PA has so much attack speed now. Between Vindicator's Axe, the Phantom Strike attack speed, she just does so much damage. And she's just so far ahead. I mean, she's, what, 8,000 gold up on the Drow almost at this point. So we talked about how Drow can like kind of win the matchup if it's somewhat even, if she gets the jump, but I don't see you getting the jump anytime soon.
No. I imagine this upcoming push should be the one that breaks high ground. Outside of overcommitting way too far, it has to be a self, like, that you can't, there's no repositioning heroes. It's not like, oh, Magnus skewer back that we saw in the last series, right? It would have to be PA choosing to jump way too far, and that's the only way I can imagine them losing the fight.
She now has a missile, so she's gonna cast delete on certain heroes here soon. The thing is,
who do you
like,
think will be the first hero?
I mean, if she finds the Ember, it would be Ember Spirit, but I have a feeling she's gonna have her eyes set on either the Brewmaster or the Drow.
I think she's gonna run into the Phoenix first.
Like, just
Oh, yeah.
look at where
Phoenix,
they have
go,
to farm.
Get out of the base, Phoenix. Run right into her.
Taro is farming the enemy ancients. Nowhere else is safe. He's working towards that Lincoln sphere, but that is still pretty far away.
We've done this Aegis, 3 minutes left, so they're being very patient with this. What item are they waiting for?
That's a good question.
I'm not sure why they aren't just going up and hitting things. Maybe this AC? Something looks recently done on Dawn. Is it the harpoon?
No, it's the AC. She had harpoon earlier, so it's the full AC
so yeah.
that's done.
So you got AC now. Maybe this is it then. Time to go.
I think they're just hoping for a pickoff and just never found one. And now that you're running out of time on this Aegis, you kind of need to go high ground.
Well, they're going to start with the Tormentor. For MJZ, mentioned earlier, not really the best, but you're stealing it away from Fusion, which is the bigger play.
Now Knight is super low. Oh, he gets a salve. Okay, I was like, he can't just be at, 20 to 30% HP going high ground.
It's fine.
All right. You gotta go high ground here. Bottom lane,
You
go ahead, shield up Witz. You have 2 catapults, like you said. Witz can go right
you gotta
in.
swap
take
that
the
banner
tower.
in.
Yeah, where is this? Keep those
Abaddon's
catapults
got
alive,
it,
right? Okay, well, your
Bit
catapults
of
are
a
just dead.
mistake, I feel.
They're gonna jump in. They find the Brewmaster. Abyssals out. Witz trying to finish the job. He gets the break, but he gets the primal split off. Slatum's trying to disrupt the back line, but they don't find their target. Now this primal split, it's gonna be ending in just a moment, but they did manage to take the tier 3. They did get the Rolling Thunder for their time. I cannot believe you didn't put the banner down. You're right. It's like 2 catapults there would have never died.
Yeah, you can put the banner further back with catapults because they have longer range, so it becomes much harder to kill.
Yeah, you can put it like where the emblem is, right?
Yeah,
like in the
they can be real far back. I don't know who it benefited more, but in the middle of that, Dawnbreaker and Trow ended up fighting. That's kind of why we didn't see either of them enter that fight. Dawn did use a BKB trying to kill the Drow, but Drow just silver edged away. I guess that favors Fusion considering how far they are behind, and they didn't lose barracks quite yet.
Yeah, I was surprised Dawnbreaker didn't come in immediately to try and kill the Brewmaster. All right, here comes the Roche banner, so they will drop it this time. See if they can keep this one alive. Witz, forced to Manta, jumps away. 5 seconds on this Aegis. Yules is going to waste a little bit of this. He's going to try and get away. Slatums jumps in, pops that Sheep's Guard. Aegis down, immediately burns the regen on its Slatums. Has to pop this Rolling Thunder soon, or he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They jump in. Witz goes for the kill, but the egg comes out. Dawnbreaker joining the fray. They're going to take the egg down first, but Fusion gonna buy back at the moment. Trow hexed up here by the Lion, but you're in pretty deep, and Kataro is still alive. BKB out to the Dawnbreaker, looking to chase for more, looking for MJZ here on the on the Abaddon. They get him. Dawnbreaker flying through the trees thanks to this Aviana's Feather, but they're gonna continue the chase here. Knight, some trouble, feared up, brought down. 2 dead on the side of Pedo Negros. They don't lose the buildings. I mean,
It cost a buyback, but that's not a bad hold being 20,000 down.
Yeah, I feel like if you just dropped that banner the first time, you actually just get the full racks.
Agreed.
And you would have had Aegis, but because this time your Aegis expires as you go high ground, you can't stick around.
Yeah, I also forgot about the dead shot that could reposition. So they did get PA a little further back than what the Radiant would like. So you still have a pretty good control of the game if you're the Radiant. But maybe getting a little nervous now. Just a little bit.
Drow is getting there, man. Level 24. And working towards a Daedalus. If she gets the Aghanim Shard somewhat soon, that's when things get scary, because suddenly you can't break her marksmanship passive. And it's a ton of damage. if she's able to sit there and get attacks off, especially when sitting on high ground.
Just another bounty.
Radiant are scattered.
EA doesn't have much more room to grow either, I feel. Like a
I mean, she can get an
maybe?
accent. That's about it. She needs the accent. That's the last item. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like she's essentially 6 slotted, level 25. All right, they're gonna try this again. See if they can go high ground. They will not have Aegis or a Roche banner.
They're probably just waiting for the
Dawnbreaker is
third.
getting 25 as well. Sure, you go Starbreaker cooldown, right? Another rune for Slatums.
Dude, his fantasy points must be off the charts.
True. Is that even tracked anymore? I think
I don't
fantasy
think so.
points have been. I think fantasy
Yeah.
points have literally been like removed from the game, but it's still like.
Ever since we turned him
graph
into like a
option.
card game.
Yeah. It's alright. They'll
But
eventually
if
make
you
it
wanted
into a card game, right? I don't know. You could call it like. I don't know. Give me an artifact or something, maybe. That'd be pretty cool.
It's an idea.
Like just something. Throwing it out there.
Nest of artifact.
The nest of artifact. Artifact of thorns.
Alright, they're just waiting for the next Roche. Hopefully they drop the banner slightly sooner next time.
If you find Wits, this would be nice. He does have the Abada behind him. Atos can hold him in place, gets the jump away for now, but they're chasing. They want to force something out of this Phantom Assassin. She thinks of turning around, does manage to get the Hex here onto the Ember. Nicely done, but in comes
They have the
Katara.
break.
They've got a lot of damage to Wits, but he's going to be forced to BKB, try and run to safety, but so is the Dawnbreaker, just losing health by the second. The tail end of the Ewells finds him, but now it's full retreat mode here. Can they actually get out? They've lost the Abaddon. The dive-in finds the Pangolier. He's going to be forced to BKB, but the Drow Ranger still just laying in auto attacks from downtown, and Slatums might be the next one to join his team. Roll up, gets him out. Nice use of the Disperser. Uh-oh. Fusion.
You know what that means? Fusion can get their first power rune. If they head over...
Or Roshan, you know? But yeah, Power Rune, they could get the
I
first Power Rune in the
guess.
game for them.
Alright, this is a big Roshan. You'll get it for yourself, and you'll get the Refresher and Cheese to throw over on the Radiant.
It's gonna be so fast.
What do you put Refresher on?
Ember for sure, right?
Or
They put it
double
on
split?
Frank. I guess he doesn't have Ags yet on the Ember Spirit. It's typically like the Aghanim Scepter timing where like Refresher's really good. So yeah, I guess Refresher Shard will just buy them more time on the Brewmaster. He might be able to like end split early and recast if he's gonna die.
Yeah, if you don't end up using it, you can just pass it over to Ember. He's at 1,700 gold if he finishes the Ags. So I think you should be saving buybacks. Both teams at this point, a big team fight wipe, you could just end the game. Break the tier 3 and go straight for the end. So I think it's really important to save buybacks. Ember, do it. You know you want your first rune. No. He's too scared. I mean, I guess there is a lion. You have to respect the Blink Hex.
I mean, maybe they've gotten one earlier when they were like split pushing lanes or like
Probably,
cutting. I don't know,
probably,
but it's just kind of a joke at this point.
Yeah.
Kataro is going to be very scary here on the Drow. We did say, you know, eventually if he just can get a few attacks off in a fight, a late game Drow can kill pretty much anybody.
Yeah. That was a unique situation, though, where 5 heroes ran into the PA, and so PA could not jump at Drow. And it still took a while to kill Drow, or to kill PA, credit to where, like, how farmed she is. I mean, she didn't even die. She got away, but, like, they got close, right? So you do have the damage to do it, but it goes back to not really having the best lockdown, to actually letting you hit the PA and to prevent the Abaddon from getting close to save her.
Is under attack.
Yeah. Your Drow has to like come out of Silver Edge and get like 6 or 7 attacks off. Like, while also glaciering as well, so that you have True Strike. And that's one of the things, like, right, you don't need to build MK beyond Drow because your Glacier gives you True Strike. So, if she can do that, they're in a pretty good spot. They're going to find Phantom Assassin here once again, gets the Blink Strike to the low ground, but a quick D-ward from Leo style.
He's got an Arcane Rune, man. Ember's done it. This is it.
Oh, boy.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm incredibly impressed that Fusion are holding themselves in this one because despite I really do think that if they manage to pull this one out, it really does come back to they messed up on the banner. Like that actually hurt them so massively in their momentum this game.
Fusion still playing it very safe, though. They know that although they've won the last couple fights, they're still behind by a lot of gold. So doesn't seem they want to force any fights that they aren't confident about or don't have to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I mean, you know, PA is pretty farmed, essentially slotted. So if you all just spend time farming, you're catching up to her, and she's not really getting further from you.
Drow won the 50-50 on the Shard.
That's pretty good.
She is online. Glacier ready to go. It is so important in this game that she gets this. She can. I mean, it allows her to actually fight toe-to-toe against the PA. Like, if PA actually finds her, she can just Glacier and just attack. And it comes down to just one big crit. Whoever gets it wins.
That's why having the Aegis is so helpful, since you'll get a respawn. You can survive 2 big crits.
Hoggies. Smoked up here on Fusion, looking for a pick here in the mid lane. Now, they do see the Pango top. As they head into the triangle, they're going to clean up some runes, or some wards. And Prada trying to scout down below, see what he finds.
Glimmer Cape letting that lion blink out of there.
Yeah, that was nice.
Ooh, PA has Ancient Guardian, so in this fight around her base, depending exactly where she's standing, 100 extra damage, that is a lot. The big crits.
Gotta be careful here on this Drow Ranger. Now, you could Glacier on the low ground. That'll give you the attack range and vision to take down the tower, but 25 seconds on the Aegis. You gotta be very careful you do not die as this Aegis expires. Roshan's banner is out. That will protect Creep Wave. They can't clean this up quite yet. And they will start to get aggressive. Rolling Thunder being pump faked, but again, just waiting for this Aegis. And I think with that expiring Fusion, oh, they're actually just going to commit. They jump into the high ground. They actually see Knight for a glimpse, but they got on top of the Drow. Kataro, he's going to pump the BKB, but he is dead. It's exactly what you got to be careful of. 95 seconds without the Drow. Frank running deeper and deeper into the base as he's going to just try and suicide the Panda to the fountain and allow him to escape with the Wind Panda in mid. So nice movement from him, but I mean, how many times are teams going to die on Aegis timing?
At least that time there. Also unfortunate, used Glacier, but then Hurricane Pike, so knocked herself off the Glacier. I think that was her own cast anyways.
Yeah, it was.
I guess they did get... they made more progress. They did get the 1 barracks at least. Let's see if they can hold for 50 seconds till Drow's up, because she actually has not been saving buyback.
I just don't... it's just another scenario of, like, just use the Glacier earlier, right? Like, just drop it on the low ground and kill that tower, like, 40 seconds earlier. And then suddenly you have a lot more time on your Aegis to potentially threaten high ground. Or just make the call to back. And I think high ground is one of those things that is the death of a lot of teams.
I think the logic is once you use Avalanche, Glacier, you need it for fighting the PA. So if you use it, they might be comfortable fighting into you. But as you get to the end of your Aegis and you're not going to be fighting anyways,
Yeah,
you should
that's
probably
the
just
thing,
pop it,
right?
do it, and then get out.
That's what I'm thinking. It's like you either just drop Glacier and force a fight when you have the Aegis, or you get the tower and you just get it for free and then you back. Or potentially more than just the tower, right? Because it gives you 200 attack range. Like, you could have sniped the barracks as well as the tower with that Glacier. But
He's trying
a little
to
bit
wrap around for her.
A little bit rough. Perro Negro's in a good spot, but Witz actually jumps in aggressively, gets the BKB off. Katara on the backside gonna respond with his own, stuck inside the Dawnbreaker ult though. He does get the Glacier down, doing a ton of damage, chasing after the Dawnbreaker. The Abyssal though, it catches Ember. They're trying to save him with the Sunray, but it's not enough. From pressure out from Slade, he's got another Rolling Thunder to use. Kataro on the run. His Frank's gonna recombine. He's got his own refresher, trying to get his second split off, but he's not gonna get the chance. Triple kill for Witz, 3 dead on Fusion. And that is going to make it really difficult for them to survive this.
Ember just bought out. He has no buyback. The others do. Yeah, they're both going to use it. Can you fight? Proud does have the damage if she's safe in the back.
I mean, she's going to pop the Glacier, but Brewmaster gets deleted under the Bloodthorn, and now Dawnbreaker, she's pretty tanky. Feared back in. They have the damage. She's going to hit the
dieback as well.
That is a dieback. A very nice kill, and honestly, right now, the high ground's still defended for the moment, but Phantom Assassin is still very healthy. Sladums and MJZ going to have everything back off cooldown here in just a couple of seconds.
I think you just give up mid. Maybe you have to give up bottom as well, but your Ember will be back up at that point, and then you can fight.
Well, with that, it is now a 30,000 gold lead. 2 lanes of barracks down for the side of Fusion.
Radiant's couriers.
The silver lining is that Dawnbreaker is dead when Roche respawns, and you'll have your full team, but now you are very much on your back foot. There is a Hex reveal potentially from Phoenix that could change this game. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you need to Hex PA, and then Ember needs to go Yule's Abaddon or something to distract him long enough that Drow just needs a few shots on PA to actually get the kill at this point.
Yeah. The alternative is you get like the Hex break on Abaddon and you just 2-shot the Abaddon, right? And remove him from the fight.
And that's also a good
either
one.
of those work, but you need to do it very soon because, well, TPs are coming in, Slatum's coming bottom, MJZ comes through, they're just gonna immediately scout the pit, they get on top of the Muerta, the A gets dropped immediately, Slatum's just stuck, they have flying vision on Kataro, Roshan's gonna bash Drow! Oh no! Slatum's will he get out here on the backside? He's trying, it's gonna be so close, down to 20 HP, he's chasing for his life on Leo style. He finally gets the kill, but now inside the Roche pit, that's where it's all happening. They get on top of Drow. They don't see him quite yet under the cover of the Shadow Blade. They'll have this Ember Spirit, and Michael's going to try and TP to safety, but they put that to an end. 2 diebacks now on the side of Fusion. They will also get the 4th Roshan.
Where did the Hex go? Does he have a... I guess he just got his BKB off as he went in. If they got the Hex on the Pango sooner,
Yeah.
they might have just been able to kill him and then be in a great position for that Roche. But instead, he gets all the information, almost gets out alive, but in doing so, drags a ton of attention away from the actual Roche pit, and then he still just buys back and comes in.
Yeah.
This, I'm not sure you defend this. I don't even think you need to go Megas. You can probably just go straight for the end of the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think you just look straight for tier 4s. You've got creeps here. Wits. Well, it looks like they are going to go for the Megas.
Playing it
Because
safe.
they are... Yeah. I mean, Kataro is here on the Drow. He could go for a pretty good amount of burst damage. They're going to go for the silence, but an immediate use of the Glacier. Slade's going to be stuck on that high ground, taking a lot of damage here, but Madden pops that ultimate, just healing up his whole team. Second Rolling Thunder's available from that refresher. Slade's just waiting to go in. And with an Ember Spirit dead on the front line, you do have Primal Split. He's going to buy back into the fight to get the Silence to break onto the Abaddon, but can they finish him off? Drow needs to get the attacks off. She does, but guess what? She's isolated. Kataro gets away just barely. As they're looking for wins. He gets down so low to 100 HP. Ember Spirit will finish him off on the front side, but he needs to get out. The Hex is out from the Lion. The chain stuns from the Dawnbreaker. He gets the Yules into the high ground. Does he have a remnant to safety? He's got to use it. He does. He's out. Frank looking for more. Great silence after the Drow gets on top of it. BKB doesn't save him, and down goes Dawnbreaker. They actually hold against all odds.
I cannot believe they held that.
It was 3 auto attacks. He 3-shot this Phantom Assassin.
Lucky True Strikes coming in as they're needed. Marksmanship. Okay, now it's our turn to run down. What can Fusion do? The
You
buyback?
have to get the PA buyback. You absolutely have to.
Yeah, there's 2 minutes on the buyback of...
That's a Divine. Oh boy.
They're going for the win. They're going for the win.
You have to win here. Divine Rapier on the Drow. You are all in. You're gonna go straight.
Buyback cooldown. Yeah, go. Glacier up. Do they have a banner from earlier?
They do not, I believe, but yeah, they're on the tier 4s. They know there's a fortification available. There's the PA buyback. It's time to maybe cut and run. Well, I say that. Tier 4s are falling. Last fortification comes out. Frank pops the Primal Split. He might be able to just finish off the tower with these alone. And they do. Being patient here on Perro Negro. They're still down 2 heroes. Kataro getting to work on the throne. He's just going to pop the BKB, pop the Glacier. They've got a fortification. They've got to use it, but Kataro, he's in a little bit of trouble now. Looks over to Slade. Tries to finish off the Pangolier. You need some attacks on the throne. The Hex is out. They've taken down the Drow with the throne. It's exposed. They're trying to get the kill. Fusion's going to do it. Unbelievable. 24,000 gold behind, and they win the game.
I can't believe that, dude. Fusion, what a call to get the Divine Rapier. They didn't want to give up Megas, so they've run in with the Ember distraction campaign right there. He had the buyback. It buys enough time to get the respawns closer. Drow barely slips out alive 1 point. She salves up, runs immediately back to the battlefield, and gets multiple marksmanship procs to actually kill the PA. What a turnaround. That's actually insane. I can't believe that. I'm gonna need to process that for a while.
I mean, you get to ultra late game with the Drow, right? It's one of those things where it's Drow and PA are very much this pendulum hero where it's you either get the attacks off and instantly delete a hero, or it goes the other way. And then, this is one of those things their high ground defense from Fusion was exceptionally good. Yeah, it was just so close. Some incredibly clutch plays from Fusion to keep this Drow alive in multiple engagements, and she eventually just does what she needs to do. It's a wild game, but an absolutely sick ride. I don't know. This was so fun. This game was so fun.
Yeah,
unreal.
I'm sure we'll have more to say. I think we're gonna think about it over the break, in a bit, and that's what both teams are gonna need to do. But to some degree, those are the crazy situations that you can't fix that much in between breaks, and you just have to reset, go into game 2 cleanly. Clearly, both teams had a chance to win that one, and there was a lot of little mistakes one way or the other that maybe could have ended the game earlier. Maybe you never fall that far behind. But you certainly aren't hoping to get into that exact same situation where you have to do such clutch plays to close out the game.
Yeah. Well, that was just game 1, so we're gonna go to a break. Everyone, we'll be back with game 2 of Pedo Negro versus Fusion Esports. Everyone, stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dreams. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last day night. My old life, they stay.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to these closed qualifiers for ESL One Raleigh. My name's Cryptic here with Quixotics. We just came off an absolute blast of a game one between Fusion and Perro Negro, and I mean, what is there to really say? A incredibly back and forth game. It could have gone either way. Fusion ends up coming up with the victory, which I think is kind of what a lot of people would have expected coming into the series, that Fusion should be the team that's favored, but my God, I don't know anymore, man. Either of these teams could walk away with a win here.
I can't believe the first pick carry PA got that far, right? Like, they just about did it. I think with a little cleaner execution on a couple moments, they could have. For example, I think they were a little overly patient with, I think it was the second Aegis and then the banner usage on that one. Maybe they closed out that game sooner. But I can't believe they were able to first pick PA and not, like, the PA was top net worth. She was doing it. She was crushing it. So, I mean, kind of shows why they value that PA so much. And perhaps Fusion needs to reconsider their counter to the PA being revealed that early. I mean, I get it. You probably don't prep that many drafts for, what if our opponents reveal the carry PA first pick? Maybe got caught off guard on that. But is anything going to stop them from just doing it again? Because I guess they got first pick again.
Radiant team.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in terms of the draft and if this is going to change. I don't think they're going to open PA personally, but
it was a response PA actually.
Yeah, it was picked on this. It was second
9.
pick,
yeah,
right. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
See though, we might. I mean, we're about to find out what they're going to open with. There is no Phoenix this time to open the draft. That's what a lot of teams tend to do, is the Phoenix opener.
It just means Bat Rider is available instead, though, which is pretty popular to grab. Nyx also up there. I could see something like ban Nyx, grab Bat Rider. Swap that if you want. Though, if you're taking Nyx, I feel like you don't need to ban Bat Rider because it's pretty good versus Bat. Bat still does what he needs to, though, so if you want to ban it anyways, I get it. Oh, yeah, the Doom. I can't believe I forgot about that. Yeah, okay, so ban Doom, get Nyx. I still don't hate if you take Bat Rider. I just think the hero is very solid in general, but other supports are available.
I kind of
10
like the
seconds
idea of the Bat Rider because you still have a lot of off lanes that you can pair with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense, because there's things like Beastmaster still in the pool, and Beastmaster Bat Rider has just proven to be a super overwhelming combo.
Dire team ban.
And out the
Radiant team
Shadow
ban.
Fiend, interesting. Shadow Fiend Muerta.
Rapid drafting here.
Those are weird bans, seeing a Bat Rider, actually.
I was trying to think through it. I mean, Muerta we see
10
picked
seconds
up a
remaining.
lot, and
I did mention
trying to think, like, what-
Style likes the Shadow Fiend in mid lane.
yeah,
We'll see, maybe they have an idea of something they want to pick for themselves, and Shadow Fiend is like a pretty heavy counter pick. Could be like the Tiny, or maybe they have the idea of going for the Pangolier themselves.
things like Bristleback, Monkey King,
Oh, you're
Dragon Knight. They're actually all still in the pool because we went with some weirder bands. Beastmaster, like you said. I feel like one of those has to come in here.
And we'll have to see. Really taking their time on this next ban here to kind of line up their draft. It is going to be the Monkey King. And the Bristleback is going to come out now. Now, this hero can be countered by a Nyx pretty easily, and they are, you know, known to run Phantom Assassin. So maybe we just see another PA coming out here. It's not bad into the Bat Rider.
10 seconds remaining.
It plays decently into heroes like Beastmaster as well, who pairs well with Bat Rider.
Yeah, I think you could hold the PA pick till
Dire
18.
team pick.
Yeah, I agree. Nope, they rip it.
I think you could grab it at 10
just right now.
right now. I mean, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. If you're willing to reveal it 9th pick and you already see a good matchup in the Bristleback, you know, clearly they don't mind revealing the
10
pick early.
seconds
So
remaining.
there it is.
Team pick.
I don't want to see... I don't feel the Brewmaster did much to the PA. Now, some of that was because of the Abaddon. But the Abaddon is still in the pool.
Yeah, they can still take it.
So you also have a Bat Rider who does not like the Abaddon either.
10 seconds
I don't think you
remaining.
can go back for the Brewmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
Your Shaker mid here, we haven't really seen many heroes actually deal with this. They might just go the Pangolier again, but that hero seems to get kind of owned by Shaker.
What if you steal Viper?
Yeah.
Well, they still
Is
have the
that
18
good
pick,
enough?
though.
Like, the thing is, they could still abandon you. And then you're like,
I guess
you
so.
Viper Strike, you build up Poison Sacks, and then they just get dispelled. Like, Viper Strike
Well, I
will
meant in the
stay,
mid, not the offlane
yeah.
Viper, the mid versus the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
And then you're still good later versus PA. But I guess you don't have to steal it anymore, because I was just thinking about that. But now with this Earthshaker mid, I don't know. Actually, SA teams would run Viper offlane if this ends up being a Bristle carry.
Yeah, they would.
Viper Nick sounds like a decent lane too, actually. Keep that in mind.
25 seconds left. Fusion, maybe a little bit lost on this draft here.
Radiant team pick.
Okay. Something safe like the clockwork.
We're going to see the Drow come back. It's actually going to be Drow again.
I mean, it was a little bit of a roundabout way, but it did work in the end.
I wonder if that's their idea here, is to pick another
10
Drow. The
seconds
problem is,
remaining.
Nyx Assassin is so annoying that I don't
5
know if you can pick
seconds
Drow
remaining.
into it. Because, like, yeah, you like Rolling Thunder is really good early on, but Earthshaker can also kind of find her. Okay, they go for the Tiny for now.
I like
Good
Tiny
first
more
aim.
than Ember. They're very different heroes with different roles, but the Avalanche Toss is a lot of early burst that can get PA killed, and you have an actual chain
10
stun
seconds remaining.
potential between Avalanche Toss into Lasso or something. Like there's way more
5
proper
seconds
control rather than roots and slows and all that that could just be dispelled by the Abaddon.
And I feel like this is the one hero that gets banned the most against a Straker mid. Like a lot of people will ban Tiny before, like in phase 2, and then pick a Shaker mid. So Tiny should do fairly well in the mid lane. He has more attack range than the Earthshaker. He's got easy ways of securing ranged creeps and can harass a ton with just toss spam with crash landing. So I feel like it's a favorable matchup. There's going to be the Beastmaster. It's looking better for Drow by the second, but I would have to imagine it's about to get banned.
Dude, I love MJZ's drafting. Finally, support players like, you know what? I'm going to give myself
last pick.
the later picks. Yeah, he took the, what was it, 18 last time or 17? He got a late support pick, and now he's got the last support pick here. So go ahead, I'll just reveal the cores early. Whatever, you guys just farm anyways. It doesn't matter. I'm with you, MJZ. Let's go. So what do we need?
Not a lot of reserve time for Fusion, but Fusion needs what I would say is likely a carry. I think you have to run offlane Bristle here. I think it'll work better into the lane versus the Phantom Assassin anyway. But other options would be, if you want to run Bristleback carry, you have Primal Beast, which brings a lot of damage early on.
You take out the Drow.
But yeah, I feel like it's offlane Bristle, and you need an actual carry, and Drow would have been good. Beats the Beastmaster lane. We already saw what happened last time into the Phantom Assassin.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think what other carries they could actually pick.
Into Beastmaster Nyx?
I feel like you have to pick a ranged hero.
It seems best.
Dire team ban.
Morphling doesn't seem bad, but it's like into an X again, where it's like if you get caught like even momentarily on low HP, you can just kill you.
Yeah, it's just a little bit annoying. I wouldn't hate it. I'm trying to think of something like, I don't know, TA.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I was thinking about that one, but we just don't see it all that often.
5 seconds remaining.
Negative armor synergy with the Bristle would be kind of cool. Who's a natural
Like a
MKB
Weaver.
builder? There's not a lot nowadays.
Weaver can build it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Otherwise, you just do something similar to the Drow
Dire
Ranger and
team
pick like
pick.
Sniper. But I feel like that hero just gets absolutely ran
That'd
over.
be wild.
Troll is actually a really good ban. This is not a hero we see all that often at all, but it completely face rolls the Beastmaster matchup. It is unplayable. And then on top of it, in the late game, it actually beats PA. Battle Trance with an MKB, you do not stand a chance as Phantom Assassin. So that's a really good ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, what can you pick?
5 seconds remaining.
Not a lot left.
They end up with the Enchantress 5. Very strong for the PA. Make sure you protect it. And you do have to be careful getting knocked back by a Flame Break. They build up some stacks on you. The attack's low. Won't matter then, especially like later on, Tiny Burst, all that.
Okay, they go the Ursa. This one I'm not 100% on. Ursa is one of those heroes that with MKB just deletes Phantom Assassin, but definitely susceptible to getting kited. I don't know. We'll see. It's like triple melee core, but Earthshaker and Beastmaster and PA are all very mobile, so we'll see how it goes.
Fortunately, at least the lockdown is way better, right? You have
Way better.
Tiny, Bad Rider, Clockwork, all pretty good. And Bristleback, although it looks like he's going seeing red, his nasal goo slow is still very helpful to prevent people just from running away from Ursa.
Yeah. I kind of wish he was going to go the Snot Rocket facet here, because I do think it's actually
kinda
really
thinking
good for
that.
them. Being able to just stack up so much nasal goo in these fights and keep them in kind of slowed down at a lot of minus armor, because a lot of these heroes like really struggle against the physical damage out from Ursa. And if you're sitting at like a minus 15 armor from a bristleback, then that's pretty good. But opting to go more damage himself, I suppose, a little bit of a greedier build.
Yeah, some of it might be, I think for Snot Rocket to really work, you have to be able to get a lot of value in the lane out of it, and PA having a jump kind of defeats the purpose of a slow that you can just jump away from you, and then that's it. You just blew a bunch of mana, gave her a bunch of stick charges, and you didn't really get to whack her with the -5 armor, you know. So maybe that's some of the idea. I also think seeing red is just the more established facet. Players maybe haven't had as much chance to practice Snot Rocket because there have been so many qualifiers. Even if you do have an idea for it, you know, you maybe just haven't had a chance to run it. You've been playing so many official matches.
I would have liked to see it just to punish the Enchantress in the lane, I think is the thing. Because, like, your
kinda
Bat
cool.
Rider can do a lot of damage to her. And like you said, you have to be careful not to get flame breaked. Well, if you walk out a little bit and you get caught by, like, 3-4 stacks of nasal goo, you're just dead. Like, you actually will not make it back to your lane, back to your tower. So, we'll see how this goes. As we jump into game number 2 here of Fusion versus Perro Negro. And Fusion grabbing game 1 from the jaws of defeat. I could not believe it, actually. I was literally about to say that Perro Negro was up 1-0, and then I remembered that they actually lost. So, you know, what can you do? Unlucky.
Yeah, man. I think I was like, oh yeah, they won as they got the kill and they were pushing that top barracks. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Hopefully they did a full mental reset. Can't go into game number 2 being tilted about that loss. It is very unfortunate. You'll learn about it later. Game number 2 is you just got to refocus up. Start a new PA game.
I don't want to harp on their Roshan's banner usage and like too much more, but unironically might have lost them the game.
I seriously thought they waited for that the whole time, because we were saying like, oh, they're so patient, like what are they doing right now? It's like, oh, Catapult's banner, I see, okay, and then it didn't come out. I was like,
and then they just let both Catapults die, and then they don't get the racks, and then they die on PA. Yeah, like that series of events like cost them so much momentum. It is unreal. So those are just the types of things that kind of like in the heat of the moment you overlook, and you know they'll definitely revisit that and see how that affected their, you know, the outcome of their game, you know, later on. But I think for now, as we jump into game 2, we'll see bottom lane. They actually managed to get the wave a little bit close to the enemy tower, but Kataro with some nice counter blocks re-aggroes the wave and prevents it from pushing too much.
Mid should be pretty even. You've got Totem for one side, but you got the tree for the other. So it should just be kind of a slugfest. Lots of last hits into nice, I imagine. But it'll be very interesting to see who gets to the blink first. That's kind of the important thing. Both of them struggle to make plays without it.
It really depends on the early items, like what they feel like they need before the Blink Dagger, I think, because both of these heroes farm really fast. I feel like Shaker should have an easier time of CS, but we'll see. Tiny can very much just like get a surprise kill out of nowhere, so.
I might favor Earthshaker a little bit more, because Nyx and Enchantress should both be pretty free to run into gank, and Nyx should be sniping not couriers, large camp creeps from the Tiny, so when he goes to jungle, it's like, it's just a mud golem here, cool. So it should slow him down more. I don't think you have this, well, I don't know, I guess Clockwork and Batrider are both really good rotating supports, but Batrider tends to farm a little more to get a fast blink himself.
So something we didn't really even touch on, they swapped the Clockwork and the Batrider, so Prada is going to be the one playing the Batrider on position 5 instead. So this changes the lane dynamic quite a bit, I feel like. Because I thought you'd want the Bat Rider into the Enchantress lane, but they're just gonna put Clockwork here instead. I guess he's also pretty good at dealing with the Enchantress, and I think they would rather have farm priority on the Clockwork this game, it seems. So, yeah, I can't blame him too much. It's quite nice.
The Clockwork cogs are also not as effective versus Beastmaster, who has the boars to help him clear them out. So 4 melee heroes down here, if it had been Clockwork, it could be very chaotic. But Bat Rider down here should have fairly free reign, and then Clockwork can do creep dragging versus an Enchantress, which Bat Rider would struggle a little bit to do. If you can't directly fight the Enchantress, which Bristleback maybe could have, if you're just gonna creep drag, then I think, you know, that's not what Bat Rider wants.
Yeah, and Bat Rider is like, he's actually like not having the best time bottom either, because Nyx Assassin is just doing Nyx Assassin things where he kind of just drags waves, snipes jungle creeps, like just spamming Mind Flare for CS, and Beastmaster is gonna get a lot of solo XP in this lane as a result. So we'll see what ends up happening, but those lanes gonna end up being very close. Meanwhile, mid lane is still Shaker having a pretty good time. We see a battle over these runes here, and there's the Lotuses. It'll force them out as a result, so nice TP from the Beastmaster. He's gonna have to be a little bit more careful now. And Knight just continuing to jungle. He's gonna have his Bassi coming out in a moment to get closer and closer to those mana boots, and he is on his way to dragging another wave.
Beastmaster in the meantime sending the boars to go stack.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be, if they can get these double stacks off, it's massive.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Bat Rider and Ursa wanting to prevent this, which we'll see if he can. Well, they do get one of the stacks at least.
Dire's courier.
Warrior, can you get 2? 1 more? Maybe at faster attack speed.
Dude, alright, that's kind of messed up. They're stacking their own hard caps, and Knight walks by and just snipes the big creep. He's like, oh, you know, real shame.
I can't believe Bat Rider would just come in here and farm 1 creep. That's crazy.
Did he put a nice ward up here to scout any stacks that they would be making with like cores and stuff like that? Beastmaster is now the one dragging waves, while Nyx Assassin is going to try and find something out here behind the tower.
He doesn't have his TP from earlier. If Bat Rider can connect on this, you can run him down.
This is just not the lane anymore.
Where's Ursa? Ursa was dragging... Oh, he brought it to the small camp. Okay. Alright, the boar's going to keep him alive so he can't get run down, but he does lose the creep wave.
I mean, that's fine still, though, right? Like, it's just going to double up now. Ursa's going to have to do a lot of denying. But, it should push. There's no hard camp, nowhere to pull. Lane will be in a pretty good spot for the Beastmaster here momentarily, as Knight continues to do what every Nyx Assassin does. Uh-oh. Never mind. Thought something important was going to happen in mid, but nope. Are any of these lanes a surprise to you in terms of how they're playing out?
Not too much. There's a huge wave down here. They gotta be really careful. If you get killed here, you're gonna miss out on so much.
Yeah. Actually brings in his extra boar that he was using to stack with, just to make sure he doesn't get killed. Alright, well, yeah, they protect the whole wave. He gets a decent amount of XP. Mana boots are now done on the Nyx. And the Mind Flare spamming will continue. Well, I say that, MJZ is just getting ran down. Where? I mean, Kataro just finds him on the side all by himself. Now, they might be able to just hold him down long enough here and build up these stacks as Kataro. Yeah, the birds, the boars, they get the kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, a rotation in from Michael will help take down Slatums.
That's, I think, a relatively good series of events. So obviously a win in the mid lane. We're talking about the race to the Blink Dagger. Getting a kill will put you ahead in that regard. Bottom, I guess Ursa thought he could get a free Enchantress kill, but puts himself a little far going for it. But at least you get the kill first, and then you didn't really miss anything in the lane.
Yeah.
Forgot it was been so long.
So yeah, I think he's fine. Like you said, didn't really miss anything on the lane. He's level 6 now as he gets this creep. He's chilling.
I forgot that was first blood. The last few games we've done have just been such a slugfest. It's usually like 15 kills at this point.
Mid lane looking for the toss back. They get him. Michael's gonna trap him in the tower. Beautifully done here by Leo Style. He can maybe Echo to get some space, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. But with Echo down, that hurts a lot. Very nicely done from Fusion.
It's some extra pressure too, because usually what we see is no matter what happens in the mid lane, you go Echo some stacks and you kind of recover that way. We say the same thing about Beastmaster, and now you're on the same team and you're both on the back foot. So who gets to do these stacks that actually aren't as good as they usually are, because Night Stalker, or what am I saying? Knight on the Nyx Assassin keeps using Mind Flare on some of them. So yeah, the usual recovery method is a little lacking for both these heroes. It's going to be interesting to see who they decide to prioritize. Haste Rune on Tiny.
Oh, Spike Carapace, does he get it off? He's going to buy himself a moment of time, but the toss back into the supports. A nice kill there from Leo Style. So very different from last game. We saw Slatums get, what, 10 of the first 11 power runes. This time Leo Style, I think, has gotten both.
Yeah, at least gets the haste rune and immediately puts it into use.
It's very different mid lane in game 2 here, but Fusion having a pretty good start. Taro also just gonna go for the Battle Fury, which is kind of the expected Ursa build at this point.
He doesn't really have another build right now.
Yeah, he farms way too slow without it.
I do miss the old fighting builds, though.
Like Mask of Madness, Diffusal, Blink, stuff like that.
Yeah. Maybe next patch.
Agility heroes are not going to be better next patch.
Not with that mental attitude. All right, they got Echo available. I think they want to do one more stack and then see if they can Echo this to finish off the Blink. He needs about 1,200 more gold.
The dragon didn't wake up.
Oh,
one dragon just fell asleep in the side there. You need to run away from
dragon.
the stack. Slatums will easily Echo this and kill anybody that's nearby, but Tiny just takes like half the stack. Slugger will clean up some of the big creeps, but a really nice contest from Fusion there.
Even as Slatums gets a good chunk of the gold from the big creeps, you split that XP with everyone.
Yeah. That was weird. One of the small dragons just decided to keep snoozing in the corner. He's like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to chase you.
That was me this morning, man. The alarm went off, and I'm like,
Yeah, I was up at like 6 a.m. and I was like, I don't want to do this. Frank takes top tower. He's just been getting a ton of space here. He's top net worth here on this offlane Bristleback because he's going to be closing in on an early Aghanim Scepter. Which, I mean, he's well over halfway there. Much different game number 2. Both teams playing very passive. Michael is going for a super deep wraparound here. Gets a good ward that scouts out an ancient stack, but also might allow them to surround this Beastmaster. Knowing that there's no help coming his way, Prada does have the lasso available. But without hookshot, dude, it might just be too difficult.
Yeah, Ursa backed off as well, so kind of tough to do it without him. But he's coming back.
Dire are scanning.
That's a really good scan from the Beastmasters. Like, something's up here, man. There's no way that they, like... They're just acting a little bit weird on this bottom lane, right? So he actually blocks off the bridge with his boars.
Yeah, really smart. You need to secure these stacks. The last one's already got contested enough. Can't lose it.
He's going to get trapped in the cogs here, and Avalanche comes through. You just need a couple of attacks, and you should be able to finish this one up. He's healing a ton, but a second toss will grab themselves the kill. And meanwhile, mid lane, an Echo Slam to bring down Prada. Okay, so again, not the best use of the Echoes this game, but he does get himself a kill closer to his Blink Dagger, and you did mention that's kind of the big timing for both of these mid laners, and they're pretty much going to be done at the same time. Blink now done on Slatums, and Tiny about 60 gold away.
Yeah, though Tiny's a little bit richer since he did go phase Soul Ring, so yeah. Earthshaker should have won in this race to the Blink Dagger. The fact that it's even is actually a pretty good sign for Fusion.
Yeah, it's about 1,000 gold ahead. I have full Soul Ring difference, right?
Yeah. But
the tower ends up dying anyway.
The most important part is who now finds the best play with the Blink Dagger, which Echo is down to finish the Blink. All you need is Avalanche Toss, so Fusion gonna be looking first for that PA in the top lane.
They see Knight running around into the Sentry. They just barely get a glimpse of him. And with that, Ursa immediately backs off the lane. They drop the second Sentry. And this first Vendetta, we're not gonna see really pay off at all. Oh, he knows there's a Sentry now. But in that rotation, like you were saying, they're trying to find something. Oh, Leo style, his Blink gets scouted. Wits needs to be a little bit careful, trying to just keep the Blink Dagger on cooldown, and it's working. Leo style, nowhere to go. He has a toss, but he is here all alone. It's going to be a slow, painful death as, you know, sitting at 10 stacks of Craggy exterior. Reduces a lot of that damage, but Slatums with a big, chunky Enchant Totem swing.
What a switcheroo. They were the ones looking for PA. You actually lose your mid Tiny. He wasn't farming in that time. He was just looking for a kill, and he gets killed. That's very painful when that happens. Really hurts your momentum. Earthshaker, on the other hand, gets that kill. Now Echo is up, so it's their turn to go look for a play. Is there a smoke? Yeah, MJZ's got
MJZ
two,
has
so...
one. All right, Vendetta once again from Knight here, heading towards the bottom lane. He is zooming for Prada, but again, you know there's a Sentry here. They saw you play, or like, they saw you in the lane maybe like 10, 15 seconds ago. He's just gonna run at him under the tower. He just doesn't care. It's enough for them to grab the kill, and now Knight just burst it down from these Quill Sprays.
Ooh.
So 1-for-1 trade.
Uses a smoke to try to dodge it, but wasn't quite far enough away.
Ooh. Hook shot almost finds the Beastmaster, but not in time. And you now have an Axe on your Beastmaster. Despite what was a really rough lane to kind of start things off, he's recovered. Kind of the nature of this hero.
I thought it would be a bigger issue with the two of them having to split the triangle, but they got a lot of stacks off, which they did last game as well. We were talking about how are they so far ahead. They had just a lot of stacks.
Oh. Smoke up. They want to get active. They want to put this Blink Echo to good use. They have Vendetta coming off cooldown in just about 5 seconds here. Question is, will they find anybody? War dropped in the mid lane. Nice. Thus, they saw the clockwork for a second, but again, there just happens to be a Sentry here. A nice jump in from Slatums. They'll get the pick off onto one as they look for more, though. Prada being pinged out here. They have the damage, just needs a little bit of help. Yeah, that's one way to do it. And just yell at him.
Gotta secure the tower.
And there's not been a lot of fighting this game, so throwing anything to secure the kill and then get an objective, why not, right?
Yeah, much calmer game than we've had before. Even though 5 to 7 isn't that slow, but just for the usual pace of SA games, it feels a little slower.
This is your standard, like, boring, you know, WEU game of, like, teams just trying to out-efficiency each other.
I need to
never
reach
take
my
fight.
items.
Yeah, not in South America, man. This is street Dota territory. Everybody down here is scrappy.
You gotta fight for your items. Alright. Amplified damage for Tiny. Practically a guaranteed kill if they can find this Beastmaster. Think he knows something's up, though. He's pretty far back.
We're closing in on a Dagon here for the Nyx Assassin, and he's actually going to scout Prada here once again. Trying to find him. He will. Can Spike Carapace it? He just needs a little bit of help. Oh, instead they actually find the Ursa. Blink into the Echo. The chain stuns. He's gone. They also going to grab onto the Bristleback. But you need your Beastmaster to actually secure the kill. The Quill Sprays do come through. He gets the lasso off, but the drums are doing so much. And Clockwork, you cannot stand a chance against him. He's going to need a little bit more help. Frank will be able to secure it, but now with Wits nearby, can you get away? They're thinking about going for it, but they will back away. A 3 for 2. A pretty good fight here from the Dire as you take down the Ursa and that Tiny. Big kills.
Actually, when you consider that, Tiny had an amplified damage as he was joining that fight, but he just got controlled up and didn't get to do anything.
Yeah, that would have been huge if
No
he got a full
damage
spell combo
whatsoever.
off.
So far, the Dire doing a very good job of finding favorable fights. So a lot of that is the Nyx, of course, just using Vendetta. Even as he does walk into some sentries, just over time, you have the advantage in finding an ideal fight. That with maybe like Rocket Flare should balance out, but so far, not the case. Though they should get Roshan. It is being scouted by this observer. They get the D ward.
Yeah.
Don't think you can make it to fight this.
I mean, not fighting for Roshan as a Beastmaster team hurts a lot. So this is pretty rough for the side of the Dire. Like, you should be able to take Rosh pretty much the moment it hits the 15-minute mark. So you need to make sure you're getting something else. They're looking for Leo style mid. This would be a huge kill. They have no Echo, but I'm surprised he didn't try to spike Carapace the toss there or something, but he's just gonna walk away.
Tiny's pretty tanky. It would have been really tough to kill him with those two heroes.
I think if you spike Carapace for the toss and Dagon, like, plus the Mind Flare damage, like, it
might be close.
Yeah, it would have been close. You might have needed Echo Slam. Oh, Knight. He's gonna find Michael instead. He has his eyes set on the tiny little robot. Yep, goodbye. Alright, you still get something out of it. Okay, nerd.
Hey, how's PA doing? I feel we haven't seen her in a while. Battle Fury Manta.
Yeah,
ooh, and she's got the Shard queued up too, so that is perhaps the break. I would say they've been playing patiently, waiting for, but I mean, they have been finding fights, but with a break now available on the PA, it'll be very good. Who gets the Shard?
It went to Prada, bro. First Shard for... The crit kills MJZ! If he didn't crit, it wouldn't have killed him, actually. That's unfortunate. Well,
that's funny.
Knight gets the Shard, which is the way better one.
Yeah, yeah.
You now have break for 4 seconds on Vendetta, and on the other side, the Batrider is the one who got the Shard, which is easily way worse. Knight's going in. As a Spike Carapace actually manages to stun Batrider as he blinks in and saves the Beastmaster. As a result, that is a massive win there for the side of Perro Negro. Otherwise, that lasso is a guaranteed death. Will die in the process, but Knight being a little bit annoying here.
He's so slow.
Make him work for it.
Carapace and stun, and he still only makes it like 100 units in that time because of 2 nasal goos.
Yeah, that's a very good spell.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright. BKB, about 1,000 gold away on your Phantom Assassin. Earthshaker, a little over halfway to the Ags. For Ursa, he's got that blink on his way to a Basher.
I think he kind of decides, because he has more than enough money for the Basher, but he hasn't bought it yet. So maybe debating if he wants to go straight BKB, or maybe MKB even. You will eventually need an MKB.
I don't think he's the one who needs to build it now. I think you have other damage for the PA at the moment. Maybe not as much once
Avalanche
BKB
toss,
comes
Bristleback.
Yeah, but I think maybe with Bristleback, if he's not the one that dies first, he has enough damage to at least stop the PA in the fights. Yeah, he's gonna just buy the Basher. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Ricky's right. Yeah, I think I can just go Bash.
Dude, the other thing, like, in the past, Ursa was like so giga countered because you would lose your overpower stacks when you miss. Now it's not so much the case. Like, missing on Ursa versus PA isn't the end of the world, is like, because some of the attacks are gonna hit with max attack speed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
How much evasion do you have? 47% right now. Jeez, that's so nuts, actually. Smoked up top side.
Here.
This is a big kill if they can find the Beastmaster. They also have a gem on Prada, so
This is kind of scary, though. This is pretty deep.
yeah, it is. And you missed a lot of damage here. He gets the roar. In comes the BKB from Slams, and Prada is falling very low. He needs to get out of here. And now Frank and Michael are both stuck. They break the TP out with the Nyx Assassin. They get the break onto the Bristle. He's going to hit the deck. Prada gets the TP, or the blink out, but the TP on the Clockwork will not be successful. You at least get out with your gem, but that's a 2-for-1. Very happy about that if you're the Dire side.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, is it was so deep that you'd kill the Beastmaster, but everyone would close in. I thought they would lose their gem in that effort, so the fact that they keep it is kind of okay. But yeah, like, Ursa and Tiny weren't in position for that. Seemed a little forced. 10 seconds on Aegis, probably not getting anything else out of it now.
If they caught him on like that little sunken camp next to the tower, I think it's a much easier kill and he gets out. But the fact that he was on high ground in a weird area where you can't really approach, it delayed the kill so much.
Yeah.
Right? So very fortunate for the Beastmaster that he was where he was when the gank connected. Knight is
looking
hunting
for Prada.
Yeah, he's... Oh no, the ghost creep! He's actually
he knows
dead.
he's being chased.
He's just dead, and that's a gem!
Does he know? Okay, he's
Yeah,
going back.
he sees it. No.
Stuck around. Oh,
Knight.
you got a
Knight.
clear spot. Go back. Knight.
Knight.
Knight. Well, there's no courier anywhere nearby. It's like, oh. Oh, Clockwork, can you make it?
Nah.
Yeah!
No, I mean, losing this gem is such a big deal, and the fact that this just happened is... That's a little bit of a misplay from Knight there. Stealing that gem away would have been absolutely huge.
Dude, that's, yeah. Interesting, though, that Michael only went because they, like, when you drop the gem, you still have vision for a bit. Even though Nyx tried to pick it up, it didn't change ownership, so they still had vision to know to go for it. I think it should switch.
That's cool.
I feel like it should switch vision if you try to pick it up and don't. But yeah, I don't know, maybe not. There's some weird coding there.
Well, Enchantress found a Troll Summoner and took bottom tower. Big Echo Slam onto one hero, the Bat Rider. Deleted.
Absolutely massive.
Huge Echo Slam. I mean, it works. They get themselves a free kill. They have the tier 2 tower now. And the Frank.
Oh, they're gonna find Frank.
Frank. He gets the break up onto the high ground. The Yules actually will buy him some time to get away, but in comes Ursa, but Wits. He can't finish him off. The Yule's actually saving the roar onto Kutaro. He's gonna try and turn this around with his overpower. The damage of the BKB comes out now from Beastmaster. He's out looking for Frank. Gets him on the kill. The Fan of Knives to break him. And this Haste Rune, Tiny, he's doing his best here to run, but the Blink Dagger, is it gonna be available?
Got 1 second.
1 second, he's out.
He's out? That's crazy. Oh, I thought that was looking like it was slipping up. They overlapped the brakes a little bit. Bristleback almost got out, and actually he would have if he didn't turn back around to help Ursa. Ursa talked about needing the MKB or not. That was a case where he needed it. He was not doing enough damage to the PA.
He also didn't have his BKB at the time, I think. I'm pretty sure it was like on courier or in base. So kind of unfortunate for him. I don't know if it would have made any difference. Like maybe he kills the Beastmaster because he wouldn't have been slowed down, but either way, I think you're right. Now is like the MKB timing. He needs to get this item to deal with the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, and I think that's what he had to decide earlier. Because you can't really go Basher, MKB. Like, BKB had to be next. So it's either he gets the Basher and then the BKB, or MKB and BKB. And we'll see if the next... Because it's probably going to take about 5 minutes to get the MKB. We'll see if that ends up being the mistake or not. Where you wish you could kill the PA more consistently in this window. I don't feel like he's gotten a ton of extra kills with the Basher.
I mean, they've pulled a pretty substantial lead now on the Dire, 8,000 ahead here as we're looking for the 28-minute Wisdom Rune. Ward Sentry's going to be placed. They see Prada instantly killed. Great use of the ward. They will take the very juicy Wisdom Rune. Meanwhile, Bristleback's going to do the exact same. Take it from the other side of the map. Get his level 20 now. For that quill stack damage, which pretty big boost in damage output.
Frank's pretty close to his BKB as well, which is pretty big to reduce the damage from this Beastmaster, Earthshaker, maybe with some BKB timings. Because we haven't seen him take a fight with his BKBs yet. The Ursa still has his full use. Bristles will be brand new soon. Actually, even Tiny's. So yeah, the next fight could be really big for them, as you can ignore a lot of damage. But you gotta find that fight, and I feel like so far, the Dire's been a lot better about finding the right fights around the Nyx, finding individual pickoffs, things like that.
You've got Yule's Dagon on the Nyx. It's just such an annoying hero to deal with now, especially the Ursa. If he doesn't BKB early, you're just gonna be removed from the fight. And we're gonna see a smoke out. They wanna run at this. The question is, who do they find? Because Vendetta, Nyx Assassin, quite good at getting the opening. The Echo doesn't actually connect onto the backside. The Shaker's in trouble. They just burst him down. The BKB out for the Beastmaster of the Ward, doing some work. Michael stuck inside the cogs, but
Ursa's just gone.
Deleted by Wits, and he's still got that BKB. Now looking for Frank. They don't have a break at the moment, but will they find it? Nyx Assassin gets popped by that Tiny on the backside, but Frank still doing some work, trying to chase for more. Looking at this Beastmaster, he's got him, but now he's stuck inside the trees, and Wits has got him 4 dead on the side of Fusion. The buyback from Slade Imps, it pays off. He gets the Tiny, and it's a full team wipe, baby. Beyond godlike, 10-0 for this Phantom Assassin.
So that was what, 5, 4, 3, and then the Earthshaker buys back?
Yep, 5 for 3 in the Shaker buyback.
I feel like you're wishing you had bought the MKB earlier. This PA is just doing whatever she wants in the fights.
I mean, Ursa went in and got a lot of damage, right? Gets a really fast kill onto the Shaker. But, yeah, like you said, PA just comes in later and just deletes him. Has a full Abyssal Blade, gonna finish off Roche.
I almost feel like the Earthshaker kills a bait after he whiffed the Echo.
Yeah.
You know, because like as you pop BKBs, what does he even do at that point? Sure, he'll whack a couple totems, but I almost feel you need to go for the PA with your 9-second BKBs. Or maybe that would have been the correct call. It's also harder, right? I know she's like waiting in the back, waiting to jump in, but...
Oh, neutral camp takes down Michael. I mean, he's still dead for 40 seconds, which is nice, but I guess a slight silver lining there for Michael on the clockwork that he gets the deny. All right. This is where I'm gonna ask you a big question. Roshan's banner now in the hands of Perro Negro. Will they use it to secure a lane of Rax?
Well, this time there's no catapults coming anytime soon. They'd have to hold it for quite a while if they want that play. Let's see, they're going to start with the mid tier 2.
You hear the lasso, they find the Shaker and Abyssal immediately from Wits. Will just get him out of danger. Ursa up onto the high ground though, just finds the Shaker. Echo is out, Kataro gets the kill, he's still got a BKB. He's stuck though, he needs help, he's gonna be caught, just chased down here from Wits. The crit comes through, Michael with a nice cogs holding the place, the Avalanche not doing a whole lot, they've gotta deal with this Phantom Assassin. She's low, but still alive, and behind the tower, Knight will take down the clock, and guess what, Leo Style, you're next on the block here. He's got an Avalanche toss in one, he's gonna pop the BKB, he's gotta get the damage, but it's not enough 70 health. He's gonna live, and into the base they go, the Abyssal Blade is out, and Wits will claim another. Quill's being thrown all over the place thanks to that Yule Scepter will actually save Knight and MJZ.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But 3 more dead on Fusion and a good use of that first Aegis.
Wait, did they recover the jump again? Yeah, they did. This Earthshaker, 2 times now. He goes in, they kill him, but it's just opening the fight for the PA. She's had Ursa's number these last couple of fights. Oh, he's actually switching over to an Ags.
He needs an Ags so bad. This is like the game where you need like Ags, Octarine, and Shard.
I just worry you're gonna live now, but you're still not gonna be doing enough damage to PA.
I just don't know what other options you have, you know?
I mean, that's why it just goes back to when he was hovering the Basher for so long. He really thought it through, and he made his best guess, and unfortunately, I think the correct answer was you get MKB there, and then you go BKB. Or you get BKB and then MKB, but like some order there, because otherwise now you reach the point, it's like, well, now I want Ags. Oh, wait, I still need MKB. It's like, well, now I want Octarine. Oh, but what about that MKB? Right? At some point, you now have to deviate the build too much.
There's a really nice shard pickup as well from the Tormentor. It goes into the Earthshaker, so he now has the extra stun on Fissure, which we'll see here in a moment. Oh, okay, well, Lasso comes out. They're gonna be able to drag Knight in.
Ooh!
Mark there with a hook shot. Very nice dodge.
It's too bad. Could have at least forced out the BKB from the Earthshaker. Uh-oh, Ursa?
And that's the Axe, though. And Rage is there. He has the BKB. The Roar, though, he's in a lot of trouble. Picked up so quickly, and now Frank gets aggressive here. That's an amplified damage on the PA. You need to run. He will definitely delete these heroes on the backside. In comes Leo Style. Avalanche toss. He actually misses.
Nearly enough damage.
With the tree stop. And now the Echo Slam comes out. Leo Style just getting cleaned up. PA ready to go from one target to the next. The chase continues. Now looking for Frank. Fissure up in 2 seconds, but they won't be able to get in range. The whole combo like missed Phantom Assassin there. Or maybe she just Satanic it? I'm not sure.
She was just healing a bunch. She has her Satanic. She's got Enchantress standing next to her. You really need to be able to kill her quickly, and I just don't think they have the tools to do so. This is looking very similar to last game. Let's hope they learn some lessons from the last game. Otherwise, maybe this is gonna go 20 more minutes. But it's an 18K lead at 35.
And you have a
yeah, you don't even need to wait for Roche if you don't want to. You can start poking a little bit. You don't have to commit super hard if you feel uncomfortable, but you can start chipping away these tier 3s as you hold the map. What are we gonna need for Fusion to come back into this? Some really good tossbacks or Blink Lassos, 4 staffs.
Yeah, I mean, you have toss back into Lasso. Also, I mean, Bristleback's burst damage is pretty substantial if they don't actually get the break on him. So Frank can do a lot of damage combined with his team. So it really just comes off to like they need to get the initiation, but the last like several fights we've seen has been someone on fusion getting caught. Which is, you know, pretty easy to do when you have an Nyx assassin running around.
Yeah. I will say, this is where you get a little bit lucky in Dota, the shard going to the Nyx, so that he could have the extra break and then buy the Yules. Otherwise, he has to buy his own shard, and the Yules comes much later. But now he's got the break, Yules, finds people with the ult, takes Ursa out of the fight when a rage comes out, right? He's doing so much on this.
He really is.
This Nyx assassin. And now, you're kind of just waiting on him again. You know, he's done it for you many times before. Eventually, he will find a pick-off for you guys. You'll get that, and you can start going to the high ground. If you don't, then that's okay. You'll just wait for the Roshan. And I'm sure they'll use the banner this time. They've got two, or they will if they get the next one. Oh, figure block on Frank.
They find Frank. He gets the BKB off. He's going to turn around with a lot of quill damage. They'll back away. Kataro. They find a solo kill on the Beastmaster with a lasso. Very nicely done. And the Nyx assassin looking for the Batrider. Nice force staff to dodge. In comes the Cogs as well. Knight's actually the one in trouble here. Now Kataro still has that BKB. Might need to use it soon. Great avalanche toss on the backside. It's making space. Wits. He's kind of falling low here. And Frank's going to turn around with another big set of quills. But there's the break. He gets him with the BKB as well as that Satanic to full reset. The question is, can they get out now?
If everyone gets out, this is like really good.
Yeah, you get the buyback out of the Beastmaster. And they're cutting the waves. Like, Ursa's going to get bottom. That's pretty good for Fusion, all things considered.
Yeah, that's such a good find on the Beastmaster. And they thought they could get something because that fight was going long. It was pushing into the outpost and the mid-tier 2, so he thought he could buy back and rejoin, but a quick escape. BKBs are now down too, so it's not like you feel comfortable forcing even more. Uh-oh, turn around, Michael. This is not where you want to be.
Tiny with Conda now being done and the level 20 talent, he does a lot of damage in his combo. He got PA down to half health on just a single pop. So if you factor in like any other hero being there, it's likely to kill. Ursa gets caught from the Abyssal Blade, has to pop the Enrage, has a BKB, he's gonna need to use it, but no, he's just dead for 90. His team is nowhere near him, and now Knight on the backside does get caught, has that little bit of a glimmer.
He's life stealing.
He's actually just gonna
die. He's out.
Well, I actually cannot believe this just happened.
I feel like this is the gem passing back again. How many times have we seen this gem go around? Wait, they missed it actually.
Yeah, Aesthetics Cap just kept him alive. The status resistance onto the lasso, and then the Avatos damage was not enough to kill him. He just lives.
Yeah, Dagon healed him too.
Yeah.
So much going his way. And now that's no... Well, they don't know there's no buyback on Ursa, but you can go try to force it out now. They've got... Oh, they don't have a creep wave because actually Top got pushed out. Get the banner out. Get it ready, boys.
They have no creep waves at all. They're just sitting here hitting the tower.
Nyx
they need this top one to get here sooner. It's
okay, here it is.
home.
Here it is.
All right. Fortification comes out.
The skeletons are help tanking it.
Yeah.
It might have still gotten enough creeps killed off. Oh, okay. The range creeps in the back are still up.
All right. Ranged barracks going to go down very quickly as they now look for the melee. And MJZ, I mean, he's got Moonshard on this Enchantress. He's a full-fledged core at this point. They're going to check for Roshan here. I like this ward being placed by Prada. Will help identify when they can go for Roshan. That being said... Okay, Leo style has the gem. Never mind.
If he could get a steal, it would be massive.
Are scanning.
Ursa's gonna go for the Tormentor real quick.
Dire are
Can
scanning.
you imagine if Ursa died to Tormentor right now?
That'd be an impossibility.
Absolute
Goes to
despair.
Michaels. The jetpack is kind of nice. Katara's going to join his team bottom, and Shaker's up on the high ground. They actually
just
scout
found
him
the
out,
Ursa.
scouting him up, and now Knight, one in trouble. He gets the enrage off with 1 second to spare. Abyssal Blade is out, but look at Witz. He's waiting to just join the fight and deletes him from the game, and now Tiny on the backside in trouble. The Echo Slam comes down. They're losing themselves one after the other. Prada on the run into the Roche pit. Nice blink, gets the TP out. He's gonna be safe. But that's gonna be third Roche.
I almost wonder if he has to stick around and attempt the steal. Because I feel like with that losing fight, and now another Roshan goes over to the Dire. Where are we putting it? Refresher, Echo. That's gonna be huge. Oh no, Banner, guys, please.
Who needs it?
Clearly not them.
They've got one still. You know, they don't need another. They're waiting to use the first one to show. Oh, Witz will find the clock on the backside. He gets a Ghost Scepter to buy some time. Slatum's, already pops the Refresher. It's just going to trap him in place. Frank pops that Bloodstone, trying to heal. He's now on the run. There's a Fan of Knives in 1 second. Sun comes out, hook shots in. Wait a minute, Frank, he's doing a lot of damage. The lasso pulls him up onto the high ground. They get the Aegis, and Slatum's isn't super healthy either. They TP out on one. Prada not going to be as lucky. But, I mean, that's Aegis and Refresher just for the Bad Rider.
That's pretty good.
And Cheese.
Yeah, I mean, if you could have gotten... The Hawk was on a lunch break or something. I swear I was watching him TP out on that cliff. If you get that route, then that's kind of worth it. But now just no Bat Rider. Let's see if they decide to try to push. I don't know, though. No Echo. Well, it's only 30-ish seconds before you have the ults up. Maybe you can force it.
I mean, you've got to play off of a toss back, right? That's kind of the idea here.
Yeah, Lasso's now up, so if you get a toss back, he'll instantly buy back. If you lose one barracks, I think that's not the worst, though, if you want to try to save the buyback.
Ooh, he tried to catch up with Spike Carapace. He does get Kataro, though. And that's the first enrage. Avalanche toss from Leo style. Delete Phoenix. They're going to buy back. They're going to hook shot here onto Beastmaster. And Witz doing what he can to take down Bristle. But he's pretty tanky. He's healing with the Bloodstone.
Lasso on the PA.
Lasso's caught the PA. Drags her into the fountain. But they to the tier 4s. But they don't get the kill. Avalanche toss. They're bringing Witz down low. He gets the blink away again. It's not enough. The Lincolns will protect him. He gets to safety as the rest of the Dire trying to make it out of the base. They bump back on the Bat Rider. They get the Bristle back. They manage to live.
Okay, as things settle down, I guess that's still okay because you got the Bat Rider buyback. But it is kind of a successful hold. I think there's a world where they do take that barracks. But that's okay, you didn't lose much, right? You can just try again later.
Yeah. I think the main problem now is that your Bristleback is dead for 40, and he's a big part of just sitting on the front of these fights.
Dude, they could have finished the PA. That fight looks so different. There was a lasso on him, and then I think he forced that too far.
There's the lasso. Roar comes out immediately. Avalanche toss the hook shot. It doesn't really connect onto anybody. They're just getting chain stunned down. Ursa is dead, baby. And now turning their attention to the Tiny. The Echo Slam deletes him. No buyback on this Ursa. And with this, it might spell the end of the game.
I don't see a way you hold this. I said that last time, and then we had a crazy turnaround.
GG out.
Yeah, there you go.
What
the last the last two lassos caught the PA, but they weren't actually able to get the Ursa on top of her to kill her. They just too much random stuns and force stabs and all sorts of things. And you have a very small window of actually killing the PA, which the game went long enough. He got, he did reach that point, but you still need to actually execute on the stuns and the damage, and just fell a little bit short at the end.
I mean, if you get the PA there on that high ground, like you said, the first time, I think this would have been a completely different.
We go at least another
scenario.
10 minutes.
Yeah, it's like they can't go high ground anymore. PA's dead. Like, you trade that for the bristleback, totally fine. But the fact that she barely lives, like barely, is so essential for the Dire, and they actually just win immediately after. No, like calling like bristleback probably not having buyback. She finishes the game at 17-0-9. And this is where the draft kind of is a question to me, because we saw them just open with PA early, and then you pick Batrider Bristle, which PA is great into both of these heroes. So I was kind of like, you're just giving him a better game in essence. So we'll see what ends up happening. And they don't slip up like they did in game one. And honestly, I don't want to say this should have been a 2-0 right now, but it could have very well have been a 2-0. Now instead we're going to be going to a game 3, which is wild.
Yeah. The question is now, this is where the mini meta of a team playing another team develops. Do you have to ban PA in the first phase? Are you at a PA first phase banning?
We'll see, dude. We'll have to see, because whichever team gets first pick, second pick might decide the draft a little bit. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and then we'll be back with game number 3 here at Fusion Esports versus Perro Negro. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. start to doubt if I'm good enough. Looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting. There's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens
What's up, everybody? We're back here at ESL One Raleigh. It's the closed qualifiers for South America. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, and we've got Game 3 of Fusion Esports taking on Perro Negro in just a moment. And this has been an insane series. Now, Game 1, I think a lot of people, just where that game was going, just kind of expected Perro Negro to win. Fusion pull it out at the very last second. They win 24,000 gold behind, and now they just get stomped in game 2. So we've got a game 3 coming. What's the big adjustment that Fusion needs to make? Because I feel like the adjustment has to be on the Fusion side of things.
I feel like the lanes, they're coming out of the lanes behind. And that's kind of wild to me because they keep revealing so many early cores, like the PA. And there's pros and cons to revealing a core early, but the potential negative is that you're supposed to be able to counterpick that core and give them a really rough time. And this is a PA who has now been picked super early twice, and she's at the top of the net worth 10 minutes in, 20, 30, 40 minutes in. It's just not supposed to happen. So I guess they need a new idea. You know they're going to take it again, potentially. So hopefully you came up with a new idea, or maybe you are just going to ban it out, make them play something new. But that feels like where it's at right now. You can't be letting them pick cores and then still not being able to punish them.
I think that's a really good point. Yeah, it feels like they haven't punished Phantom Assassin in either game, and like they did win game 1 with the Drow, but I don't think, I think it was a couple hiccups, and if they had, dropped the Roshan's banner to protect those 2 catapults, they would have gotten themselves a free lane of racks, maybe been able to pressure more. It's like there's a few things here and there that cost them pretty dearly in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
And in game 2, they didn't make these mistakes, right? Like game 2 was a lot cleaner, and I don't know. I'm curious to see what the draft is going to be like, if much is going to change, if we're going to see the Phantom Assassin actually come through the draft. Because I don't know what else Witz plays. Like, even in the last qualifier, we saw him playing a lot of Phantom Assassin. So I am curious if they're just going to force him onto a different hero, or if they're going to try and address the Phantom Assassin somehow in a different way.
Yeah, I will say, I think the game 2 draft was a lot better for Fusion, and it was looking good. Or maybe not like they were winning, but we had the tools we needed. Like we were talking about, they both have blinks in the mid lane. What do we find? And at that critical moment, Tiny didn't find a kill, and in fact died to the Earthshaker and some heroes like the PA. And then Earthshaker was able to save the Blink Echo to go find another kill. And that's kind of a bit of a tipping point at a key moment. It felt like there were several plays like that throughout the game where we need to find something and then we don't. And that's where, shout out to the Nyx Assassin gameplay. Really good. Just all over the map, finding things for his team, being very annoying, helping in the lane, of course. Just fantastic play throughout the game. Like, I can't really think of a moment where it was like, oh, that was a big slip up. Just really, really good work on the Nyx.
He has 9 deaths at the end of the game, which is, more than double anybody else on his team. But this hero is just such a menace in terms of kind of its pressure it applies to the map. It forced Fusion to buy a gem early on. It kept getting kind of swapped back and forth between some heroes, but Nyx Assassin cannot be underrated in terms of his game impact here. And if it's not banned going into the draft for phase 1, I have to imagine someone's going to pick it at this point.
Yeah, I think Nyx is up there with the top supports. We were talking a lot about Batrider and Phoenix. I still think those guys are good too, but Nyx, it took a while for people, because Nyx's issue has always been bad laning. With the change to Mind Flare, it took a little bit. We needed some exploration from some teams that were brave enough to do it. Like, hey, what if I don't lane at all with you and I just jungle with Mind Flare? And it's like, that's crazy. You're insane. No. But with the patch going so long, enough teams and enough players have tried it that lately it doesn't feel that weak. I mean, if you need to punish the carry, sure, it's weak in that sense. But even as you get counterpicked, it's like, well, I'm going to creep drag. I'm going to Mind Flare things. I'm going to roam mid to get runes. And I do enough. We get out of the lanes even at the least, which has always been Nyx's biggest issue in terms of reaching this menacing, got my vendetta, look around the map and find you.
I think that's exactly what it is. Like, this hero in the past has been considered like such a weak lane hero that you're like, we can't really pick him. But people just kind of realized, like, what if we just like ignore the lane kind of and we just manipulate it, and I just, basically snipe creeps over and over until I have mana boots, right? And then you have a really well-timed mana boots on a support, and suddenly you come back to lane with like mana boots level 3, and they're like, huh, this is annoying.
What is it, by the way? What is it about Dota players? Why do we all just want to jungle? The Knicks players are putting us like, what if I just jungled? And for you're thinking, whoa, I'm not going to get to lane. What if you also just jungled and made stacks in the ancient camp? Oh, yeah, let's all just jungle. What is it with Dota players? Why do we all just want to go jungle?
So much
There's happening in
that
there.
dopamine hit of like killing a lot of creeps at once is just really fun,
Can't
Seeing
make
your
a mistake versus jungle creeps.
Yeah, right. No, and these are like things that I would actually really like to see addressed in the next patch. I think stacking is way too strong. I would like there to just be less jungle camps in general on the map. I think there's way too many. There's just too much gold in Dota at the moment. And it allows situations like this where you're like, man, we just intentionally picked a losing lane, but guess what? We have stacks and you can't do anything about it, and there's it's a little bit of a weird way to play the game right now, but it's the reason Beastmaster has been meta for like 2 years now, because if you give him a bad lane, you just stack with your boar, and then you just go and throw axes at the stack until you suddenly are the most farmed hero on the map. And I don't really know what they're going to do to fix this.
I can tell you. I can tell you right now.
What?
No changes to anything. I can fix it in one difference. You bring back the Ancient Prowler. Jungling is dead. It's over.
Dude, you could just actually bring... I mean, I feel like the Prowler might be too much, because the Prowler was way too strong.
Yeah.
There were times...
The point, Ricky.
Yeah. There were times when like an Ancient Prowler would just 1v1 a level 20 hero or something.
Good.
Like, that thing was stupid. I don't know if they will do that, but I'd be down for them to bring it back in a slightly less strong way.
It should be buffed.
Just
buffed and brought back, and it roams around the jungle. Get out of the jungle. It doesn't even have a set path. It doesn't have a set path. It just goes wherever it wants randomly.
It's like a
TV
bot that
jungle
like
then.
can detect nearby enemies even through fog, so it just chases you around the jungle. It's like the Slender Man of the jungle, basically. It's just like hunting heroes, and you're just like, if it sees you, you die.
Dude, this is actually so good. The more you farm a certain part of the map, the more likely it is to roam there. So if you create a bunch of stacks in the triangle and you farm it, it's the cry of the jungle. They're like, please help us, Prowler. The Prowler comes stay around there. You can't jungle there anymore. Dude, I'm so up for this.
Dude, we're turning Dota into a horror game.
And it should one-shot you.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a horror game now. You just like see the Prowler and you have to run. I don't know, dude. I am excited for a new patch. I was really disappointed that we have 2 more weeks of Crownfall before even any potential patch comes out. I thought for sure yesterday was going to be big patch day, but
It'll come.
at least I have 0 candies left to spend for the next 2 weeks. I don't know.
It'll be here.
Yeah, it'll get here eventually. It's just going to be after all of the qualifiers, which is a bit of a bummer.
Honestly, for the teams, they probably don't mind. You practice all this much, now you're trying to qualify to major tournaments, and suddenly it's a new patch. They probably don't mind.
But think about the viewers. There's so
we gotta
many
put the
less
ancient
people.
creep in there.
Who's gonna actually watch qualifiers when it's the exact same teams competing for
all
the
of these
exact
lovely
same
people?
tournaments? Like I feel like we want something spicy. Shake the game up, make it interesting.
Ancient Prowler.
Ancient Prowler's back, baby.
Back to a jungle near you.
Nah, I don't know. I think stacking in jungle just needs to be nerfed in general. It's getting a little boring with how much gold you can pull out of the jungle. Draft though, Nyx Assassin's banned. What a shocker. There's the Doom. Maybe Phoenix opener this time. Oh, they grabbed the Bat Rider.
Bat Rider. Okay, very safe opening. Fusion, steal the PA.
back for the Bristle. I don't really... Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't think Bristle was the issue in the game. Already having banned out the Nyx means there's going to be one less source of break easily available because he is one of the best. PA Shard's not bad. We got like Primal Beast Ag, Shadow Demon Ags. Those are some of the most common, and then Silver Edge, you know? So Nyx, I'd say, is the easiest one to get to as a support who hopefully you're getting Tormentor at 20. If not, he'll buy it. It's the most consistent. So already improves Bristleback's life.
Surely, you ban Phantom Assassin now. They're like...
Radiant team ban.
Right?
I wouldn't mind.
Radiant team pick.
Holy heck. Okay, they do it.
Can't get me a third time. All right, the Ogre comes out to relatively strong laner, though if this ends up being Batrider 4, that might be a bit annoying. Though, if you do run it with the Bristle, like it ends up being Bristle carry, the slows in that lane at level 2 are going to be absolutely menacing.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I kind of actually like that. I'm super down if this ends up being Bristle Ogre, but again, they can move things around. They're going to go back for MJZ on the Enchantress. They will pick up the Monkey King. It slips through the draft as they had to ban the Phantom Assassin. And they, you know, this is one of those other really strong heroes into the Bristleback. Or just generally.
Yeah, just generally strong, because it could be the carry into an offlane Bristleback. Could be the mid Monkey King, right? This is the power of the flex. You don't have last pick, so you will have to reveal it, but as Fusion goes into these next 2 picks, for example, we've seen a lot of Earthshaker, some tiny mids, Ember, right? We've seen all of them come out, and Monkey does very well versus many of them.
I want them to like kind of hide the flexibility of the Bristleback, but the problem is like if it even goes offlane, you don't have to run the Monkey King into it. You could still put Monkey mid if you get a good mid matchup. I'm curious what they want to do with Fusion at this point, because you definitely have to pick your mid and a support. So it's going to be Lion.
Interesting.
And
Lion,
which mid laners are left?
Lion versus the Enchantress. I feel like that'll be kind of annoying for him. I don't think he likes dealing with creeps that much. You need a strong offlaner to go with that, which I guess could be the Bristleback.
Dire team pick.
Whoa.
Okay, I was talking about random mid laners that can counter out certain, you know, matchups. Leshrac was one I had in mind, but we haven't really seen it all that much. And we're going to see it now. Okay.
If it does end up being the mid Monkey, like, you'll be okay there as the Leshrac. That's a... Conceptually, it kind of makes sense. We don't see very much Leshrac nowadays. I can't even remember the exact nerf he got. It had to do with the Bloodstone.
It was the Misanthropy, the Facet got nerfed like pretty heavily. I think I'll double check.
It's that one. Split Earth damage got reduced. He just got a series of nerfs because he was really broken for a while around the Bloodstone, and then getting all the mana back for free. Oh yeah, what was it? Chronoptic Nourishment got a reduction of how much mana you get back from creeps.
Yeah, which is like made it so he could just he was able to just like Pulse Nova through creep waves and not lose mana. Because he was just attacking creeps and just like chilling.
10 seconds.
It's what, like 50% now or something? Yeah.
Something like that. You can get the Beastmaster. Beastmaster can buy a pipe. I think you want a pipe builder anytime you're playing versus a Leshrac, which Batrider and Enchantress don't really do. So I like going for an aura builder like Beastmaster. You can still get like Blink Ags and then the pipe, or sometimes Ags pipe. Do you now
Last-
pivot the Monkey King? I feel like you get a different mid versus Leshrac.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think you put the monkey in the safe lane versus the bristleback. I think it's fine. Now, this would be an interesting case study for bristleback if he wants to go Snot Rocket, because it only really pays off against melee heroes. And Monkey King is definitely one of those heroes that can be punished pretty heavily. He has really good agi gain, so he'll have a lot of armor and attack speed and damage, but if you can keep him from actually getting those attacks off and being able to like use Primal Spring and stuff, you might be able to just kite him around and kill him.
It would be a cool idea. And you could spam it out because you also have a Lion. So the Nasal Goo is actually really cheap. And as you run out of mana, Lion just drains you for 2 seconds. And he's like, okay, thanks. I can cast it 5 more times again. Spam it on this monkey. I'd actually be really open to see that. But we were saying earlier, not sure if every offlaner has had a chance to try that out since there's been so many qualifiers. They've been going back to back. Not sure if they've, if they feel comfortable. Seeing red has been the much more established facet. All right, looks like Fusion's also suspecting maybe they'll move the Monkey King to carry, so they're banning out some mids.
5 seconds remaining.
Who's a carry that's left? That you want to do well versus Beastmaster. You want to make use of the Bloodlust buff. Funny enough, the PA would have been good for Fusion Esports actually.
Yeah, right. I mean, you could look for the Ursa again if you really want. I also, hear me out here, it's a pretty sick sniper game.
Sniper carry though?
I mean, you can kind of just pick a handful of different ranged carries here that do really well. I think Terrorblade is also decent enough. Otherwise, you still have the Troll Warlord as a deep cut, which we saw banned out last game, mostly because of the matchup into PA. You will have last pick on Fusion, though, so we'll have to see kind of what they're aiming for here on the Dire. Like this, yeah, there's the Troll ban. Dang. Okay, so it depends on their carry pick here, if they want to keep it Monkey King, or if they want to go mid lane. I think I'm with you. I think they should go for a mid lane hero. Nope. Ursa it is. So now you definitely go Snot Rocket, right? There's no way you play this Bristleback into the Ursa lane without Snot Rocket.
I would love to see it. I don't know if they'll do it, but I would love to see it. Yeah,
Morph is still in. Wow, that's a really good pick. All right.
Monkey mid has some ways to dodge the Leshrac. This mid matchup hasn't been popular in a while, so I wonder if Slatums is going to be used to the change to Mischief. The 0.1 seconds is much harder to dodge Leshrac stuff now. But if you can dodge it, that's how you get through that mid matchup, and then you go rotate around, make plays. Come on, Frank. Do it.
Frank.
I
don't know why you wouldn't pick it up this game. It's actually so value. And it's just...
Come on, Frank.
You just win your lane. You actually just win your lane so heavily. Maybe they think they don't need to win the lane and he can just be another core or something, but if you go Snot Rocket this game, not only can you win that lane, but then your Lion can just start rotating because Bristleback can be left 2v1.
I really just think it's something that not a lot of people have gotten the chance to try more.
Yeah.
Seeing red has been... I mean, we see it, right? It gives them a bunch of damage, a lot of kill threat, and so that if you're ignoring, you're like, oh, we got to deal with the Morphling, the Leshrac. Bristleback's just secretly back there building up stacks, then whacking away at people. So it's like another carry from the offlane role. I get it. I would have loved to see Snot Rocket. The ability to slow people, this Ursa and the Monkey King especially, seems really strong. Nasal Goo will still be able to do that to some degree, even without the Snot Rocket facet, but would have loved it. Would have loved to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea here is that he wants to go the Bloodstone build and play off of the fact that they probably won't have a break for him this game.
Prepare
And I
for
get
battle.
that, but I don't know if he's the one who actually has to be doing the damage, right? I feel like you have a lot of damage between Lesh and Morphling. So, a little bit bummed we're not going to see the Snot Rocket on the Bristleback, but we at least get to see a Monkey King, which has been banned out quite a bit, and also the Leshrac, right? A hero that we mentioned a little bit, but has not really been seen much lately.
Yeah, I wonder what build he's going to go for this game. I mean, it used to just be Bloodstone, Sanj Kaya type stuff. It's a pretty decent Yule's game this time around. That used to be an old item for him.
30 seconds to battle.
See if anyone finds a first blood.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any brawls over the runes here. It looks like everyone's kind of giving each other space, but ends up being 3 runes for the Dire. Kind of the nature of having an Ogre Magi level 1, right? Just a hero that is only a body. Can't do a whole lot with it.
Yeah, and he's actually going to take advantage of that on the Beastmaster. Going to body block, knowing he can't be punished too hard by an Ogre.
Yeah.
And Batrag going to make sure they can't do the same.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I'm a little bit curious to see what's going to happen in mid. The Monkey King versus Leshrac matchup, it's actually not as bad for the Monkey King as you would expect. As long as he's good at dodging the lightning storms, he can get a lot done.
Yeah, it's just tricky because it's a 0.1 second window to dodge now. So
yeah,
we'll see how on top of it he is.
Yeah, that will be the big one for me. If he can get the dodges off, it would be absolutely massive.
Top lane, Ursa should have a good start. Oh yeah, we see some heavy trading in the mid lane. It's gonna be pretty volatile, looks like.
Yeah. He needs to get like bottle and boots on Leshrac pretty early. Monkey King can't really afford to go bottle, and he's gonna need to get boots like ASAP. Because he can't play the lane without the boots. Leshrac's pretty fast base move speed, makes it hard for him to build Jingu stacks, and the only way Monkey King wins his lane is with Jingu stacks, so he needs to get those boots online.
Top Ursa should have a good time. You've got the Enchantress, who's just a pretty strong laner. But I don't think they can really stop Frank from getting what he needs either. We were talking about how we'd like to see Snot Rocket, but even without it, a little bit of like 1 point Nasal Goo, even without it, the stuns, possibly a Hex from Lion, should prevent Ursa from being too aggressive. We might just see a lot of farming top.
Yeah, there it is. Well, Misanthropy level 2 Edict comes out, and he just instantly kills the Monkey King. There's not really a way around this. Unless he has Jingu stacks already built, he just dies. So really good recognition there from the Leshrac. Now, he does die in exchange for this, which he needs to be very careful of his bottle right now. So, and he has boots now, whereas the Monkey King does not. So this lane should get easier.
No XP given away either. Get a little easier over time.
Misanthropy is such a nuts talent, bro. It is so much damage.
It is a lot of damage. So who's gonna get these Lotuses? It's very nice when Ogre can get it, but looks like it's gonna go to Batrider. And who got a top? Ooh, Wit's got it on the Ursa.
Yeah. Knight's in a pretty rough spot right now, actually, in the bottom lane here. They did get the Ignite. There is a Blood Grenade they'll be able to tow as well. Does he get in range for the Ignite? Just barely. And with this, waveform up in 1. Taro should get this, and he does. Yeah, really nice rundown is probably gets another Ignite off. Throws it onto the Beastmaster here. Big bad ogre. He's got 10 wand charges. Gets the stun. Trying to finish the job, but I don't think they can get in range. And that level 2 timing is so good.
You miss a little bit of last hits going out for the Bad Rider that far, but Equilibrium is actually pretty good right now, so you'll recover all that quickly. Despite the kill, Monkey King is still in the lead on CS here. Just a little bit better animation, and well, maybe Leo still hasn't played Leshrac in a bit. Maybe he's just slightly off on the timings.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure no one's really touched this hero all that often, except maybe like Sumail, you know. But not super common. Does look like he's going to max the Edict here, which leads me to believe he wants to be fighting, right? Otherwise, it's pretty useless. So
Ladums is heading top, maybe looking for the first rotation.
they got Michael for sure. He is way too slow. No stuns available. And
Sladums was about to contribute a little there.
Yeah, I was gonna say contributing. Typical mid lane, like main character ego symptom. I don't know. Yeah. I'm helping by taking your kill. Thank you.
Helping myself. Bought a refill for Leshrac.
I was kind of curious what the Bristleback's item build was going to be, if he's going to pick up a casual Null Talisman or something, but it looks like he's actually opting for Mana Boots this game, which is the alternative, right? You can either go like Null Talismans and Phase Boots, or you can go like Bracers and, you know, Mana Boots. But he needs the mana really
Good
bad
Hurricane. I think they don't want to commit around without enough creeps.
I mean, diving Lesh is so scary. If there's not like a bunch of creeps around you, he will just kill you under Edict.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful, especially if he's close to 6, because he could pop the ult to just destroy the creep wave, so even that's scary.
Nice camp block there by MJZ. Expecting Michael to be doing something of the sort, and as a result, trying to just find him. Top lane, Wits actually might be in trouble here. That is an Ignite with a Blood Grenade coming out. He's going to try and dodge into the tower, but Frank will just continue to stack up damage here with the Quills. Multiple TPs now coming in. Wukong's command is out. Prada will be the next to fall. So nicely done here from Sladums. Good TP on in.
Where in the past you would see a Leshrac take your mid tower for that rotation, but with Misanthropy, you no longer can damage the mid tower, so this actually isn't that costly for the Monkey King to leave. I lost like a quarter of his tower.
Yeah, I mean, the Amplify damage is helping out a little bit, but you're right. He's not doing much tower damage with it. I would like to see him rotate a little bit more with these extra points in Edict, but I mean, where does he go? Still a nice little bottle refill there in the mid lane. Good TP from Prada.
I am a little worried for Fusion's early game because all these cores aren't really... How do they start a fight? You know, it's got to be the Lion Stun. So far, it's not having the greatest time, so that's probably a slow blink. If you can't just walk at towers and force them to respond, you're not going to be able to do very much.
They're smoking top. They're trying to force, again, something out of Wits. They want to get that enrage. Frank trying to dive, but won't work for now. Meanwhile, Prada and trying to run and intercept here. Instead, it's just going to be a free kill here under the Enchantress as, yep, that's it's a lot of damage. It's like a what, 1200 pure damage or something now at level 4. How much is it?
They nerfed it a little bit, so now I forget. I forget if the value I have in mind is the old one or the new one. Maybe double check real quick.
1360 pure damage.
Yeah. So, just so much damage.
this is where Snot Rocket would actually, like, unironically, you would kill the Ursa here with it. So it's a little sad we don't see it this game, but they are still at least forcing Ursa off the lane for the moment and trying to put pressure on top.
At the same time, Morphling has been kicked out of bottom. Morphling will be able to jungle a little faster than Ursa, but at least you're kind of matching the movements right now.
Yeah.
Which they're using Enchantress creeps to drag this out. So you're not even losing the top tower that quickly.
One thing to note too, Beastmaster's actually gone Helm of the Dominator this game, so we're not seeing an Aghanim's build. So very different from what we've seen in the past, but that to me makes me think that they want to just start bulldozing down lanes.
I think so. It's a common approach versus Morphling.
That was okay. Never mind. He doesn't have mana on the Shrek here. I was gonna say Slatum needs to be very careful. That ward Sentry in the mid lane there doing some. Oh, that's 2 wards actually. That's awkward.
Nobody.
So yeah,
they got placed at like the exact same time.
Exact same time, yeah, by 2 different players. Literally the exact same time. Well, top lane, we're gonna see another kill from Leo Style as the Enchantress is just food for this hero, but he's in really deep now without mana. And he's just dead. Wow, that's a huge death, and now Michael in trouble as Slatums will continue to be able to just chase for more. Doesn't have that Boundless Strike quite yet. Stun off the mark. Able to continue the chase with that Simian Stride. Okay, I feel like that's definitely not supposed to happen. The Leshrac has been very low on mana for the last, like, several minutes.
Yeah, I think forcing, like we said, when you want to find a kill, you kind of got to force it pretty hard. That drags him into a bad position. He does get the kill on the Enchantress, but he's in deeper than he would need to be if you had someone on your team who could, you know, maybe stun target so you don't have to go as far.
Well, Morphling has now taken over the top net worth spot, kind of as expected. Now that he has the Vlads, he's picked up a Windlace just for a little bit more mobility to get around the jungle. And he's gonna be there for the foreseeable future. Blink reveal from Leo Style, and Slatum's no longer a hero. That's a really cool timing. I did not expect a blink first item from the Lesh. And clearly they did not either on the Dire.
Yeah, I thought he was just playing with an ogre. Got surprised by the smoke blink. Very nice play. I was gonna say it gets them in mid tower, but actually they're rotating to defend it.
Bringing in the heroes. Yeah, they got him. Nicely done from the Beastmaster. They're not giving him anything, making him work for it.
It is the pretty big rotation for an ogre kill. And although you defend your tower for now, I don't know. How much longer can you hold that? It's got like 150 health. It will fall pretty soon.
Frank surely will get the top tower here in a moment.
Middle tower has been denied.
It's only a matter of time.
Top tower is
So,
under attack.
the Helm of the Dominator into the Overlord for the offlane Beastmaster is definitely interesting. I do like it for the fact that against Leshrac, it's going to eat up a lot of the Misanthropy damage from Edict.
True.
So maybe that's the idea, because it is a lot of pure damage, but if you have like a 1500 health creep next to you, makes it a little bit more difficult to actually find the right targets. So I'm curious if that's the idea behind this. We'll have to see, or yeah.
The Ags build, you also want to blink, and then you could get the pipe. I think if you get Helm of the Dominator into Overlord, you're more willing to go pipe right away, which matches the timing of the Leshrac better. And
nice.
This extra attack speed aura is really nice for both other cores, and actually the Enchantress as well. So maybe that's some of the idea.
Yeah,
So
I didn't notice he went Wild Hunt. If I had seen that, I probably would have assumed he was going the Dominator build this game. That facet is really strong. We just don't see it all that often, like you said.
Yeah. So far, he's gotten the bottom tower. Doesn't seem like he cares that much about taking the other towers right now, like we were maybe thinking you go the Helm of Dominator for. But it is because he's farmed quite a lot, so he's actually not that far off from the Helm of the Overlord. So I guess they're waiting for that. Ursa may be taking some of his stacks, though.
He's like, you mean my stacks?
It's like, no, those are mine. Those were going to finish my Overlord, but that's cool. Okay, I'll go over here.
I mean, it's a decently timed Battle Fury, right? That's pretty nice.
I kind of would prefer the Overlord, though. You know, like, I think if he does those stacks, that is the Overlord.
It is, yeah. That's actually the difference.
But I suppose by giving it to Ursa, you're going to line up the Overlord with the Blink, which is maybe better than just having the Overlord. And then Ursa still needs another minute or two to get the Blink.
So Frank should have his Aghanim Scepter here after this Ancient stack as well. So we're seeing some big items picked up from both teams. I think the Aghanim Scepter on the Bristle is pretty huge. We don't have like an obvious break like we did in the last game, so this should give him pretty massive timing to play around.
In before Beastmaster uses his Helm of the Overlord to take one of those break creeps.
A little small troll.
Be a really big troll with the Overlord.
They see this rotation bottom. There's a ward up on the high ground, but they have a courier sitting on the high ground. They don't have a sentry yet to scout if there's a ward there. Surely Prada's going to go back and check for the ward now. Either way, Roar comes out. You went a little bit too far on the Lesh there. Flew too close to the sun. Gets quickly cleaned up from the Roar. That is such a deep dive, like behind where even your allies can get to. And now Ogre, because he didn't get rid of that D-Ward, it's just going to get Blink Lassoed. These are like deaths that cannot happen.
Bat Rider, he's a pretty tanky support. And then the Flame Break slow and knockback kept the Leshrac far enough away. And what's supposed to be a buff to Diabolic Edict Misanthropy, they shrunk the time it is from 7 to 6 seconds, so it goes faster. That also means, though, you have to kite him for less time, and then you're okay. So that Flame Break bought enough time that Misanthropy ended. And then what do you do in that far, in between two towers?
He needs to get more levels just in Split Earth, but on his hero as well, because he needs the AoE upgrade on Split Earth to be able to like reliably hit stuns, as well as just like being able to Pulse Nova more heroes. And he also needs this Kaya to come online immediately. Like Leo style is really fragile, but he does a ridiculous amount of damage. So if he's able to catch these heroes off guard, it works out really well. But we see in a scenario like just before, where if he extends too far and he's just out of position, it doesn't take much for them to kill him. This is such a bait from the Ursa. The whole team is behind him, ready to go. More
that's a way for him in.
Oh, they've got Michael, the sick Boundless Strike into the Roar. The stun comes out, but without a waveform. Got nowhere to go. Leosal's gonna blink in, just find Slatums. Then comes the lasso, but this is when Bristle and Lesh do so well. Looking for Knight, he's in trouble. One more auto attack from Frank as Leo style will end up dying here to the Beastmaster, but ends up being a great turnaround from the side of Fusion as they also get the Helm of the Overlord.
Who baited who in the end there?
Yeah. Apparently Morphling is, you know, like you said, just the bait.
Well, Leshrac did so much damage in the fight, but you do see the problem with the build is that you end up being quite fragile, so it's not surviving all of these fights. But it is going back into the other cores. Like, Frank's getting so much space, catching up to the Ursa because of that.
Yeah, Frank is huge. And they're not going to have a break for a while. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing that makes the Bristleback a lot better in this game. Last game, we're like, all right, Frank's top net worth, but there's a Nyx who got lucky off of the Tormentor and a PA who can buy Shard at any point, right? So they had answers to him. This game, not so much. It's just going to be the Ursa, but it's kind of like a double-edged sword. If you don't manage, if you like hit him from the back, it's going to throw so many quills out onto your entire team.
Both teams got to keep Roshan in mind.
Yes, they do. Michael comes bottom, gets a stun onto the Beastmaster, the Hex. The Wukong's even getting dropped, and now they're gonna find out the heroes are coming to chase. Beastmaster throws the roar. He actually pushes back the Lesh.
Wow.
That is very convenient because he was absolutely dead. Looks like they will still find him anyway. And with that one, a quick retreat from the rest of the Dire. They do manage to cut the next wave, though.
Push the Leshrac so far away.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to live off of that, or there was a chance for it. Instead, they get the kill. They're going to head straight over to Roshan, pick up the first one for themselves, which I wouldn't mind seeing this go to the Leshrac. It solves the issue I was just talking about. He's too squishy. He needs to live in these fights, and now you can focus him, but he's just going to come back with full mana.
I think they're going to give it to the Morph. He did happen to find a Pupil's Gift, which is a pretty substantial amount of HP considering what he was at before, so this does help a lot. But now this will allow the Morphling to maybe play a little bit more aggressive and let the Lesh kind of be the one who follows up the fight. I don't know. But I will say the Pupil's Gift is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra health for him.
And he's got a Yule's queued up, like you said. A really good Yule's game.
Yeah, to keep himself alive or lift up the Ursa in rage. Maybe even interrupt the Monkey King as he goes for you. You didn't pick up that rune! Oh, okay, he went back for it.
Morph has his Butterfly queued up. We actually saw Morphling earlier go for a Butterfly. It was against a Lifestealer, but whenever you're playing against these like melee heroes, like an Ursa that you can kite, I feel like it's a really good Butterfly game. Uh-oh, Michael. Uh-oh, Michael. Blink away. Alright, he's good. He gets rewarded with the Shard. That's a nice one. Super annoying to deal with. Now the question is, does he put a 4th point in mana drain now that he has the Shard?
He
I
might.
think so. I think you do. Level 4 mana drain is super annoying. And he has Essence Eater, so he might as well.
I really thought we'd see a pipe, but looks like they don't want it. I mean, I kind of get it. Like, it's mostly Leshrac, but it's also Leshrac. So
I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah, but I guess they're managing all right, you know, and then people are going to go for BKBs and the supports might die, but, you know, whatever. Of course we'll have BKBs.
I was going to say, man, Knight is super farmed, but he also is the one who received the free shard off of Tormentor. He is still super farmed, but an unlucky first shard for the side of the Dire. Never really want to see it go to the Bat Rider. They're going to smoke up here, look to head into the enemy jungle as Fusion will grab the bottom tier 1 tower, and they're all ready. They're going to smoke up themselves, sit behind their Morphling. Frank could be on the front line. I mean, there's a Wisdom rune that they haven't checked yet. Yeah, Michael's going to go look for it now. Frank does see the Ancient Golems. They know they're coming behind them. Prada's smoke is going to pop. He's on the front line. They do catch some heroes jumping around through the trees, but Prada's in a rough spot. There's the lasso on the backside into the Wukong's command. They've got Leshrac as well as the Lion and Lesh. He's dead. 3 fall. Make it potentially a 4th here as Morphling is just stuck. Where's the Bristleback? Oh, there he is. He's running after him. Okay. Beastmaster. No way out of this one.
Three for 2. Maybe 3 for 3.
I mean, the important heroes lived, right? Bristleback and Morph. I'm surprised I didn't see this coming because they saw the smoke pop on the summons from the Beastmaster, but maybe they didn't realize it was happening.
Yeah, it was a good catch from the Bat Rider into the Monkey King ult. That's what really helped them even be able to approach that fight. And they still took a ton of damage from it for the Leshrac.
Dude, this Morphling is just taking tower after tower.
He's got the butterfly.
Yeah, I mean, that's
much
3
damage.
towers just in a row. Bottom tier 1, tier 2, now mid tier 2, and now they're going to find the Ursa here. He does get the Enrage off, has a BKB. He's going to be forced to use it in TP home, but now, yeah, this is going to be a rough survival here for these Enchantress. Quickly picked up there. As they now look for the top tier 2. I mean, Fusion is just using this first Aegis so well. They've taken the entirety of the map.
Yeah, here's the last one. No contest. With a Morphling lineup, too. I mean, I know you got the Bristle and the Leshrac, but they're actually going to go poke the high ground for the last 10 seconds of Aegis. And why not? Even as Aegis expires, yeah, what else can you do? This is so fast, actually, with the Bloodlust.
It's a full lane. I mean, they're going to wrap around, try and find this opening. You need to get it with the Batrider Lasso. Michael, he's going to be the first one that they find, and that's a great kill. He gets the stun for the moment, but Leo style, he's still sitting around on the back, waiting to try and come in. Sladen's going to be forced to pop that Wukong's command and that BKB. Morphling still alive, pretty healthy. They buy back on the Lion. He's going to be here soon, and guess what? Leo style's found your Ursa. He just gets ripped to pieces, and now Frank looking to chase for more. Beastmaster cannot TP out. This game might have just ended. 3 dead right outside the base. They can buy back. But this
it's such an economic blow if you have to.
Yeah, he just wants to end this. He's going to go for more. Frank's diving the fountain's going to pop the quills, and that gets him. MJZ's dead. Slateums has to be careful as well. He's going to turn his back. He's got him. Monkey King's gone. No buyback. A full team wipe at 25 minutes from Fusion. They turn it on in game 3.
They're playing it safe. They're going for the Megas. To be fair with how they got here, I can completely understand that. Megas at this point might as well be GG. This lineup is really not good at dealing with it. I mean, they're going to play it out, because if you lose this, you drop to the lower bracket. It's the final game. Why not? But, oh, that was such a sudden turn of events, man.
I mean, that fight starts, and yeah, you get Michael. He got a Hex and a stun, though, onto the Ursa, forced his Enrage and his BKB. And then once all that's over, Leo Style and Kataro are like, hello there. We have been sitting waiting for your BKBs to end.
Yeah, it feels bad to BKB for a Lion. You'd love a different stun to kind of set it up, but what other stun is there? You know, there's Roar or Lasso. You can't really...
He's in trouble. He's forced to BKB right away. And I guess, I don't know if Frank breaks his Primal Spring, this is going to be rough. Yeah, here we go. Daedalus now.
What's the window of recovery?
Fountain.
You need to... right? I was about to say, I think you got to lasso people in.
I mean, but you have no break for the Frank, so as long as
it can't be Frank.
Yeah, he's going to be the one who's just like, I will kill you in your fountain. I don't mind. Morphling is going to get to work on the tier 4 towers. The last fortification comes out. MJZ gets very low, very fast, but barely survives. Ursa and Batrider hiding on the left side of the fight here, looking for an opening. Again, you don't really want it to be Frank, but if Frank's alive, I don't know how you live or how you hold.
Just send Frank to the front while Morphling hits the buildings. Now, of course, you don't have to do that. You can just hold the map, wait for the next Roche. They are smoking in to be sneaky, though.
Yeah, I mean, to blink the Hex, Monkey King is just so dead. Instantly deleting the Lasso, is going to find the Lion Roar out as well. Wits on the run, trying to hobble his way back to the fountain, but the damage is overwhelming. Kataro, big crit on the backside. The GG comes out. And Fusion, I don't know what talk you had between games, 2 and 3, but well played.
I think it was the PA band.
It's the PA band, dude. They were mind flayed by this hero. Unbelievable turn of events.
That was a very strong showing from Fusion to end that series. I do think Perro Negro is going to feel a little salty because the first 2 games were looking really good for them. But that's pro Dota. You can't make those small mistakes that kind of cost you games sometimes. So fortunately, they're not out. They will drop to the lower bracket, but I'm sure there's a lot of learnings they can have. If you can make this early PA pick work for you, you're opening up a lot of the draft, clean up some of the execution, possible deep run available to them. Fusion, they had to come up with a draft against first pick PAs, I guess. Because when she was out of the picture, it looks like the game plan, it was there for game number 3.
Yeah, and a lot of people definitely kind of, I think, laughing at the Lesh a few times this game, but it is one of those heroes that is a ridiculous amount of damage, and I got to give credit where it's due. The first item, Blink, changed the hero. Like, he was going down the slope, right? It was looking a little rough, and then gets this first item, Blink, finds like 2 to 3 kills off of it that completely caught Perro Negro off guard, and it recovers his game completely. He times his items really well with the bristleback. The Morphling gets active with an early butterfly. It just all came together from Fusion. And this is kind of what we're used to seeing with this team. Like we've seen them go really far in the qualifiers. They nearly won a set of qualifiers, but have just been struggling right on the edge of doing so. But they managed to pull out the win here, and they will keep their advantage in the upper bracket.
Yeah. I think it was a good showcasing of why Morphling is so good. In theory, he's one of the better late game heroes, and yet he just ended a game in, what was that, like 27 minutes or something? Like, you give him Bloodlust, and he was just so scary.
It's like Bloodlust, Solar Crest, and a butterfly. It's like, how do you actually hit this hero? He has like effectively 8,000 health. Like, it's so ridiculous. So really well played. They're going to be moving on to play. I'm trying to remember who it was. It looks like it's Heroic. In just about 30 minutes, I believe. So that's going to be a great series. Then on the other side, we have M80 versus Infamous happening. So make sure to stay tuned, everybody. We're going to go to about a 20-minute break, and then we will be back with our third and final series of the evening. We'll see you then.
While I'm living this life, look at all the late nights. It'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything.
to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting, there's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too
feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. Lately, I've been feeling lonely. Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Pulling me I can feel it, I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it. So alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Don't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you got to be mine in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you got to be mine in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the ESL One Raleigh closed qualifiers in South America. My name is Cryptic. Here with Z Quixotics. We've got one series left today. It is a M80 taking on the side of Infamous Gaming. And should be a fun one, man. All the games today have been super exciting. They've gone the distance, 3 games each. But we'll see if this one follows suit or if it's going to be a little bit more one-sided. But both these teams look very good based on the start of today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. We didn't get to catch Infamous, their previous series. We saw them before in the last qualifier. They looked pretty good. M80, also solid team. So kind of curious to see who's more on top of it right now, because as we've said before, all these teams are very close together in skill. It can come down to who's feeling good that day, how many series have they played, all the little factors. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think so. I think Infamous is a little bit surprising that they managed to squeak out the win against, I think, Looking for Org, which, like you said, formerly Team Waska. So this is a team that I think a lot of people have expected to do quite well. But yeah, they just managed to squeak it out. And Infamous is not bad, right? Like, the offlane Hermit, he's like really well known as a Zoo player, so a lot of his heroes might be getting respect banned out. Things like the Lycan, Beastmaster, Visage are things that he really likes to play. They might respect ban those out, but at the same time, maybe you give it to him and you plan for it accordingly. So we'll have to see. Is the drafts are going to be really interesting for sure this game.
Yeah, if you're banning out the Zoo heroes, it does mean we should see some. I would say mid heroes are probably the ones to slip through. Heroes like Invoker, which we still haven't gotten to see. He's even slipped through some drafts and haven't really seen him picked up. Maybe that means in the scrims, people experimented with it. They started to figure some stuff out. Maybe he's dropped in lower in priority, but I still want to see it. I
would like to see it too. He's just a fun hero to watch always. It looks like Infamous won the coin toss and they will be selecting first pick, which is I think what every team selects. I don't think I've seen a team not choose first pick in the last month. So we'll see what they decide to do with it. Whether or not they're going to open with something like a Bat Rider, a Phoenix, maybe look at the Mag. Some heroes are certainly going to slip through. But I think the big ones in my eyes are going to be things like that Magnus. If it doesn't get banned, potentially the Bristleback like we see in this last series makes it through the draft. And then the Bat Rider and Phoenix have been super popular in South America.
Yeah, let's see. So if we're banning Zoo heroes, that's Beastmaster, Lycan, maybe Broodmother, which I saw Looking for Org did ban Broodmother against them. Yeah, possibly that Visage. But I feel like Visage is a much more dangerous first pick. Visage feels like it needs a little bit more info. So I feel like you don't have to ban it. You can possibly see what comes up. That means the other OP heroes are like Alchemist. I think you have to ban Alchemist. I don't think you let that through. Yeah, there it is. The Bristle. All right,
Alchemist
let's see what else.
Broken. There's just no dealing with this hero.
It's tough. I mean, if you can get the Doom, I think it's manageable. But usually whoever's first pick, they ban the Doom and then they leave it to you to ban out the Alchemist. Alina banned pretty early. All right, that's not something we've been seeing a lot, though I did see Infamous picked it in one of their previous series pretty early on, like a 9th pick, their response pick. But that's still a little surprising compared to some of the other things that are
10 seconds remaining.
more common in the meta, like that Invoker we've been seeing so much. It looks like it's going to slip through. We have, what, Doom? Doom would be another common ban. We didn't really ban any supports this time. It
Doom
looks
and
like
Mag are the two big ones on my eyes that are still left. So I think you ban one, pick the other. I think I like Mag more personally. I think Magnus is more flexible in a draft, whereas Doom is not. Like Doom is pretty much your offlaner, and he's really good. I think if you can get him on 9, but as overall first pick, I actually don't really like Doom all that much.
Dire team pick.
They banned the Phoenix and pick Gyrocopter, so I'm wrong, and now I really like Doom.
Yeah, I'm pretty up for that Doom pick if they want to go for it. If you do activate Flat Cannon, you can get a lot of damage out, but just not having access to the Satanic Healing which is huge for Gyro, is it's really tricky. And you get such a stable pick as well. You don't have to be worried about what you've revealed with the Doom.
There's a lot of heroes that pair with it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so now you ban Magnus if you're M80, I'm pretty sure, because it's a hero that can set up for the Gyrocopter very well. It can turn fights. And I think there's just no reason to risk it. Or you ban something that enables the Gyrocopter. Right, and Magnus still kind of enables him with Empower, even though it's not melee.
Yeah, Empower. No carry ever complains about a damage boost. Ogre's in the pool as well, so you could still buff him up. We also have to keep in mind the flex of Gyro. You could move him to support, pick someone else against the Doom, such as Medusa. So you can't leave yourself open to that.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Clockwork. That's a little bit of a deny pick, which I like, because it pairs really well with the Gyrocopter. Doesn't reveal too much because it can be played in the 4 and the 5, which is fantastic. And they also banned the Enigma, which currently they do not have a great counter for. And Clockwork and Doom can get there, but
5 seconds.
being that you don't have the option of picking up like a Gyrocopter as your carry to like directly lane counter the Enigma, I like the ban.
Yeah. Gyro is the ideal Enigma response, I would say.
Yeah.
Because whether you're a support or not, you go flat cannon and you farm Eidolons. So that just takes everything away from the Enigma in the lane. And so I feel anytime a team gets Gyrocopter, you'll see the other team ban out the Enigma.
Wow, early Ember pick, but well, I mean, I don't have
very interested in that.
Yeah, I don't have a real good reason as to why you would pick the Ember this early without seeing any
5 seconds remaining.
like anything really in the draft. It's a flexible support. It's definitely the off lane, and Doom's not bad against Ember, but it's a little bit more difficult to. Yeah, he's a little bit more of a elusive hero, so it's not the easiest hero to catch on Doom. And I think you kind of want like now you have to pick and choose. Do you Doom the Gyro or do you Doom the Ember? I think either is fine, depending on, you know, what they've already done in the fight. They'll grab the Bat Rider though. I like this.
We've seen how good Bat Rider can be. If he does end up being position 5 Bat, being able to knock people into the Gyro for the aggressive potential is quite strong. But yeah, the question I'm just very surprised by that early Ember pick. Now Monkey King is banned. I'd say he's one of the better counters. There's some cheese counters like the Huskar, the Viper, but you wouldn't want to pick it quite yet. Maybe we'll see M80 wait towards the end. Okay, yeah, they just go for something like an Earthshaker. Counters the Ember in the lane, but also you're not too worried about revealing something as volatile as like the Huskar and Viper we were talking about. So that's a pretty safe mid response. That's most likely our mid lane right there. And they can get the Enchantress.
Yeah, I was actually kind of expecting the Nyx Assassin here on that pick. Because like it's really good against all three of these heroes. They throw out damage in an AoE that's a little bit uncontrollable. And you can very easily get them on a Spike Carapace at all stages of the game. But they go for the Enchantress instead, focusing on a little bit of the stronger lane setup. And this just it's most likely Clockwork 4. I don't think we really see Enchantress outside of the 5 almost ever.
Not really. You can move it around if it's good for the lane, but it's almost always a 5. And they've gone the Ursa, so that does mean support Gyro. Ursa should have a better time in the lane versus Doom, I would say. You do have to be worried about getting doomed yourself later on, though. Also a hero that doesn't like that, which kind of interesting.
Really like the Slark ban. That would have been huge.
10 seconds remaining.
5
seconds remaining.
I'm surprised if they wanted to go a different carry, like why they wouldn't just pick something like a Medusa. But they go for the Ursa instead. Maybe it depends on what they want to run for their off lane.
Radiant team banned.
But yeah, now they have to start banning out, you know, the hermit heroes here. So there's the Visage ban. His Beastmaster is still in the pool. Lycan is already banned, so I imagine we're looking at potentially a Beastmaster ban. Unless there's something very specific you want in your carry that is hard countered. Night Stalker.
Maybe a weaker carry then. Someone who could have been abused by the Night Rains?
It could be, well, it could be a hero that also doesn't like getting silenced. Things like Weaver, Juggernaut.
Also true.
Lifestealer.
10 seconds remaining.
Which, I don't think who else it could be.
Remaining.
Not true. The crowd control from Infamous is not... There's not a lot, right? You have like the chain from Ember, and then it's a long missile to connect from Gyro, and then the Blink Lasso, which is pretty solid. But you're right, a hero like Weaver, very elusive, would have been... Could still be very good here, especially that Night Stalker ban.
Yeah.
But Infamous, I think, should look to fix that with this last pick, right? Some kind of offlaner who does... We have some tanky heroes here.
The thing is you need an offlaner that brings control. You also...
I think like Centaur could be okay.
Yeah.
Stampede to get away from
bad.
Doom.
Man, I'm really wanting to see Troll Warlord. I love this hero. He's one of my favorite carries. Okay, Terrorblade, Gyro, Ursa, classic.
The real twist is when it's Ember carry too.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
that
offlane Terrorblade.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I am thrown off. Like, that's a funny looking draft, but now trying to pick the best carry to fit into that. I mean, he does have a lot of time, actually. They've saved so much reserve time.
You don't want to pick a Medusa here. You don't want to pick... Man, could you do Drow?
There's just a couple heroes who can get to her. That's kind of a pain.
It wouldn't be that bad. It's just one of those things that, like, I don't know if it does anything in the lane. Wow. We're actually going to see a Naga Siren carry.
What year is it, Ricky?
I'm so confused, actually. What is K1 cooking with this? Like, you obviously go Riptide, right? But we haven't seen a Naga Siren carry in quite some time. I'm trying to think, like, what it could be that he sees this game. It's really annoying for heroes like Ursa. Like, he does not scale well into Naga Siren pretty much ever.
Mm-hmm. You can kite pretty hard here with the song is a really good reset and a way to get out. Like, if you pick Naga too early, sometimes they're worried about ways that people can still catch you, like Invoker, Tornado, for example. But when Naga songs, that's kind of it until the BKBs come out and you have some kind of, like, maybe a Basher on Ursa, and then eventually maybe Blink BKB Lasso, things like that. But the song is really good. We were mentioning these elusive heroes. Naga is sort of like that. Not the mobility type of elusive, but the illusion and song type of elusive that if you don't have control for, she's going to get away. I can't say I've seen the Naga versus Terrorblade lane matchup. So I have to assume he's played it, though, and knows it's okay.
I need to look at the cooldowns on things like Reflection versus Mirror Image, because it's one of those things where it's like, if you can remove Reflection
every time,
it does have a much longer cooldown than it used to. I think with Mirror Image, if you just like wait, it works out pretty well. So Mirror Image scales from 40 down to 25, and Reflection scales from 23 down to 14. So you're not going to have it every single time.
But removing some of them is still nice.
Yeah. The thing is like, Naga Siren's not really high damage hero. Like, her base stats are pretty bad. She has really high move speed and armor, but her stat gain is like distributed pretty evenly, as opposed to Terrorblade, who's like, I gain 4 damage a level and I start with almost 60 damage. So
Through anger.
I'm not entirely sure how well CSing is gonna go in this lane. I feel like the Terrorblade might actually freely CS this lane.
We'll see what Enchantress can do. Yeah, I'm a little confused about this Naga. I do think the old Naga carry game plan was you farm up to some critical mass and they just can't deal with Naga, right? It usually had like Manta, Orchid, Heart type thing. Sometimes a Diffusal swap out. Some combination there, and then she could just go slow you, root you, or silence you, some combination of that, and kill you, and you couldn't do anything to her. I guess that's what they'll still try. And if you, the root is good here versus Ember and Ursa, if you can kind of get that follow-up. But they have a good amount of AoE. They've got an Ember. Gyro support is still some AoE, right? The Ursa will build Battle Fury. Terrorblade Reflection actually even helps you find the real Naga. So it doesn't strike me as a unkillable Naga game.
It's the split push. I think that's what this is. Is Infamous, their lineup is really bad at dealing with the split push from the Naga Siren. And if the Naga Siren actually gets ahead, she can reliably cut 3 lanes simultaneously. And I don't know how Infamous deal with that. Because if she gets in a bad situation, she can just Song TP.
Can't you use... Well, Ember for one. He could like Remnant around and be in places. But can't Terrorblade Illusions do something similar?
Terrorblades are a lot worse now, though, with Dark Unity, right? His innate. It's like anything that's far away from him just takes, like, does 50% less damage. So...
Yes, that's true.
The Naga Siren Illusions will definitely outscale the Terrorblade in terms of split pushing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see how this is going to go. Monty gets his Gyrocopter. He's very good at playing this from the support position. That being said, El Misho gets his Clockwork. One of the best Clockwork players out there. He's going to be definitely someone to watch. So yeah, we'll see. I am a little bit curious to see how this is going to play out.
I'm very curious.
Shaker's just trying to get some denies here, and he's going to get a couple.
Tanking, the Gyro being annoying and doing a couple hundred, about 150 to Dark Mago to start the lane off. It's very annoying for these skill-based mid lane matchups where every little bit counts.
Yeah.
So Earthshaker usually should get the advantage at the start, but Ember can trade quite well, especially potentially using Sleight of Fist to dodge out some damage.
Yeah, he's not doing bad. Definitely a solid start to the lane. Yeah, so there it is. Bottom lane, we see it in action right there. Reflection immediately dispelled by Mirror Image. So that's, I guess, the idea behind this, where it kind of just wastes the Terrorblade harassment in the lane. But I also do believe that if they want to, when they get to like levels 3 and 4 and they have like level 2 meta or level 2 reflection, there's going to be a time period where it's off cooldown, right? And they might be able to punish it.
Did Doom find any? Hasn't found a creep yet. The ability you get on Doom early can always make such a big difference. But it looks like Troll Camp spawn, not that great, and then the hard camp's blocked.
Like I was talking about all these micro heroes for Hermit, and I didn't consider Terrorblade as the micro hero.
It's a new one to add into the consideration.
Yeah.
It is a farm fest down there, though. Both of them doing very well. Earthshaker getting a lot of denies now. As is expected.
Yeah, I mean, how do you stop a Shaker from CSing? Alright, especially as an Ember. Like, you have the same base damage, and then you just have Enchant Totem. Pretty rough. What does Eel Skin even do? How does this thing work? 6% evasion
Get
per
evasion.
other Nagas turn. Okay. It's like, this is such a weird innate. Top lane
Meta in the bottom lane.
Will just TP, but yeah, Meta pops in the bottom lane. They're going to try and chase down Enchantress, but it ends up being a first blood solo kill from Dark Mago in the mid lane.
Oh no.
That's pretty massive. And the wave is crashing into the tower, so he is going to miss 2, maybe 3 creeps here. Wow, this is going to cause some serious problems for the Ember Spirit. He's going to be very far behind.
We haven't always seen the Earthshaker counter pick work out, but so far so good in that mid lane. And he's even got an Enchantress on his team who can come by later to actually help you finish up the tower quickly.
Oh, the damage. He like walks anywhere near the wave and just enchant totem, strikes him for 200. I'm gonna be surprised if enchant totem's damage bonus is not what gets nerfed next, because they increased the mana cost on this a few different times to try and nerf this type of playstyle, but it clearly has not worked.
Yeah, maybe either damage, cooldown, or... The duration being 14 seconds is kind of long as well. Being able to prep it early and then hold it till you want it. I feel like that could also go down.
I do kind of like though, right? I feel like there's strategy that you can use that for, whereas just a number might be too much.
Yeah, I don't mind it having some. I think 14 is kind of long though.
Yeah, it's true.
Considering it's a 5-second cooldown, you know? It's like 300% time you can wait.
Pretty good ability. So Dark Mago should get level 6 off this creep wave here, and at that point, Siren has to be very careful because he will echo him in the next wave if he decides to go for this. Oh.
Awkward.
Awkward indeed. Any heroes in trouble right now? El Misho's kind of in trouble topside.
Doom
a little
does
bit of
not
battery
wanna
assault
head
left.
over. Let's see if you could.
He's got level 2 Scorched Earth.
You could kick the cogs over. Maybe bump
He's about to do that right now. He's gonna try and bonk DM with this cogs. You could see
Question
he's
is,
ready.
does DM immediately Earthshock to dodge, or does El Misho hold and he actually re-angles? Mind games now. Actually, it may also be an issue because he's affected by Napalm, so he's got a slow turn rate. If he doesn't kick this one...
Nice.
Okay, he got it anyways.
He's got Healing Lotus, Stick, and Fairy Fire. He should be okay. Yeah.
The Echo. Another kill for Earthshaker.
Well...
And here's the creep to tank.
With Ice Armor, too. Oh, no.
Jimmy gonna do his best to try to push them off the tower, get this catapult killed off. Even Gyro showing up. I think this is necessary. You've got to make sure this catapult dies.
Yeah, Ursa dies top 4 this as low. Like, they have to bring so many heroes to salvage this. And as a result, they get the tower down to about a quarter HP. You kill an Ursa, and you still find the power rune for Dark Mago.
One thing that's different from our usual Earthshaker games is that since it was a Clockwork 4, he's actually not very good at stacking. So there's not really any stacks for the Earthshaker to get a faster blink. Maybe he'll just join in on the kill fest going around, though, because they're going to find another one on the Bat Rider. 4-0 right now. Infamous got to get themselves on the board to maybe restore some morale soon.
El Misho Clockwork, baby. Got to be very careful of this guy. He's going to chase after DM here.
DM doesn't know the exact amount, but he knows Doom is close to 6, and he's at 5 3/4 right now. If you just get doomed, you're dead.
The other thing, too, is they just want to keep the catapult alive and continue to do damage to the tower, and that's why Enchantress is here, right? They still have this catapult top. She enchants another creep, and there's still a full creep wave here to try and tank this one up, so... I don't think this tower is going to die, but it's going to be, again, even lower than the mid lane tower.
It depends if they're willing to tank it. I think if they're willing to tank it, especially with this go on the Bat Rider.
Yeah, Bat Rider's dead. That's such a good find from Almisho. He's just sitting back, regenning, but a nice damage from the Ember, and they will find a double kill for the Ursa. Absolutely huge. Moose will TP out. He's going to be safe. The tower, it dies. Still ends up dying to the last creep wave there.
So is the mid tower, since Ember had to leave. They're going to pop the amplified damage just to secure it. One more hit should do it.
Wow. Well, it is a nice double kill for the Ursa. That gives him a pretty big influx of gold. He ends up getting 600 gold off of that, but you do lose 2 towers. And this Shaker's Blink Dagger is going to be up very soon. Bottom lane, looking for the Terrorblade. Has Sunder, the Echo, Chain Stun, goodbye. Tail end of that amplified damage getting put to good use from Dark Magos. He's also got an Invis Rune in the bottle, and now a Blink Dagger coming out on the Courier.
Wow, that's actually such a nice combo. You can now Invis, look for a Blink target. Probably go set up a Doom as well top. So probably going to head through this Twin Gate in a moment once his Courier gets here. See what you can find.
The thing is they could do that, or he could go back for the Terrorblade, who just TP'd bottom.
We can get him round 2. Looks like that's what he's doing. I don't think he can solo this, though. He needs help.
Yeah.
That's why I thought the setup into Doom would be good. Enchantress.
Look at those for Monty. Bonk. Enchantress here to set up. Enchant Totems damage more than enough. He just needs one little bit more. Slowed up from the Rocket Flare, and Dark Mago blink up in a couple of seconds. We'll be able to finish the job. Monty throws the blood grenade. He's like, come on, that'll stall them. Let me get the deny. Dude, there's no way this actually works.
Or, dude. Oh,
so close.
Had it. That was so
honestly,
good.
Shout out to Monty. That was a very close play. That would have been very cool.
He had to guess the timing because he didn't have vision. So that was like a fraction of a second off of doing a perfect loop-de-loop around the tree. That was so good.
Shaker getting everything out of the map that he wants right now. Like, he's got an early tower. He has an early blink. His Echo's coming up in 20 seconds. Dark Mago is having a great game. And so is the Naga Siren. Like, bottom lane, they can't pressure her. She's just free-farming, pressuring the Terrorblade, who's also just trying to, you know, contest for the same area of the map.
I feel like Infamous was trying to, aha, we got you, offlane Terrorblade, surprise! And then they're getting surprised by the Naga Siren instead. Like you said, off to a very good start. Going for the Manta first and has Orchid Heart. So it looks like the same build is going to be the play.
Both teams are smoked up here, and I think they are figuring this out. They're not seeing anyone on the map, but Illich, he's going to be the one that gets found topside. Does have drums, but no Scorched Earth for a few seconds. He just drops the Doom here. Meanwhile, bottom side, they do manage to find the Terrorblade. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. I wasn't sure if Terrorblade would be able to get asunder, but another Blink Echo, that'll do it.
Technically an even trade, offlaner for offlaner. Considering they're behind, I'd say the Doom kill is a little better. But also, this Terrorblade kill happened on their half of the map, so you're losing more for that death.
Same with Doom. Like, Doom dies on their half of the map, too.
Yeah. I guess Doom used his ult, though, and that's a much longer cooldown than the Sunder that didn't even happen. So maybe as Infamous respawns, they could look for a new fight with the slight advantage in abilities.
Dark Mago's got a regen in his backpack right now, ready to pop, so we'll see him use that. Yeah, he's having a great game. Oh, what an aggressive blink to try and punish the Gyrocopter, as now in comes El Misho as well. The call down doing some work, and it's going to make enough space A disconnect from the Enchantress?
That's unfortunate.
Okay. They're about to get 2 hero changed here. He does have this regen running.
That's true. It does less when he's taking damage, though, so it's not going to be as effective. Clockwork, I think, for sure is dead here. The question is, can Dark Mago get out?
Doom needs to immediately turn to go over here if they want to try and save.
Yeah, I was going to say he could TP, but he actually already TP'd out, so he's going to have to walk, and he's not going to make it in time. Knock. Hey, K1, please. You could TP Song, save us. He's like, well, I don't know. Doesn't sound very good for my farm. What's in it for me? I think that's the only way you can save maybe both of them.
Save, yeah.
I think it's the only way you can save both.
I don't think El Misho gets out at all. I think even with TP Song, I think he still dies.
Let's see.
The Ember Spirit is going to do way too much damage here.
Yeah, Ember does a deceptive amount with the slight. I think if he TP Songs right away, I think you could maybe save both. But wait, has the call down already hit them, right?
Call down and secondary strikes have connected, yeah.
Okay.
So
Jimmy's out of mana. It's just the Sleight of Fist.
3 level 3 chains.
Okay, tell you what, dude. Damage. Instantly drop Fluffy Hat Wand, pick it up for the maximum health from the 4 wand charges.
Now we're really theory gaming here.
K1,
I think you're right.
I can live, K1. Please.
TP Song is the only way that they have any shot of getting out of this one. Otherwise, they both die.
Yeah. Jokes aside, I don't think you really have to, right? The game plan is for K1 to get out of control. That's always the Naga game plan, so I don't think he's going to show up. In fact, he's like, thank you guys for making so much space over there. Just try not to both die. I'm farming. I'm fantastic. Yeah, right? So I don't think he's coming at all, unless they think Dark Mago is going to die and the song will save it. But with this much mana being missing from the supports, I think Dark Mago should just be able to walk out of here. Especially with the regen rune going, like you said.
Yeah. Batrider, if he had more mana, you would be seeing like a potential lasso. And if lasso was up, Dark Mago is 100% dead. Yeah.
Clarity going and a Royal Jelly. He's got 2 Royal Jelly charges.
How much is
Does
that,
anyone
like
have
mana?
Yeah. Does anyone have a mango? No. Yeah, I think he's fine. I think Dark Mago is fine. Especially because Clockwork, he might die, right? But he could probably kick one of these cogs before he goes. You know, kick it at Jimmy over there.
He's also gonna double impact them, which is a big deal as well.
Which one gets double impacted though?
It's gonna be the closest hero, so Dark Mago is gonna get double impact.
I did forget about that actually. Maybe.
Yeah, so he's gonna get hit by 2 Sleight of Fist. Oh, 1.5.
He has a Fairy Fire and 16. Whoa. Misclick.
Yeah, lucky.
A little bit of a oopsie whoopsie there from the Clockwork.
That's your team, by the way.
He'd probably drop something on his keyboard and it hit the pause button. I've done that before and immediately unbound my pause button while casting.
I unbind pause when we cast because F8 is the mic mute, so I don't cough straight into the mic, but F9 is the pause, and that's scary. So
I live dangerously. I leave mine bound, and I have F9. I have F10 and F11 bound to important hotkeys, and I just never press them.
Just the other day, though, someone told me, it's like, why don't you put pause as your pause button? I was like, that's genius. Oh my god, that's so far over to the keyboard too. Never misclick.
I'll be honest. I did not know that there was a button on the keyboard that said pause.
Genius, isn't it? I'm gonna rebind it right now.
Accidentally unpause the game. That'd be bad. While we're waiting, I guess, for these heroes to reconnect, we can talk a little bit about your earlier idea, the Ancient Prowler coming back into Dota.
Dude, imagine how hype it would be if in this pause we're also discussing the Ancient Prowler who's about to come kill Monty. Just pop out of the jungle, slap Monty.
Dude, you know how they have like the Reaper that follows you around in, I mean, of course, you know, Mr.
I'm very familiar.
Nest of Thorns with 0 upgrades, but the Reaper. Imagine the Satyr Tormentor is not the Tormentor. Prowler is literally just programmed like the Reaper, and all it does is just chase after people, and if you get close enough, it will just start bopping you.
That's pretty much what it was in the ancient camp. He would just, I swear, he would just step out of the ancient camp to get you. I think it would be hilarious, personally. It's literally in the name, the Ancient Prowler. Let him prowl around the jungle and punish those who have stacked and farmed too much, encouraging you to not do that.
What are some things, I think we're kind of due for a little bit of a map refresh as well. I think one thing I'm most interested to see is potentially move of the Roche pits from the corners of the map. I think that could be something that, you know, introduces something new. But here we go. Finally into this. Slight Chains comes out. Goodbye Clockwork is now Dark Mago in some trouble. But gets a TP in from K1, and there it is. With the potential for a song to save him, he is here to help out his boys. So ends up just being 1 hero down.
And then right back to farming. That is the Manta now done on Naga, which is pretty good timing. 12 minutes?
Yeah, he's really farmed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Orchid, Heart of Tarask. It's just the same build we used to see, but the Naga Siren is just one of those heroes that fell off so heavily because Riptide, I think, just got really nerfed, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like a lot of people felt like Riptide became pretty weak since its magic damage, and then on top of it, her innate is just, like, not great compared to a lot of other heroes in Dota, and when, you know, these types of facets and innates got added, Naga Siren was kind of a big loser in the patch until Deluge got massively buffed.
You know, it's really funny. I was double checking her stuff. You're right. Back in 7.36 with the innate and facet, she just didn't come out a big winner, so people have been playing as core. All the changes to her since then are all about Deluge. That's how broken Naga's support was once it was discovered. They just keep nerfing it again and again and again and again, and they never even considered bringing core Naga back.
Yeah. Riptide being magic damage is like a interesting idea. I think it'd be a little broken if it was physical damage, but I thought that was something that we might see change on the hero.
Smoke up. If they could pin Ursa a second time, that'd be huge.
Yeah, that was a really nice kill. Remember when I said earlier at some point Naga Siren's just going to be controlling multiple lanes? Well, we're like already there, and it's 13.5 minutes into the game. Like, she can basically play bottom and mid, as well as control the triangle. So it's going to be becoming very difficult for the side of Infamous to deal with. And Hermit, he's going to walk up onto the high ground, seeing if he can actually find an opening, but the chain stuns are there. Now in comes the Ember. A lot of damage from the Gyro as well. He gets low with the lasso. Pulls him in. Song of the Siren's going to bail them all out. As the TP is successful, Moose finds a trade here on the Monty. Siren should be able to pick up the Enchantress. Well, I say that, he's just going to TP to safety. Never mind. No deaths on M80. They all get out.
When we weren't sure about that Naga, we were throwing out that idea. She's kind of an elusive hero, and Song is really good this game. I think that was the first strong showcasing of that. They don't have any way to deal with Song until BKB comes out. And even when BKBs come out, you know, it's not the easiest to play into Song. That is going to be a really powerful tool for K1 for the next 20 minutes, too, because they're already on the back foot. I don't know how quickly BKBs are coming out on any of these heroes.
Dude, Illich has just been chilling top lane. He has had almost nothing to do for the last several minutes.
There's a Doom in this game.
Yeah, he's just farming. He's level 10 on the Doom, like 0, 2, and 4. Has, like, you know, Drums, Midas, Windlace just running around.
Having a good time.
It's just like pulling his own wave into the hard camp to deny whatever XP he can. Hermit needs to be very careful. A Doom, if it connects onto him, he's just dead.
Solo. Yeah.
And Enchantress is coming up. They're going to look for him.
They're going to hurricane him back.
Closer. Never mind, just going for the D-Ward instead. I thought, like, if you hurricane him into an enchant, you might get the kill. But he does have Demon Zeal and this Yasha up, so he's pretty fast.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not like they're required to make plays, right? They have a Naga. They're feeling very good about this game. Just dragging on, hitting your timings. Naga is... Oh, the Orchid is being delivered, actually. She is in a ward. I don't think they have the tools to get her, though. Especially now that she has an Orchid.
Uh-oh. No song for 50. Missile's going to come out. It does connect, but the Expedient Mantis piled the hook shot in from El Mijo. And it's going to take down the Bat Rider and Dark Mago. He's looking for blood here, trying to find an opening. Opening for a few seconds. And that will just put a stop to that. And again, like, this is one of those things where the Nagasaren can continue to play this aggressive on the map because, like I said, there's not really any lockdown to stop her. They almost saw Siren.
That's also part of the reason why she got... I think she dropped off as a carry. You used to be able to push up all the time with Song. It's a 3-minute cooldown level 1. It's actually so long nowadays.
Yeah. Cool. They do find Enchantress here. Lasso is out. She's a little bit difficult to actually kill, and Dark Mago's lining up a Fissure, looking for an opening. They just don't have the damage. Moose will live. Your bottom lane perpetually shoved in thanks to Naga Siren illusions.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
She's already got 2,000 gold towards her heart. I'm pretty sure M80's game plan is that we're just happy to chill until that heart comes online. If we can get Aegis at that time, Aegis, Heart, Naga, just send her forward. They will not do anything to her.
Yeah, you're getting worked on the map right now. There's not much you can do about it, is the thing. Dark Mago had a great game on the Shaker to start things off, and if you get caught in the lane, he can just solo kill almost anybody. They actually... Look at this Radiant scan. It finds Hermit just farming deep on their side of the map, and I'm curious if Dark Mago is going to try and find him. But looks like for now, Hermit will dodge this out. What do you do on Infamous right now? Every tower is alive, and all of them are pretty health. Like, top hasn't taken any damage. Bottom's lost like 170 health.
It's like it starts with trying to sneak Roche, but a Rocket Flare actually scouts him out.
And now Ursa is going to be forced to pop the Enrage, trying to chase down the Clockwork here, but he has a Yule Scepter, and El Mijo, he's going to just solo the Ursa. Meanwhile, the rest of the heroes get picked up on the backside, and the Roshan will now go the way of M80. Well, bottom lane, Dark Mago, he has the axe done, looking for the Terrorblade, the dunk with the Echo Slam. Oh, the Sunder!
Not quite enough.
He tried. Oh, man, that hurts.
Maybe like 5 more of those, and you're back in. Unfortunately, on the other side, that's actually so much. On the other side, after that Ursa kill, they are going to get Roche now for the Naga. That's going to guarantee she gets the heart without any more interruptions. Not that she's really been interrupted, 3-0 and 5, but sometimes her needy teammates call, and you're like, please, K1, help us. She's like, fine. But now, uninterrupted.
They have the blink and the lasso, but he's so fast with just this drums, windlace, and the light collector.
And still got the speed aura.
Yeah, and he still has the speed aura. Well, he gets the blink lasso now. They pull him in with the Ursa. The Doom does get dropped to the backside of the fight. They're chasing after the Terrorblade under the Orchid. He has no Sunder for a moment, but they're going to look for more. The right missile does connect onto K1. He actually takes a lot of damage from this. For the moment, Infamous will turn around. Yules to buy a second at a time. In comes the Song of the Siren. As Dark Mago will not be able to save them. Oh, Orchid onto the Bat Rider. They need to run, though. The Ursa is coming in pretty tanky. Oh, Goodbye, Gyrocopter, but Darkmago's in danger. Stunned up, has a jump in a second here. He's going to try his best. He gets the kill onto the Terrorblade. He needs to get out, but it's not going to happen. A real scrappy fight so far. 4 dead on the side of M80 as the Doom's going to respawn. It's a big win for Infamous, considering it all. Almost 3,000 gold going their way.
I feel like M80 just needs to cut their losses there. Trying to fight a little bit too soon. The heart is now done, right? Like, this is now when they're strong. Send the Naga forward. That fight started with Doom being found, slowly forcing more and more heroes, kind of one at a time. Not really the type of fight that K1 wants to take now that he's super farmed as Naga. So with this respawn, you know, one slip up definitely gave a lot of gold back to Infamous. They can't afford too many more of those, but I feel like now that they have the heart, that should be the team talk. It's like, okay, that was bad, but just group up around me, let me hit things, and I don't think that can happen again.
Yeah, I agree. I think the other thing too is you like don't have this BKB on the Doom until just now, and a lot of these fights, like, what have we really seen out of the Doom? He's just been kind of farming most of this game, and it's not the, you know, not bad. Like, having a farm Doom is great, but he's kind of just a support, like playing the support role right now of like, I'll get there eventually, you know. He's basically just a drums and a movement speed aura.
Yeah, kind of wish he'd grab a Blink to help set up Dooms for his team. I think he's at that point where he could sell his Midas or something to get it. And then just go back later. Also, Naga's in the tier 3s, while the tier 2's still up. Just doesn't care. Yeah. Gonna plant herself here and just cut all 3 lanes. That'd be hilarious.
That's why I said this is what it's gonna get to. Like, Naga Siren will eventually cut every lane.
Don't even move.
And now there's not really anything to stop this. There is one ranged creep still alive top, and she will again manta dodge the missile. The drone or the death rattle there of the tomato gives them just a little bit of damage, but fortification committed, and Naga Siren's back into cutting the mid lane.
That one push already took half the tower down from the top tier 3. So, oh, I thought they would just go back, but what is this? Trying to finish the defusal, maybe?
Yeah, defusal into Disperser, but that's a big grab, actually. That defusal is huge. Lasso catches moves here on the bottom side. Monty will clean him up quickly, but Darkmago, big echo comes through, takes down 2. It's only the supports, but if you can get out, you're okay with that trade.
Looks like a clean escape, and Naga's taking the mid tier 2.
It is only a 10,000 gold lead. It's not something that you can't come back from, but you do have a Naga Siren problem. Aegis for another 34 seconds, taking a lot of damage here from the reflection of the Terrorblade, but she will back away. Still has that heart. They're looking for the Ursa bottom, actually. They were thinking he might be over here jungling somewhere, and they were right. He was down here a little bit ago, but has retreated back across the map. Is he just going Sanj and Yasha on Doom?
He's at least got a Sanj queued up.
I'm calling it, dude. Sanj and Yasha Doom. I'm pretty sure he just wants to go fast.
Irma 550.
Sonic build.
Halberd would be interesting. You already struggle to kill anyone, and you get disarmed for a while, too.
Smoke up from Infamous. They're going to see El Micho. Not a bad target to start on, but you want your lasso to find something more. K1 here. They're going to find it. They know there's a real hero in here somewhere. Immediate Song of the Siren to reset the BKBs out from TM, though. Pump fake on the Doom. And now the retreat from Infamous. Do you find your opening? It doesn't look like it. They will get away. They get the Song in exchange for the BKB and Rage of the Ursa.
That was Lasso as well.
And Lasso, yeah. Hook in. He managed to find 2, and in comes the Echo! They get themselves one on the Batrider, and he's going to look for another. Double kill for Illich as now the Doom finally comes through, catches the Ursa. He's got no way out. 3 dead on the side of Infamous. As Illich, he's just going to retreat. Meanwhile, Hector, he's in the enemy base, just focusing on the tower already. It's like, I got places to be, guys.
See, the double impact from Ember is doing more than I would have thought. So I'm kind of imagining if this game hadn't gone kind of so poorly, like those solo kills on the Ember, maybe he could have done more to slow down this Naga. But unfortunately, that did not happen, and now they are 15k down, 26 minutes in, top racks open, not dead yet. As the heroes respawn, I think K1 wants to finally get his defusal. And maybe just wait for the next Roche. Or I guess you just see if you get a pick off, right? If you get a pick off, you get to go into the base again.
So K1 debating on going for the Butterfly or the Disperser first. It looks like he's going to actually go for the Butterfly. He could buy out his Disperser, but the Butterfly is going to do a lot of work in this game. Oh, that's an Amplify damage rune, and that was a Gyrocopter. 1,634 damage.
A little bit.
That's fun.
Fun for one person there. He did get Sanj and Yasha, by the way.
Yeah, I figured he would. It's not a bad item on Doom, in complete honesty. Dark Mago is gonna find another. Goodbye!
Do you think the amplified damage was fun for Batrider?
Nah, not as fun as it is for Dark Mago. Is that Butterfly done? It is. Wow. Okay.
I mean, look at
Butterfly is up.
It's so much.
10,000 almost in front of the
It's
next
approaching
person.
double. Yeah.
Has been killed.
The evasion actually does do quite a bit against the Terrorblade's reflection. It's super annoying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roche is up.
Well,
oh, they're just scouted by Rocket Flare. Is he gonna find DM again?
Yeah. Yules is out. He can get the Enrage off. Yeah, I mean, there's just no way out. They're trying not to force any big cooldowns, but Ursa, he either has to BKB and try and TP, but I don't think he gets out anyway. I think there's just too much damage.
There's a free second Roche. Aegis and Banner. I don't even know if you need the Banner. I'm not sure you can really stop the Naga illusions just going in and hitting your tower. And now you'll also have a Banner.
Yeah. They actually just put the Aegis on the Earthshaker. I don't really blame them for this. Like, K1 actually doesn't have the item slot. He's suffering from success right now on the Naga Siren. And I think you're right. You kind of just need to sit behind the Naga and push. The Banner will help for sure. I don't think you want to commit it top, but I think if you want to go mid, you just drop the Banner, keep the creep wave alive, and then yeah. Or you save it for tier 4s. You know, you have options. Fortification comes out. That is not the last. They haven't taken a melee barracks, so they will get another fortification upon this melee barracks going down. They do get the lasso here onto the Naga Siren. They're going to pull her in. The big song of the Siren. It's not in time. They get the kill. Naga hits the deck. Dark Mago pops the Echo Slam. Doom's going to come out, catch the Ember Spirit, and Sunder safe potentially from Hermit, but still a lot of damage coming out from him, and DM's looking for more. He gets the Aegis. He's standing his ground against Illich, but Dark Mago is back, and he's got something to say. Takes down the Ursa. He's not done. He wants more. Bat Rider in trouble, and oh my god, the damage! He can't keep doing it.
You thought you killed the Naga and you could win the fight, but Dark Mago is actually doing so much damage.
Dude, Dark Mago is still playing Sleet Fighter, and everyone else is stuck playing Dota.
The totem is hitting so hard, actually.
Yeah, he's got the
he
quiver,
also has
man.
Quiver. Yeah, I didn't see that.
It's like 1,000 damage. Alright, they're just gonna try and put some pressure on some Hermit here, push him off the tower. Dark Mago needs to be careful and actually scout the TP on in from the Ember Spirit, so he will just back away. As the Naga Siren's gonna rejoin the team. Hook shot actually comes in here from El Misho. Will hold Hermit in place. The Orchid Nullifier, everything dropped on top to secure that kill. That is 65 seconds without your Terror Blade. And if only Shaker knew there was a regen rune waiting for him in the river, but doesn't seem like they're gonna need it. They have the Ryzen on top, dude. He just GG's! No! He sees the echo and is like, alright, we're out. We're out, guys. We're done. Oh, that is rough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good effort. The Blink Lasso onto the Naga, knowing that they gave the Aegis to the Earthshaker. They try to pull her in, kill her off. They actually succeed. But you had to use everything to kill that Naga, who is so far ahead that there's no attention being focused on anyone else. So the Enchantress is freely hitting, Earthshaker's just waiting for a big Echo and Totem hits, and everyone else is just free to go in after that. You don't have the damage or the spells to now kill the Earthshaker twice, or the Doom, who he was farming the whole time. He was also pretty rich. He finally shows up, like, yeah, I'm also in the game. I'm here now. Sanj and Yasha, Scorched Earth, doing my damage. Just couldn't overcome everything in their path.
They're too far behind, right? And like I said, this is like a classic Naga Siren game where when you get ahead and they don't have any ways of dealing with your split push, it makes your whole team get so much on the map. And typically in the past, like before the map size was increased, there wasn't as much gold that your team could get out of doing this type of play. But now with as many jungle camps as there are, like you have supports farming, you have both other cores farming, and your Naga Siren's absorbing like 2.5 lanes worth of farm at the same time. So it's a really, really like difficult thing to come back from if you're Infamous here. And you can see, like you said, they're just kind of farming up the whole time, not really worried too much about the state of the game, and end up having a Shaker just completely ball out and just dunk on heroes.
Yeah, I also think it's a nice thing about picking the Doom with a Midas. He's not getting as much access to farm, but he's making more of it than anyone else could. And in that way, you play this economic game where over time, it's not Naga's super rich, everyone's dirt poor. It's Naga's rich, your teammates are average, and then everyone else is poor. But that's very favorable for you. So kind of a cool idea. I wonder if they still would have picked Naga if they didn't have Doom. But otherwise, still a very, very cool pick, cleanly executed. I can't imagine they practice too many Naga drafts nowadays, but that looked very good.
This is one of those things, like anytime you're playing against like K1, he just has such a deep hero pool. And he's not afraid to pull out any hero in Dota. You know, like that's one of the strengths of this squad. So we'll see what happens. We're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with game number 2 of Infamous versus M80. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you then.
disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at ESL One Raleigh, the closed qualifiers for South America, and it is Infamous Gaming taking on M80 here in this upper bracket series. And right now, M80 looks really good. That was a really clean game from them. Beautiful draft. 24 picked Naga Siren, which we almost never see. And clearly, they're comfortable playing it.
Yeah, I put a lot down to that Naga last pick. Really caught. It caught us off guard. I'm assuming it caught Infamous off guard as well, based on how that game went. But I don't know. I think that was what's going to happen with that Naga pick. It didn't have a hard time in the lane, and they didn't have good answers to Naga. So I don't want to write Infamous off, I guess is where I'm going with that. If they get a better draft here, if they don't get surprised by essentially a cheese pick, right? Naga's not the same cheese as Huskar and that type, but if you don't have an answer to Naga, or really any illusion hero, right, back in the day, and maybe in the future again, you don't have the illusion answers, and then the last pick PL, last pick anti-mage, Naga, like that type of carry pick comes out, there's just not much you can do. So they did their best. They had some cool plays, but not quite enough going into the next draft. I'd be amazed to see a Naga ban in the final phase if it comes down to that, but maybe you got to do it.
Dude, I actually forgot Phantom Lancer was a hero in Dota. Like, completely. I don't think my brain has even considered him as, like, a pick in any capacity
Mm-hmm.
in, like, over a year. So that one, I like, yeah, when you're like, yeah, Illusions Heroes, and like you were listening, and it was like Phantom Lancer wasn't even in my brain, even when you said Illusion Heroes. Like that's how sad that is.
He'll come back, but as a support.
Unironically, might be the case. We'll see the draft underway here. As first pick will be for M80. So the Doom gonna be banned this time. Not liking it through. Yeah.
You gotta ban Alk. And then
Bristle.
Okay, yeah, I'm open to that.
Seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant.
The Lena ban again. That's not something we really see, but apparently it's working well against Infamous. They grabbed their first overall Clockwork, which we saw Misho own on it last game, but they can run it on the 5 as well, so they're very flexible with this hero. Some teams ban it out first phase against the M80 when they have first pick, so it's, you know, a comfort pick for sure. Now, that being said, Batrider, Phoenix, Magnus, a lot of heroes are still available. Nyx, yep.
Yeah, any of them would be pretty good responses.
Beastmaster. Okay.
Okay, strong offlaner. Many other offlaners are already banned out, so you're getting one of the best for yourselves. Magnus still in the pool.
For the Ench now, though, again?
10 seconds.
Unless it gets banned out.
That's true.
5 seconds.
I wouldn't mind it, though. For now, they take out the Phoenix and Dark Willow. Good. Dark Willow, very good versus the Clockwork. The Phoenix is not as direct of a thing, but you can often, like, you can kind of go both ways. It's annoying for Clockwork because you can't stop the egg, but you can make him egg in a weird spot. But it's just such a strong support that maybe you just take it out. Seems to be their idea.
Yeah. Because even if you ban out, like, the combos with Beastmaster, like, you could still just pick Phoenix anyway at the start of next phase, so I think it's smart. I think it's a good ban, safe ban. Now, Batrider's still an option. And so is the Enchantress. So I'm curious to see what they're going to get away with here in these next few picks. The next ban from Infamous will be a little bit telling.
Radiant team pick.
They take out the PA we saw earlier. I mean, she is good versus the Beastmaster.
Dire team pick.
Okay, we go for the Muerta.
I would be okay with an Enchantress plus the. So you could pick the carry. There's the Enchantress. Okay, they go for the Earthshaker. So that's what I was gonna say. On paper, you could go for the carry because you already see your offlane matchup, but I feel teams with K1 typically still give him a later pick into the draft. So that seems to be the case here as well. They grab the Earthshaker, which we've seen how good that hero can be. It's very stable in the mid lane. See if Infamous wants to go for more of a cheese counter than what people have been going with. If they want a stable one, something like Tiny, we've seen a lot.
Dude, they're just running back last game's drafts. They don't have the Doom, but they got the support mids as well. Now, what do you pick into this Shaker mid? Okay, it's not the Ogre.
Mid-Ogre.
Tiny, maybe? Queen of Pain. I've been wondering if we were going to be seeing more of this hero because of Shaker mid, but it seems a lot of people are still not doing it. Like, you can't max your dagger. Your dagger is such a grief early because you need levels of your Scream to actually gank and farm. So, now with Shaker, I think he can just shove the lane and still deny on top of you.
Yeah, it's more annoying. In the past, it used to be better, but now with Little Slugger, you have a little bit better wave clear combined with the AoE from your totem, and you kind of poke the Queen of Pain back as well. Where in the past, maybe you couldn't really ever get to her too much. It should still be a little bit of Queen of Pain favored, at least in terms of harass, but I do worry that Earthshaker will get by, and then you have an Enchantress or a Clockwork rotate in a way that is more effective than Muerta or Ogre. Terrorblade could. I think that's just a carry Terrorblade, but we literally just saw the offlane Terrorblade, so that is maybe something to keep in mind. The lane should go well for him, especially with an Enchantress helping out. You do have to be careful.
It's good.
Yeah, there's a window. We'll see what build he goes for. The Aghanims on Beastmaster plus Quap Burst can get Terrorblade killed, but you just build stats, right? You get like the Dragonlance. We'll see what the core matchup ends up being, because maybe that determines what, like Scotty or something like that. But you pick up stat items pretty quickly, and then you won't have to be worried about that.
Yeah, S and Y or Manta, pretty common. Night Stalker ban, it's a good one when you have a hero like Quap. They will do not want to get caught by the silence early. Also just gives you really good vision superiority between the Clockwork and the Night Stalker. It'd be rough to play around.
Can't believe
And
Magnus made it so far into the draft.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I'm just surprised they banned it. Like, do they really think it's going to be a carry mag?
I wouldn't hate it, honestly. RP to pull all the Terrorblade illusions together into, like a Sonic Wave, Axes, Ags, like everything.
That's true. Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
There is still, like, a Morphling option for Infamous, which I feel like is not bad, especially against a Shaker. And you will have last pick.
I think I'm up for that. See if they want to ban it on M80. What kind of offlaner does M80 need? Someone else active, I think, to make space for Terrorblade. Relatively neutral since you don't know the matchup.
The last pick for Infamous should help a lot, because you will know if this Terrorblade is in fact carry or off lane. And I think right now, to me, it is most likely just K1's carry into the Beastmaster Muerta. I think it's perfectly fine.
I think so.
So in terms of offlaners, there are things like Primal Beast still available, which counters out a lot of heroes. But if you want to do something a little bit more of like an oppressive offlaner,
Dire team pick.
ban out the Ursa.
Face the light.
Oh, Dawnbreaker slips through. Okay, yeah, that's nice. That's a really nice one.
Strong hero with the Clockwork. You can actually fight into the Ogre to some degree. Ogre's damage is a little slower with the Ignite, but you can burst him, especially if you use his Fire Blast too early, because he has to hold that now to interrupt the Dawnbreaker Q. You need a carry who doesn't have to get too close, because you're playing versus Clockwork Dawnbreaker. Maybe a ranged carry? I mean, it's Drow.
I think Drow's not bad.
It's a little scary versus some of them, but it's solid versus Terrorblade. You keep your distance. You mentioned Morphling earlier.
Yeah,
he would have.
Like
he could keep his distance. I wouldn't mind Morphling.
Yeah, I think Morphling or Drow are probably the two best, unless you want to do something like Templar Assassin who does the Mjolnir build. That one's also not bad.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, you're just gonna be a little careful in the lane, but
yeah,
a lot of extra survivability with the refraction.
I don't know. We'll see. They got themselves just a few more seconds here to decide what carry they want to go with. Trying to think if there's anything I'm missing from like the universal section, because every once in a while like a universal hero squeaks through as a carry, and you're like, oh,
Dragon Knight. We haven't seen much Dragon Knight versus Terrorblade.
Choose your hero.
whoa.
Ice Stealer.
That's not the pick I thought they were gonna go with.
Me neither. So I'm like processing it. The Rage is pretty good. They only have a hook shot for a BKB canceling TP, so you can play relatively aggressive.
Well, they have Dawnbreaker ult too.
Yeah, that one's a little harder to control though, especially if you're like in the middle of the gank. Until Ags comes out anyways. I guess I'm up for it. I assume he's gonna go Radiance. Terrorblade doesn't really want
either
MKB.
go Radiance or you go Maelstrom. And I don't know which one, because we haven't really seen Maelstrom Lifestealer in a while. But if you go Maelstrom, you can go like Maelstrom, Sanj, and Yasha into Mjolnir or something, and then you actually can fight into Terrorblade. But yeah, it's like Radiance is like typically what we see. The evasion will do a little bit of work, but my biggest concern is Dark Mago. If he like manages to find you, he could very easily just like combo you. You know, right? I don't. Lifestealer's not a super tanky hero, even though he's strength, because he relies on
if you go for the Radiance, anyways.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see. I'm a little bit curious to see how this is going to pay off. I wonder if you would rather get online earlier and go for like the Maelstrom build, but again, I haven't seen Lifestealer a ton lately, but I know it's been getting picked up a little bit more in some of the European regions. And kind of bouncing between like Unfettered as well as Rage, right? I think both have a spot in the game. It just depends on the heroes you're against.
Yeah. With the Bloodlust from Ogre, I'd be pretty up for the Maelstrom. I feel like that helps you scale with the attack speed more than Radiance does. I feel like we're going to see Radiance, though. Just, it's a classic versus Illusion heroes. Terrorblade doesn't want to build an MKB. But there's a weakness to it, which you end up pretty fragile. Alright, he's already queued up the Radiance. Discussion over.
Yeah. I mean, I am with you. I did kind of figure he'd probably go that route, but one can hope, you know.
See what Elmi shows down here for.
The Maelstrom build is very good against illusions, either way. Especially once you have open wounds bouncing around in fights. It's not bad, because he heals so much from those illusions. But, I mean, in a weird way, a lot of people tend to forget this. Lifestealer is a very good illusion counter once you have the right items, because he heals so much from every single one of his attacks.
Yeah, it takes you a while to kill the illusion heroes, but they sure take even longer to kill you.
Yeah, they usually can't. And the only situation is like if Terrorblade is able to just like pop meta and he's just, you know, able to just sit there and attack while Lifestealer can't do anything. Quick D-ward from Monty in the mid lane. That's going to hurt. Clockwork already looking to block the creep wave.
That ended up being 3 for 1 on the bounty runes.
Yep, 3 for 1 for M80.
And looks like El Misho did a little bit of body blocking, so this lane will shove out quickly. You just gotta be careful you don't stick around too long. Ogre hits level 2, kills you, you miss out on everything. But otherwise, you should be able to get this to sit in front of your tower. And Clockwork is fast. Keep the camps blocked versus an Ogre. And you don't have to be worried about being run down, since now you're in front of your own tower.
Yeah, we've seen that exact thing backfire, where you do this like early, you know, block to put some good equilibrium in your lane. But then Ogre gets level 2, like a full creep wave before you, and you die. And like you cannot allow that to happen. So you need to be very, very careful of that. And El Micho having Cogs level 1 is going to make this a little bit rough. He's able to burn some mana out of the Ogre for now, and he's going to try and continue to do that. But I'm curious how this mid lane matchup's going to do. Again, they picked the Queen of Pain here into the Dark Mago Shaker, which, I mean, he crushed it last game. He's already warmed up, ready to go on this hero, and I feel like he will continue to just get denies. Well, I say that, Siren actually gets a couple of nice denies there as well.
Yeah, I think you'll have to hope for Quap being able to rotate faster, because you don't really need to wait for anything, right? You got the blink. So there's some squishy heroes in this game. The Enchantress and Terrorblade at the top priority of that. So maybe she can make her way up here, get something done with some axes, some dead shots, things like that.
This bottom lane is hilarious.
Interestingly, Jimmy went double gauntlets on this Ogre, so I think he kind of realized, I'm going to get my mana burned, I'm just going to try to whack things, help get denies maybe, but so far they're just avoiding him.
They're like, who cares? He can't touch us anyway. So he just goes with point and Bloodlust, and we'll now have 2 points of Ignite going forward. Alright, Lotus coming up here in a moment.
Meta got used earlier, so should be able to contest this. Good dead
nice
shot.
Spear from Monty. That helps out a lot. He's sitting on 16 wand charges already on the Beastmaster with a Lotus now to boot. He's going to have plenty of sustain now. This bottom lane might be like the most boring thing ever. He finally put points in Ignite. He had 0 points of any other spell until just now.
No, he got a courier too. I don't know what you're talking about. This lane's hilarious. This is the best. This is the most fun as a support, let me tell you. Watching cores hit in the lane while we just have to hit each other, that's no fun. When the supports get to run around and do goofy stuff like this, that's the best.
Hermit? Okay, Enchantress is being super abusive in the top lane, and it's expected, right? The Enchantress into the Beastmaster. Not a super fun lane matchup.
Yeah, he did have 21 charges, so just pops him, gets back in the lane. El Micho's done another creep drag, which is actually also got even more. There's going to be a whole party behind this tower. DM's going to have to go for his own hard camp pull here in a moment.
Yeah, they're really struggling in this off lane, but it's okay. Top lane, Monty in some trouble. Trying to get walked down for the Terrorblade, but doesn't have the reach. That's going to be another use of the meta. But he's very, very confident on his CS so far in this game, and I think they're going to be able to slow down the Terrorblade anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised we don't see more stacks being prepped for the Beastmaster.
Yeah, they're trying to contest the lane pretty heavily here, and they're actually just going to try and turn it around on a K1, but they've got way too much damage, and Moose will be the one grabbing first blood here on the Enchantress, and he doesn't mind making these trades. Monty has like a stick and Fairy Fire to play with, but we'll just back away.
This Beastmaster's going to be off to a slow start, the way this is going.
Yeah, I mean, Moose is going to be so farmed on the Enchantress.
He's even coming into the triangle to do his farming, so that's going to slow down the Beastmaster even more.
Level 6 here on the Shaker. Needs to be careful. He's got no wave. Try to go for the Echo Slam. That's not going to work, but they are
talking about too.
Yeah, again, going to bring that Enchantress creep into the mid lane. You've got the Catapult alive. And try and do as much chip damage to this tower as possible as Dark Mago will find himself in Invis Rune.
Ooh, this could be...
He's immediately going top. this is a really cool use of this first rune. And Hermit,
So mean.
he's gonna get echoed. Yeah, instantly taken down. Like, it's just so much burst damage from the Shaker. And that was the perfect rune to set that up. They had no idea which rune he got.
Yeah, that's excellent choice as well. Going for the Beastmaster, who's already struggling. You're not going to put him back even further. And he's supposed to be having a good time. He's the tempo. That's why you pick Beastmaster usually. Maybe a Lifestealer kill would be nice, but that one's trickier to get, especially with the wave already under the tower.
Enchantress is down here, gets a mana burn creep, and is going to be very annoying to this Ogre Magi, I'm sure. Or she's just going to farm. You know, you never know. Maybe you just farm.
Told you, no Dota player can resist the call of the jungle. Double rotation top, perhaps? Oh, just kidding. He's going straight back to the jungle. Can't resist the call.
He's got places to be, you know? He just wants to farm. Nice rotation from the Queen of Pain. Drops that Sonic Wave. And immediately goes back into mid lane. Now, that helps out a lot. Terrorblade, it's going to slow him up a little bit, but he's still having a pretty good game. Oh, they're going top again. Hermit, he's about to get stomped by the Centaur, and now by an Earthshaker.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's just level 4 enchant totem. He's going to get the bottle refill in the process. He's like, don't worry, K1, I know you died, but you have a free lane again. Have fun.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No more games.
Sentry Ward battle on the high ground there. Actually getting a lot of damage into this mid tower right now. They've been wailing away for a while, and this is a Bloodlusted Queen of Pain. There's a regen rune that she can pop as well, which she will. That's it. That tower's dead. TP's gonna get canceled, so Ogre will not be able to head, I think it was bottom.
In the meantime, they get a nice wrap around on Beastmaster, and now with these trolls and the meta used on the Beastmaster, they can just wrap up this tower for themselves. So, trading mid for this off lane, I think it's kind of okay, especially if you know you want to keep invading the Beastmaster in this area.
Illich is baiting. Here comes Dark Mago. He has an ult. He can definitely use it. The chainsuck, but a fear. Nicely done from Monty. Gonna bail him out for now. Illich. Oh, does he pop the stick? Okay, I'm honestly surprised. I thought he was gonna Soul Ring and just ult on top of the Shaker to find the kill there, but holding the ability for now will allow him to rejoin the fight after he gets to the fountain, heals up a little bit. Mid lane, Moo's trying to work on this tier 1 tower, does have that troll summoner camp, so just slowly clicking away at it. Much closer game than what we had in game 1. I think at this point, we're seeing a pretty massive difference in the net worth between these cores. That being said, I think M80 is still pretty happy with their state of the game.
2k lead before 10 minutes, that's always solid. Terrorblade at the top. That should get even faster too as he finishes up the Yasha, the illusions get stronger, send him around everywhere. And it's still a long time till Hermit can be doing anything in this game. He's having such a rough time.
For me, the big thing is the supports as well. You really do need a little bit more out of your supports here. Like, they're starting to fall pretty far behind. Ogre will pretty much just be a Bloodlust bot at this point, but he's only level 4, which is a little bit rough.
With Learning Curve, he's almost level 6.
That's true, that's true.
Moose has been doing so much farming, actually. He's in the back again. It's gonna be a very rich Enchantress.
Yeah, he really is.
Under attack.
Continuing to kind of escalate the gold lead here. I think El Micho's level 6 is going to be a big timing for M80 because we know how much he can get done on the clockwork, and this game specifically, he's got some really good targets. Dawnbreaker can very easily follow up any hook shot.
I love this build. He's queued up an Orchid on this clockwork.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker... Oh wait, Clockwork's going Orchid too? Dawnbreaker's Orchid, I think, is done. Looking for Jimmy Cough bottom. Ogre Magi quickly cleaned up as they now look for the tier 1 tower, and this one should be pretty easily finished up. Double Orchid. That's going to be a sick build this game.
Yeah, this way Hookshot can now connect to Quap or Lifestealer and buy enough time for the Dawnbreaker follow-up with the second Orchid. You'd be trapping him forever.
And Shaker's got his blink now. They're going to ferry out some smokes here. El Micho going to pop it right now, and here we go. Let's see what they can find with this. It's a very big reveal of the blink dagger. It does have the Echo Slam available. Queen of Pain would be the great target, but she's somewhat tanky, has invested in some early defensive items.
I'm not sure they have the burst to finish her before she gets out without an Orchid.
Oh, she's just perfectly on the other side of the tower here. They're gonna... Ooh, she gets the blink, but into a creep camp. That's gonna make it so much worse as the damage there to finish it off. She gets so low, 90 HP, but will survive. Flares out, will not finish the job. This is where the Dawnbreaker ult makes a difference, but held it, and instead, Queen of Pain will live. And while Enchantress goes in deep here, trying to make some space, and it's working. She's tanky, difficult to bring down. The rest of the team's gonna come through, look for an opening. Great flare to slough these backsides, and a blink in 2 seconds here. Dark Mago looking for his target. They actually stun and silence the Terrorblade. He gets deleted. He goes in way too far. This Arcane Rune on the Queen of Pain has been doing so much work. You wish you committed heavier earlier on, and now it's gonna cost you big. Nice fissure from Dark this time. In comes El Micho. She still blinks out again. 11 HP. She's gonna survive. And now DM's gonna chase here. Look to finish off the Shaker. Siren is still up. A second hook shot comes through. A massive win for Infamous.
I think that was a multicast on the Fire Blast as well to get the Terrorblade kill. He was in the calling plus being stunned up. They actually just 100-0'd him.
I cannot believe they didn't just commit to kill the Quap, right? If you're gonna go for like the Blink Echo play on that, just drop everything, right? So
I think so.
It's kind of unfortunate for M80 is that...
I wonder... I wasn't watching. He may have started TPing as that happens. And then maybe needed to cancel to start the ult, but decided to just finish the teleport instead. I don't know. I'd have to go look back at that. Maybe, you know. It's such a quick moment you have to decide, and unfortunately, it does turn out. If he had ulted, you would kill that Quap. And the rest of that fight would go so much easier because that Arcane Rune let her scream so much in that fight.
She got like 15 Scream of Pains off.
Orchids will also help this a lot. Dawnbreakers is pretty close to being done. Clockwork I kind of thought this might happen. You see how the game's going. If you keep winning, you get the Orchid. As soon as you run into some trouble, you're like, okay, let's be more realistic here. Orchid's not happening. It's currently switched over to a Lotus.
It's a really nice find if they can actually get to Illich, but they, unfortunately for them, he was hiding perfectly in the trees. He'll just dash away with the Celestial Hammer. And these are the type of ganks you need to make because you have to gank into the Dawnbreaker, right? Otherwise, you gank another hero, she might be able to join the fight with a Solar Guardian and turn it around. We'll open Roche, though. 15-minute mark, they've got it.
Looking in the triangle, I think around now they've got an idea that Roche is happening, and it's way too late.
Way too late. They just got Echo back up, too. That hurts.
They can maybe look to see if they scatter.
Radiant's middle tower.
They definitely should, because they have a lot of really good damage right now.
Often Lifestealer did TP out, actually. I was literally about to say more and more people do this, so I feel like it works less often, but I guess M80 was thinking the same because they didn't even
That's
go for
amplified
it.
damage. They're just gonna immediately kill the Lifestealer mid. Okay, yep, sometimes you find an amplified damage at a very convenient time.
Lesson
You'll take
learned as well.
100 damage right away.
No hesitation on the Solar Guardian this time around.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think that's the big difference here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're just looking for this Beastmaster, knowing there's only so many places he could be. Well, Lifestealer, he did get his Radiance at a pretty decent time. He's working back towards his Armlet and then probably Sanj and Yasha. Maybe he'll have to go Manta this game.
The Manta, once you see the Orchid, makes sense. The Sanj and Yasha is also quite nice versus the constant stuns from an Earthshaker.
Ooh, they find the Clockwork here. Nice find from Monty, the Atos. Setting that one up. Nice reveal of that item. Top lane, they see Lifestealer again. Blink, Orchid stun,
reveal.
instantly killed. Yep.
Just
I
not
mean,
even a
he's had the
reveal.
Orchid for a bit,
Yeah.
right?
I just don't recall him using it on anyone
No,
yet.
he
That's like the
hasn't
first
had to.
actual kill with it.
Wow, those are two really costly deaths for this Lifestealer. And to be fair, look at the wards that have been placed on the top side of the map here from M80. They're hunting this side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They have a
is
lot of
under
wards
attack.
down right now. Very good vision spread.
And they have 5 on the map right now? That's wild.
Must have had to build up for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, they're going to use this information to run on Illich and dodge out another gank here. Oh, Dawnbreaker. Or not Dawnbreaker. Werx's Courier dies to a creep wave. Sag.
I hate when that happens. It's so sad.
They're going to get the D ward here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This is a really good, like, last couple minutes from M80, even after the Roche got taken. They got 2 kills on the Lifestealer, but Hector has just been given full reign on the bottom side of the map. He has pushed this all the way to the tier 2 with Illusions. He has just been progressing to his next set of items, and he is almost halfway to his Eye of Scotty. Actually, is more than halfway to his Eye of Scotty.
Yeah, it'll be really nice this game. Reduce the healing from actually all 3 cores, as well as continue to control up the Lifestealer even during Rage.
Oh no, not again. DM. Okay, no, they're going to cut towards the top side, see what they
I'm
can
gonna turn
find
around when he
here.
walked into the ward.
Are scared.
They
They're
did!
gonna see Hermit now. Oh. No.
They saw
Right.
DM in the ward. They want to head over, but he's
They
not actually in the
double
triangle.
stood. Oh no. That's an unfortunate scan. And this smoke, the duration's starting to fall down a little bit. Who do they find? Uh-oh. Silence. Nicely done from Monty. The roar is out there from Hermit. They're going to try and bring him down. Good force stab, but in comes the Dawnbreaker. And now Hermit in some trouble as the Atos comes through. Siren gets him with the Sonic Wave. Takes down that Earthshaker, but here comes Big Bad Terrorblade. Siren's got to get out. A 2-for-1 at the moment. DM rotating up here as well on the Lifestealer, but who wins this exchange? We'll see. Moose in some trouble. Turn around. They do manage to find the Ogre as well, and the Reflection doing a lot of work. Orchid's going to catch the Quap. That's a big one. Infest isn't enough to save her. The Soulburn's going to pop, and that's going to be the Aegis. Now DM on the run, has an Armlet, but no Rage. And he is in so much trouble. The damage from the TB from the Dawnbreaker isn't enough. Armlet toggling his way out of this. At the moment, Flare gets the Rage. Couple of auto
Armlet
attacks.
toggle.
Still toggling, but Orchid now out. The Soulburn's going to be too much.
Had some nice toggles in there. Really dragged that one out, but
Yeah.
only so long you can try to kite a Terrorblade and a Clockwork and Dawnbreaker running at you.
And it's a really big win for M80. Not only an Aegis fight, but they come out very far ahead, a 5 for 2, or a 4 plus Aegis for 2.
Yeah, this K1, you know, he died earlier, went straight back to farming. He's huge now.
Yeah, he has
He
got
did so much in that fight that no one could even approach him with meta. They have no way to stop him from sundering either if Beastmaster is not in the fight, and you have to roar and burst him. Otherwise, he is going to sunder.
That's a nice pick there onto the Dawnbreaker. Again, we see you always want to try and gank the Dawnbreaker, and that one works. Really good kill. That might have been the Blink reveal from the Beastmaster. I think it was.
Lifestealer is going to get a Manta to try to deal with the silences. Hopefully it's not just more echo damage.
That's true.
You usually Manta into Rage, so it won't be an issue for him. It might be an issue for someone else nearby.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got meta again. I think they're going to look to fight soon. Is there a... I think BKB's on the way for... Oh, not BKB, Ags. Ags is on the way for Shaker, yeah. So that sounds like a good time to fight. Even has a haste rune, too.
That's nice. We're going to see a Sanj and Yasha Queen of Pain. You know, why not? The item might be too good.
Get a Kaya, get the legendary Trident. It's secretly been in Dota, just no one's ever tried to do it.
Yeah, right. I mean, to be fair, you have the attack speed from the Ogre. I would like more of a right-click focused Queen of Pain build this game as opposed to things like the Aghanim Scepter, like Octarine build and stuff like that. So I kind of like the idea of the Kaya Yasha, or the Kaya Sanj and Yasha.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
They might be looking to just force him back.
I mean, yeah, I think you need to come back. These terrible
These are just some
illusions
illusions
are
hitting
annoying.
it. Yeah, they're already getting in some chip damage.
They're looking for the mid tier too, actually. DM needs to be careful. Hookshot actually barely misses. That would have been most likely a kill. And with that, they will back away. Dark Mago pops his haster and he wants to go in. He is hungry, baby. They're gonna smoke on the Radiant here, up on the high ground.
Outside of the Earth Shaker, clearing out the wave.
Yeah, there's just no way you find this guy, right?
He's too fast with the haste and the Ags, I think. Well, he's actually
he
going
might
for the
be sticking
stack.
Around. Uh-oh, echo it. Oh, he's not gonna get it off in time, and there's the roar from Hermit, deleted by that Dagon. All right, that's not a caster curse, I'm sure.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a greedy choice. To stack and farm the enemy's jungle. Did not expect them to be coming in for him.
It would have been very funny if he got the echo off and like killed the Quap, but the roar was always there.
Yeah, I think that's why he didn't echo right away, right? He didn't know how many people were coming in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see, Aegis is up. Fortunately, Earthshaker is up shortly as well. Oh, it is going to move over to the nighttime, though, so they got to make their way over.
They're already up here to try and take this already on Infamous. Like, Beastmaster knows he wants to try and pressure the next Roche immediately. And he can get working on it by himself already. We'll have the Bloodlust from the Ogre. M80 smoked, I think, under a ward.
Rock players
Will they find DM here on a shield rune? The Echo comes out. In comes the Dawnbreaker. The Chain Sons are there, but the silence on the Dawnbreaker and now the damage onto the Earthshaker. My God. It's just a 2 for 0. You didn't bring the numbers.
They need K1. He was still coming through the Twin Gate. Even if he had finished, they're jumping us at the hard camp. He's never going to be able to connect on that. They need to know how much damage K1 contributes. And they really overestimated how much they could do, just the two of them, to the Lifestealer. Some of that is that he had Gossamer Cape, which is fantastic.
Oh, wait! Nice attempt there, but will not get it.
That was almost awesome. Good dead shot to get him out of there. That was really good timing, though.
So, one thing to note right now is, like, this Muerta is legitimately scaling. She's got Mage Slayer, Rod of Atos, has the Whisper of the Dread. When she popped her ult, she did 1,600 damage to the Earthshaker when he went in. Like, there's a Bloodlust. Level 4 Bloodlust on a Muerta. It's not a joke.
Yeah, we did forget about that again. We saw this once before, and we were like, oh yeah, that's cool, Bloodlust and Muerta. Support combo, that is, they're both individually good, but some extra synergy together. Yeah, I want to see when she gets the Shard, how many stacks she's at. Because she will be very good versus that Terrorblade. Oh, perfect, you got it. Six stacks, so not the most, but that's not too bad either. This is a game where I think you don't actually mind that Muerta got it. Especially because it seems like the game plan is for her to scale.
100%, yeah.
The Ogre Shard is also not that good versus Illusion heroes. It just gets threaded too easily. Much better versus the Dragonite Sven type heroes. Actually, it's good versus Earthshaker, though. I will say that. So maybe you still want it anyhow.
Yeah, being able to reduce 1,000 damage bonk by 85% is pretty good.
Pretty good.
And they're really just... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think that fight is not indicative of the current matchup. I think in a proper 5-on-5 with K1 there, it looks so different. It was really a bit of a slip-up to go like that without him being there yet.
I'm also shocked he has not picked up his Shard this game. I feel like Demon Zeal is so good, but he did feel really pressured to get specific item timings, it seems. And now he's got the MKB queued up, which he knows he needs to get. You have a Radiance Lifestealer with an Elven Tunic.
It is surprising, especially...
It's just walking towards him. So they don't know that this is... They think it might be an illusion, but... it was real. Smoke on the backside. They're going to infest Hermit. Dude, he is so fast.
They find the Dawnbreaker. I don't know if they caught sight of him moving up, but he's about to walk into a ward. Oh, never mind. Turn around. He's going to walk into a scan.
Ooh, this Dawnbreaker's in a lot of trouble. She's got to be careful. And with this amplified damage on Siren, it's just going to be way too much. That is another big kill going the way of Infamous, and they have now taken the gold lead. For the first time the whole game, I think. Oh, high ground. Why not? You have a minute and a half left on this Aegis. I was gonna say, they are so all in on attack speed and like right-click damage just because you have Beastmaster Aura and Ogre Bloodlust. Like, why not just double down on it at this point? Meanwhile, K1 is also trading. He took a full lane of Rax bottom at the moment. He is gonna get it. Unless...
Can he get out is the question.
He has no TP. He has to stay. I was like,
he's committed because of that.
Kill it.
Okay, this is gonna cost him his life for sure.
He has BKB. He's just gonna try and get what he can, but yeah, that is... he
Kill
gets
the
one
Ogre.
kill, has Sunder, but in comes the Roar, stuck inside the Silence, he's dead. Meanwhile, mid lane, they found DM. He's got 40 seconds left on this. Aegis, he's gonna go down. Can the team rejoin him? You committed Sonic Wave. Looks like they will just back away. So you actually trade lanes of barracks.
And
but your
didn't
Terrorblade
have
is dead.
Aegis. I think all things considered, that's pretty good.
Really rough time not to have a TP there.
Yeah, if you get the TP, that's free. He gets out, and then that's even better. At least you get the Aegis, I suppose. So although they'll take your tier 2, I don't know if they're gonna go... Well, it's 40 seconds, actually. think you can.
I don't think they can go high ground. They need to get these bottom towers taken out. Like, there's still a tier 1 and tier 2. So,
yeah. I think the mid wave may have gotten cut as well, so can't push for sure after that. Okay, Terrorblade MKB almost done. We still haven't seen them take a proper 5-on fight in a while.
yeah. He's about 350 gold off of an MKB. He needs like a camp and a half here. This Bloodlust and Aura is just doing so much work this game. And Ogre has a Midas. Like, he is starting to come back into the game net worth-wise. He was struggling earlier, but the man is back. We're gonna use that jetpack, look for the high sound. They actually find Hermit on the Beastmaster. Dawnbreaker's gonna come in. The Roar being held for now is DM. He's gonna join the fray. Big Sonic Wave onto the backside, but Hermit still survives. In comes Dark Mago. A nice trade at the moment, but you've got to deal with this Terrorblade and a full team disconnect.
That's awkward.
Wow.
Supports are down. That's really unfortunate. I don't know how much that affected the fight.
I'm trying to analyze what is even left at this point. It's a 2-for-1. Beastmaster down. Dawnbreaker is actually on the correct side of a fissure right now and may get out of here. The Queen of Pain could chase, though.
Lifesteal can do maybe like one more slap there. Let's see if that's enough.
I think she's going to die, but
I think
you do have Shaker, who has found the supports now.
His Echo, they're too far apart for Echo, though. K1 still has Sunder and plenty of meta
BKB.
time.
Does he have BKB? No.
No. Does have the reflection.
Unluck.
Indeed, that's pretty unluck.
Yeah, that's a rough disconnect time.
Quap does have to be careful of blinking in, because if she blinks in to get the Dawnbreaker, I think K1 will just switch targets and try to kill her real quick.
Yeah, and she overblinks. Doesn't manage to get away, but the Echo comes out. It does kill a decent chunk of damage, but he gets the infest. They both get out. Oh no, and now it's just the Terrorblade, and you do not win that matchup. An ultra kill for DM. Yeah, I mean, the Muerta is also just doing too much.
That's true, too. Yeah,
the auto attacks from Infamous are just winning them the game. Like, it's not even like you don't have to do anything like super stylish. Just the fact that you just have 4 auto attacking cores at this point, basically, who are doing so much damage.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It also took them a really long time to kill Beastmaster. This craggy coat helped out so much. 12 bonus armor when activated. So 20 armor from the neutral item. That's actually such good luck to get, right? This is where there's a little RNG in Dota. But between BKB, craggy coat, and then he's healing from the Ags, he survived for so long. I wish there was a way to see exactly how much...
well, Terrorblade was also attacking from the low ground, right? So he wasn't hitting every attack.
He had the MKB delivered it. So
yeah,
most should have been connecting, but it's true, maybe 1 or 2 misses here and there, and then that hurts a lot. But it took...
I wish death summaries weren't still so unbelievably
it's
bugged.
Kinda... Okay, whatever, forget it. We're in this one. They're all dead. You're gonna go high ground here.
Yeah, 50 seconds, no Terrorblade. They don't know buyback status, but it's not available for any of these heroes. And
there's no meta anyways. Even if Terrorblade were to buy back.
Did you have Pierce the Veil up on the Muerta as well? So if you decide to try and take a fight right now, you gotta be very careful.
Big hit from Enchantress. Let's see if she can start scaling as a core. They might need it at this rate. It looks like they're gonna get mega'd. It's going to be a long road to come back in this game.
Oh, Shaker, he's gonna TP in, gets caught in the stun though, and that's just Sonic Wave, the full burst. Dark Mago just instantly dies. And with that death, it's gonna put them in a really rough situation. He was like 2 seconds off of a BKB.
Meta's up in 10. You might be able to push them off if they respect the Earthshaker buyback potential.
Yeah.
Just bluffing. We can totally fight you guys. You better leave. But they'll leave with the Megas, so they're not going to mind all that much.
Yeah, I mean, they've all got so much gold now to go by. There's a full Parasma finished up on the Queen of Pain. She's halfway to a Scythe of Ice now. You see the Abyssal Blade and almost an MKB done on the Lifestealer. Almost a full Shiva's completed up on this Beastmaster. Like, the amount of items that they just pulled in is nuts. Even Ogre. He's 750 gold from a Scythe himself.
Oh yeah, let's multicast a Scythe to end the game. Let's do it. Get in there, Ogre. They also found themselves an amplified damage bottled up on the Quap.
Yeah.
And the next Roche is up as well. So, seems like a pretty straightforward game plan. Just make your way to Roche. You can stall a little bit if you want to get the Scythe up. I don't know if another item is close on anybody. I don't even know if you need it, but it looks like you could finish maybe the Shivas and a Dragon Lance. So, you know, finish up the next round of items, get the Roche, just send it down. I'm not sure how M80 could handle that. I guess, okay, if you all clump into the Mega Creeps and then a massive Echo comes out, maybe that's how they do it. Short of that, though, looks pretty tough.
Yeah, it really does. We'll see if they can manage to take the fight here before some of these big items come out. They're going to pop the pipe preemptively as they try to run in. Roche is being started. See what they can do. If they can take this fight, in comes the reflection. The Echo comes out and catches Hermit. The damage not enough to finish the job, and Shaker hits the deck. Now it's up to Hector on this Terrorblade to do all the work, and now his BKB is going to expire. Muerta's trying to find her opening. Doesn't manage to do it. She gets the fear. Monty sundered up, trying to run, but 4 dead, about to be 5. M80. They're done, man. GG comes out. Infamous will take game number 2. We are going the distance today.
Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah, at the end, that final fight, I was watching a Muerta go toe-to-toe with the Terrorblade. That's how you know you're in a rough spot. That was a pretty unfortunate DC. I'm not sure how much that affected the fight. Like, if they all DC'd for a second before we really see it come into play. Obviously, a very critical moment. But even without that, it did look like the last, I don't know, like 20 minutes. Okay, that's a little long. Like 15 minutes, 10 minutes or so. Infamous had a good grasp of that game. And I feel like they were a mix of them finding good fights and sort of M80 engaging in some fights where they weren't quite ready. Not putting enough focus on making sure K1 is with the team, because he was a huge amount of the damage. Especially that, I'd say, second Roche fight they took, and he was coming through the Twin Gate when they started on the Lifestealer. That was the tankiest target, and you didn't have your Terrorblade there, so it kind of gave a lot away, a lot of momentum at that time.
I agree. I think those were some of the biggest problem areas for them. Also, just is a super simple mistake that costs K1 heavily, right? He's split pushing, takes a full Rax, doesn't have a TP to leave. Like you said, it should have been completely free. He could have gotten the Rax and left. They would have gotten the Aegis out of it, and instead, Terrorblade's sidelined for like 60 seconds, and they end up getting like mid-tier 2 and some more pressure on the map. And it's like, those are just like little things that they add up in the course of a game, and when you are already losing momentum at that point, like, that just hurts so much more. So M80, they got to tighten some things up here as they go into game 3, because Infamous, they pulled it back. They looked good. Queen of Pain finished 14-0-11.
Looked really good. We haven't been sure what the counter to Earthshaker is, but that Quap, very, very impressive performance.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We're going to go to a break, everyone. We'll be back with our final game of the evening here. Infamous taking on M80. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and break. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. Where you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly.
second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in, take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. It is game number 9 of the day. Infamous taking on M80 here. And right now, I mean, all of these series have been super back and forth. They have been very close. And this last game, really no exception, but an all-star performance from Infamous, man. They looked really good here.
Yeah, I like the counter picks they all went for. The Ogre Muerta combo was really cool. Lots of scaling there. And I think having the Queen of Pain do well versus the Earthshaker is also very important. Just because we've seen Earthshaker be so consistent, it feels like, and that there hasn't been a great response to. The Queen of Pain did very well.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised because, like, I wasn't entirely sure. Like, the lane wasn't off to a great start. He got a solo kill, if I'm not mistaken, on the Queen of Pain. Or, like, on the Shaker against the Queen of Pain. Or is that a different game?
I can't fully remember now.
I can't remember.
That might have been the Ember that got soloed.
Yeah, either way, he was owning the mid lane on the Shaker, looking really strong, but a couple overextensions, and yeah, the Blink Echo onto the Lifestealer, where he also happened to have a shield rune. I think that was the moment where I think M80 got a little bit too ahead of themselves. Like, they weren't really as strong as they thought they were. They didn't bring the numbers to the fights when they needed to. And Infamous just capitalized on it. They ran away with the game from that moment on.
Yeah, I think the Beastmaster was seriously struggling at the start of that. He was getting handled, and they kept invading and killing him. I do think M80 really slipped up to give back Infamous enough space to have a shot at that. And given that chance, Infamous did really well. But I do think they are going to revisit the laning stage, especially how that Beastmaster Morta lane went versus the Terrorblade and Enchantress. Some of that is maybe picking Beastmaster without getting rid of the Enchantress. That's such a classic counter, and yeah, we got to see why. But it did show, given a fighting chance, they know how to play out the map, how to take the steps to make sure you win the game cleanly. So let's see if they can give themselves a better start, and that way they don't have to make a recovery game out of it.
Yeah, I will say I think this next series, or like the game 3 of the series, could go either way. I think the draft is going to definitely tell a lot, like it always does. And first pick being usually what teams go for, but for some reason, Infamous have opted for second pick. So I'm a little bit curious to see how that's going to change up the draft. I think for them, maybe they're feeling like that 24 pick is more valuable right now than maybe that first pick, and they're going to leave just like a handful of heroes that both teams like to grab, and we'll see which ones are there.
I mean, with their first pick, they took Clockwork. Don't get me wrong, I do like Clockwork, but I don't know. It does feel the way M80 plays, the second pick kind of makes sense for them. It feels like they play for K1 to have a really good game. Like, look at that Naga game, right? They get such a strong pick there, and they know exactly what to do. I don't feel the same impact from that first pick. These are all solid supports for the first pick. But is that the game-defining first pick that you usually want? Something like the Alchemist first pick, and it's like, dang, what do I do to an Alchemist, Monkey King, Magnus. They don't seem to. Sometimes some of those heroes are available, like the Invoker, the Magnus, and they don't go for it. So
Yeah. I mean, we'll
I
have
don't know
to
because
see.
the second pick makes more sense.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So we're gonna jump into the draft here, and a lot of the same bands: the Bristleback, Doom, Lena, Monkey King. We're gonna see the Alchemist get banned here, and then we'll have to see what they're gonna do with their last set of bans.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say Infamous took second pick?
Yeah, Infamous chose second pick.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was thinking M80 took second pick. I wasn't listening to you at all. Maybe the logic still stands.
5 seconds remaining.
They got some
I feel like it
secret
does.
gotcha pick
I'm gonna
for
stick
us.
with it, you know. You're smart.
Well, I'm
Do they
not
open
smart
the
enough to hear
clockwork
what you
again?
said.
Or do they go for something like Magnus?
They do have the choice. I mean, yeah, I like the Magnus. It hasn't seemed to be as popular for any team besides Heroic in SA. It's available. So is the Invoker, the Earth Spirit, but it doesn't seem like M80 wants those heroes.
If this is Heroic, we'd be seeing a snap pick of that Earth Spirit right now.
Yeah,
But you're right.
Earth
Yeah,
Spirit
this is
or
pretty
Magnus, both really top tier picks. Again, the difference between some of the regions. I think if we were in like WEU, those would be snap picked right now. Nyx, also an option. I never like when a team goes into the first pick and they're using reserve time. It makes me nervous.
Dire team pick.
Okay. It's going to be the Beastmaster. Very stable hero.
He's taking Enchantress.
Yep. I mean, it was struggling in the lane this last game against the Enchantress, and then somehow the whole game just spun around. Maybe they're going to take the Beastmaster Ogre for themselves. But like, that looked pretty good. There's the Muerta. Very nice pick.
Well, I guess you don't need the 5 to be the counter. You can pick a good carry matchup as well. But I guess they want to steal it away. Because if you want to take Enchantress, you do have to ban... You'd have to ban Nyx, take Enchantress, and then...
5 seconds remaining.
And then they could end up with... Well, I guess you'd have taken more to the next pick. I don't know. I guess you could still do it, right? You see what their bans are. You could still ban... Potentially ban Nyx, take Enchantress, or something like that if they don't ban it now. That's a lot of reserve time used for M80. Really unsure how to start this draft, I guess. Alright, we take out the PA that we've seen do very well versus the Beastmaster. And see if they want to protect it with one more ban. One of the supports we've been talking about could be good.
Dire team ban.
Well, I do like the Ogre Muerta combo. I don't think Ogre is as
10 seconds
good versus
remaining.
Beastmaster as some of the options you have available. But I am kind of up
It
for
looked
it.
really good after last game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Well, now you're not getting Nyx, right? So I wouldn't mind seeing them ban Nyx and then pick whatever.
I like that. Or they're going to ban out the Clockwork if they're worried about the Clockwork again.
Dire team pick.
Oh, they actually just ban out the Shaker. Okay, make him do something different. They pick the Tiny now. Which, there's a lot of options for the mid lane. And this is, again, an early mid pick when I feel like it wasn't entirely necessary, but it is a pretty stable hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe that's the bait. Maybe it's
5
not the
seconds
mid.
remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team
Yep,
pick.
there we go. Clockwork comes out. Bat Rider as well. Very strong support duo from the side of M80, and to me that means it's probably going to be El Misho on the Bat Rider in the 4 position.
I think so, but you can always see what the lane matchups truly end up being and swap it around.
Yeah.
I think Beastmaster Bat Rider is stronger to fight it out in the lane, but if you just want to creep drag, then Clockwork will be better at that. You do know the off lane, so if you want to pick the carry, you could go for that here. You want to save that for the last pick. That's always an option. Off lanes, if you want to go for that, there's a lot of good pairings with Muerta. For example, the Magnus. I don't know. I guess they just don't like it as much here. But I feel like Magnus Muerta is such a good combo. Dawnbreaker's available too, though that one's a little trickier to run into a Clockwork. Ooh. Night Stalker. I mean, that's a very strong first 5 minutes with Night Reigns. Muerta Night Stalker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Disruptor.
Wow, old school. The Disruptor Night Stalker combo. Get vision with Night Stalker, glimpse people wherever. He's fallen out of favor though because his laning stage is relatively weak.
10 seconds remaining.
It's an interesting choice to. It's certainly picking for later in the game rather than the lanes, which is a little worrisome to me because it seems like that's where M80 keeps coming out ahead, and they did slip up last game, but revealing the Beastmaster and then you're going to play into kind of a weaker lane. Still, I don't know.
Radiant team back.
Okay. Are we back? This is definitely Naga carry. Like 100%. It is one of the best counters in the game to a Night Stalker, which is why I'm surprised to see the Night Stalker picked that early. Because the other one's
about
like
this counter.
So back in the day when Night Stalker was like an absolute terror and he was one of the best offlaners in the game, there were two heroes that could actually deal with him. One was Bloodseeker, the other one was Naga Siren. If you banned them, Night Stalker was just unkillable. This matchup is impossible. Like, Naga Siren does not care about Night Stalker at any stage of the game. He's terrible at dealing with illusion heroes in general. But anytime he tries to make an aggressive play with like Blink and Dark Ascension, it gets songed like immediately, and the fight either is completely turned over and he's like sort of like basically super deep onto the enemy team by himself, and then just dies by when they cancel the song, or it's just wasted and the whole team gets out. So you're kind of just trading, but the Naga Siren is never threatened by this hero.
5 seconds.
Thanks, Ricky.
I'm super surprised that they go for the Night Stalker in this pick.
I mean, very few teams have been playing the Naga carry, right? You're like, yeah, we can do it. Surely the last Naga carry pick was the last pick. It was a good Naga game, right? You're maybe not expecting them to run the Naga back again. You do have your last pick carry. Who's even... I don't even think about this now. Like, who's good versus carry Naga right now? Magnus would have been good. I guess Dragon Knight is not too bad. I kind of like Dragon Knight as a faster paced hero as well. Naga needs time to farm. You can do things before. There he is. There is Spirit. Despite Naga being a strange carry pick, I'm liking M80's draft more. I feel like they have relatively strong lanes, which is where they've been beating Infamous anyways. And as long as they cut out their misstep in the last game, which is taking fights without the carry, then you kind of get the same path to victory, right? Like, have a good lane, take over the map, don't throw, win game.
I like it. I'm surprised that they actually go back for it because this is one of those heroes where like they could have probably grabbed earlier, but
Agreed.
I don't really blame them for holding off on it because you do actually get a really good Naga Siren pick on 18. And now your carry matchup is going to be real problematic for Infamous.
A lot of the carries with good natural AoE have been banned out, especially a lot of the tempo ones. Kind of favoring Dragonite just because I can't think of another top tier carry that has AoE.
Face the light.
Choose your hero.
Whoa, carried on?
Or Night Stalker. No, okay.
I mean,
Or
it's
carry
a-
Muerta.
It could be. I feel like Muerta does not do super hot into Naga Siren.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
so either.
Okay, so
But
it
is
gonna
Dawnbreaker
be-
that good
It's
into carrying
better.
Naga? Better than Dragonite?
I mean, not better than Dragonite. I feel like Dragonite was the obvious one. I think you're right on that.
I guess you can up the pace in global plays better than Dragonite. Maybe you can match some of the farm efficiency of a Naga as well while she's splitting all your waves. You can do something similar with the Dawnbreaker because you can globally ult in, something that Dragonite can't really do.
I am really curious to see how well
Yeah.
this or what Night Stalker can even accomplish in this game because I don't have a lot of faith in the Night Stalker in this draft. I don't think it's going to shut down anybody. And then you're kind of just a liability at some point. And Naga Siren's not going to have as free of a game as she did earlier by any means, but I don't think she's really going to be pressured either in this lane.
I haven't really seen this happen in a while just because she's been... Naga carry has really been dead ever since the Facets came out. And
Yeah.
Facets did make Night Stalker's early lane way better. So maybe that's something they've got going for them, which is that you just kind of crush her in CS to start. If you can't do that, then yeah, I agree with you. It gets to the point where you don't have AoE. You must jump the Naga to make sure she can't song, but that's not always the easiest. Things will get difficult.
You just won't have the burst damage to kill her. Like, you'll have multiple silences, especially with the Disruptor as well. But once she has, like, the stat items and a heart, I don't think you have the burst damage for her. It'll be close. It depends on what Dawnbreaker's got, but... yeah, I'm not super sold on Infamous's draft this game, but it's not impossible. They could definitely do it.
Yeah. Let's see how this Disruptor does in lane as well. The big reason he dropped off is his lane got worse. He was good because of Thunderstrike and the Shard, and then it got nerfed. And it's always been his issue, right? He's good in team fights later on, but his early game is weak. And if you have a bad early game, then you don't reach that point where you're good in team fights. So usually when he's meta, it's because his lane is really good. I guess Dawnbreaker's a strong laner, right? As a carry, maybe that's enough to carry him through that laning stage. Especially if El Misha just walks up here on zone.
Yeah, and El Misho might just be dead. Flame Break comes out, but... okay, he's gonna live. Stoked movement speed actually helps out quite a bit there with that Flame Break pushback. But he has to walk all the way to base. He doesn't want to spend a bunch of time tangoing up, so he's gonna walk base, maybe TP on back. And here we go. It is going to be nighttime here. They're looking to grab themselves a D ward. Monty, well, maybe not. I was like, I think Monty knows there's a ward here, and Moose is actually prepped to deny it just in case.
You know, pro strats, I thought that Rider would be later to the lane than this, but because of Night Rains, he actually got a movement speed boost to walk home after losing all his health.
Huge.
So he actually makes it to lane at a pretty reasonable time.
Monty is actually just getting beat down here in the bottom lane. Yeah, I'm curious. I think the only real thing Nagasan has to worry about is the Void spam that comes out and the Deadshot spam. But if she gets like a raindrop and has enough sustain, I think she'll just be fine. Because Moose should be able to keep the Muerta hopefully away from him.
There's a 23 damage difference between Night Stalker and Naga. He has to build up a significant CS advantage here for this pick to work out, I feel.
See.
See, mid are sturdy rock boys. I mean, should go pretty even, right? You've got the tree to get CS advantage, but Dark Mago can also just kick Siren away to try to pick up some CS, so it should be relatively even. The difference is that Dark Mago can rotate way sooner, even before level 6 with the Earth Spirit. We'll see if he can find any success in that.
We've seen this matchup actually quite a few times, and I think it's almost dead even. But you're right, that's the big difference, is that Dark Mago doesn't need a Blink Dagger to rotate. He just needs level 5, where he has enough points in Rolling Boulder and Boulder Smash, and he can kill a side lane. So, gotta be careful of that potential rotation that comes out eventually. Nice stuff here from Jimmy. Disruptor pulls it back. Oh, he misses the Starbreaker. El Micho gets the pushback with the Flame Break, and they're going to actually just TP to the tower. Oh, that's scary. Jimmy had 5 napalm stacks as well, so a little bit afraid to continue fighting.
That's a kill with a 3rd Starbreaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
A bit unfortunate. It kind of brings it to the point where the idea of Dawnbreaker carry is relatively new, right? So it just may not be as practiced, and sometimes you mess up small things like that, where you're not used to the movement on the Starbreaker, you haven't played it 100,000 times like other carries.
Really nice kickback in mid. You have 2 displacements, right? You have toss and kickback, but Boulder's kick, or Boulder Smash, a lot less conditional, right? You can just, if you hit the stun, you can just kick them in the direction you want, so ends up getting a decent chunk of damage on Siren with that kickback, so really nice move from him. So Lotuses, who gets these? Looks like both go the side of M80.
Maybe DM had a little lag, that's why he missed it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's that's weird. I don't usually miss those. CS wise, Night Stalker is at the top, but Naga isn't really far behind. So if it doesn't get too much larger than this, there's only two more minutes of nighttime as well. I think you're relatively happy. And then you actually have to be careful because Earth Spirit could choose to rotate into this lane where Night Stalker's pretty weak in the daytime. You kick him into Clockwork or something. There's no way you're getting out of that.
That'd be a really good timing too, because as soon as nighttime is over, this Earth Spirit's going to be, you know, level 5, very ready to gank. And he is farming for now fairly well on the Night Stalker. But again, I don't know how long that's going to last.
I think it'll last about 2 more minutes until daytime.
Okay,
that's about exactly how long it lasts. And then I think after
how many
that,
of those PS are illusions.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And then at some point, K1 could just start shoving the lane, and like you said, Night Stalker's not really the best at farming quickly. So if you just shove in lane and go jungle, you'll eventually just out farm your way of this lane.
Oh my god, as soon as it's daytime and Hector has level 5, like 3 points in the mirror image, this lane's over. Like, Night Stalker cannot deal with the illusions at all.
I feel like I've seen this before.
El Micho gets the blood grenade out, 3 napalm stacks. With the chase, he should have this kill, and that will be first blood for the Batrider. Panky enough here, still has a Fairy Fire to play with, and they will get DM as well. He just needs 1 more auto attack. That is a big find in the top lane here for the side of M80. A lane that, if it goes well, is going to cause some very big problems for Infamous here in the mid game.
aggression starting a little sooner than I thought. It's not even daytime yet. They feel comfortable running at the Night Stalker. I think just proof of what you've been telling us.
Yeah, I was a big Night Stalker player in that patch, and so I learned very quick what heroes made my game impossible. Oh, they're actually gonna make the play here onto the Naga Siren, and they might get her. She's in a rough spot. They finish him off, and with that, they're looking to try and grab Monty. He's down to solo HP, but the rotation in now from the Disruptor. The Glimpse will pull him back. It's 2 kills in the bottom side. Infamous getting a little bit of revenge just as it switches to daytime.
Not a moment too late, too soon.
Yeah,
too late.
right?
What am I trying to say?
Either one. I think they both work.
Both. And we were saying maybe we'll see the Earth Spirit rotate. He is just about level 6. He needs one more creep, getting a bottle refill. We got on resources. I wonder if Clock's got a smoke. Oh, maybe. He's a little low.
Yeah, it's like he could just drop the Magnetize. Anyone who TP's in is also under threat now. And we'll bounce the Magnetize around. You can just keep this going. El Micho the rotation on in, and now Monty's just dead in the process. This is going to be 2 kills for the side of M80. That's the thing. It's so scary TPing into a Magnetize. And El Micho's not done.
Power rune.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Roll's coming in.
That's a solo kill top.
Oh no.
Boy. Oh boy.
Things are falling apart. Looks like that was a roar to get the top kill. The Dawnbreaker is struggling. She's still level 4 off that earlier play. Things are quickly getting out of control. There's no reason to stop this tempo either, right? Yeah, because it's daytime, you can leave Naga alone bottom, and you can just keep running around with Earth Spirit and the Beastmaster. Does deny his tower.
That was a great ability against Naga Siren. I will give you that.
Blooms too, actually. So
yeah,
they may have some answers for the song TP out.
You've lost top tower now. You aren't super far behind in net worth. It's the big scary thing is this Beastmaster who is having a really good game. And it seems like this hero can't ever really be slowed down. Moose is going to find Tiny here in the jungle. El Micho here as well. The 2 supports actually have enough damage to find the Tiny. They just need a little bit more time to get the kill. Dark Mago comes in. He gets the Magnetize on one, but the boulder kicks off the mark. Oh, he will get the connection onto the other 3, and now you kind of have to split here. If this Magnetize keeps going, the boulder kick actually connects onto all 3 as well. He doesn't refresh it.
Second off.
Okay. El Micho's gonna die. Tiny's got him. Wait, oh, what a flame break, dude. El Micho's so smart. That was sick.
Ooh, close. The non-stop fighting. Dark Mago going for more.
Oh, he's gonna get in a lot of problems for this one, as no roll for a few seconds with the rotation from the Dawnbreaker. They're the ones who end up with the kill, and I thought for sure this was gonna be a pretty rough series of events for Infamous. They somehow end up the winners.
Yeah, I think the Magnetize, so they don't quite finish the Tiny because the Magnetize doesn't connect to him. And then dropping the Magnetize on the Disruptor loses you a support kill, but then you want the support kill, so you think you can keep going in. But Dawnbreaker actually snuck her way to level 6 while being a left alone top, so kind of threw off the mental calculation of what he could get done.
Making a smoke here for the Beastmaster, but it looks like they're going to turn around. I mean, he's a great kill. It's just not easy. He is level 8. He's got Roar available. But it looks like Siren instead decides to finish up some items in the mid lane. Gets his phase boots, I believe. Yeah, he's going to then go back for his Blink Daggers. It's going to be a pretty delayed Blink Dagger on your Tiny.
Yeah, might be tricky to start fights, especially with the song in consideration. Dawnbreaker needs to wait for you to start something, and you're just going to have to walk in as the Tiny or the Night Stalker. But maybe that's where Glimpse can make the difference. You know, you just like run at them and glimpse someone back. They might be looking at bottom. It's about to turn to nighttime again, and maybe this can be the start of getting something together here.
They are going to go the Midas, which is kind of like, in a weird way, it's like probably the only off-lane item you can build on Night Stalker early, because this hero does not farm super well. So he needs an item like Midas to give him that ability. And toss out. Hermit's going to find the Clockwork. Great silence into the Crippling Fear. And Clockwork trying to buy himself a moment of time, but that tree toss will finish the job. This Beastmaster Ags is going to be so fast. He is 250 gold away.
That is very fast. That's going to match the Midas timing from Night Stalker. Let's see if they can take this bottom tower. It's full health. They have a catapult. I think Naga's just about to send in illusions to deal with this, though. This is why the Naga is so good. I can't believe I'm saying that in a 7.37E, but...
Yeah, what patch is this? They're going to look
Naga
for DM here
carry,
on the top
good.
side, but there's an actual smoke coming out. Looking for this Beastmaster. Batrider's going to get the lasso. The roar comes out, and they should be able to grab the Dawn, but it's going to cost them. Oh, I say that. Big roll in from Dark Mago. Gets the Magnetize going, and Hermit, he's going to come in with his Dark
Gets the
Ascension.
Beastmaster.
3 dead on Infamous, and guess what? Earth Spirit, well, gets glimpsed back. Moose still has a hook shot. It's going to connect, and just like that, make it 4. As, yeah, I mean, this is when Earth Spirit thrives. Alright, I'm curious who did the most damage. I feel like it has to be Earth Spirit, but maybe El Misho. He did a lot of work. It was El Misho.
Batrider.
2,500 damage in that fight.
I thought getting the Beastmaster would be worth more because he's so rich, but I guess he doesn't really have like a kill streak, so ends up not being as valuable.
And he's still got Ags. You know, he didn't slow down the Ags timing. It's up now, and rolling Boulder out in the bottom lane. He tries to get himself the shield rune. He has a Blade Mail as well, so you don't kill this Earth Spirit anymore. And this is exactly where I start to worry with the Night Stalker, is I don't know who he kills. If Naga Siren, Beastmaster, and Earth Spirit cores, he's just got to farm.
Yeah, I guess taking out the Dawnbreaker is not bad. This is just where I'm not sure how the Dawnbreaker carry connects in. Like, I love the idea of different types of carries. We just haven't seen very much Dawnbreaker carry, so I don't have a great grasp of it. But like you said, how does it connect together? You know, I guess as Night Stalker runs in, Dawnbreaker can ult in. But are you jumping into a song? Are you jumping into Magnetize? Full charged up Beastmaster? It's
the quick TP.
Better of his roar?
Yeah, an unfortunate ward that just expires actually scouts out some of these heroes here, and Illich did not really get close enough with that roar, so really nice disengage. Jimmy gonna get caught though, lasso as well as the hook shot, pulls him right in, doesn't get the D ward either, unfortunate for him, as Moose will just deny his ward instead.
DM closing in on that Sacred Relic. I think you really can't fight till you finish it up. Not even just the Sacred Relic, the whole Radiance. I think you need the Radiance.
Yeah.
But it's kind of late.
We're going mid for Earth Spirit. He's gonna have a Magnetize when the silence ends. Does get the it does get the kick away, but doesn't get the roll. So nicely done. Great gank here off that blink reveal, which was absolutely necessary. Moose will take an amplify damage though. That's unfortunate there for Infamous. All right, all things considered, still a pretty close game. A slight gold advantage for M80, and it's gonna kind of keep going that way due to the Naga Siren. But if this Night Stalker manages to get really farmed, it is a scary hero, and maybe it's not the best against Naga Siren, but it at least does a lot of damage if he can find a target to sit on.
I'm hopeful to see what Infamous. I know they have an idea with their draft, right? I want to see it come together, but it is scary to see a Naga. Like, it's 4K, which is getting to the bad side, right? But kind of manageable. But it's also for Naga that you don't want her to be this rich already.
Oh, he's just gonna drop the magnetize. He's like, all right, you pierce the veil, cute, but you don't get away from this one. Dark Mago secures another, and now they look for the mid-tier 1 tower as K1 has made his rotation there. I think without magnetize, you gotta be careful though. Bottom lane, Blank. Roar will make maybe a little bit of space for this Batrider to get away, and he actually has a lasso. They just kill Hermit instead. He cannot escape, and here comes the blink from Alicia. Great ult though from this Disruptor, traps him in place. In comes DM, but the damage from this Beastmaster is way too much. He's got this Axe rolling. Rolls, they continue from Dark Mago, the toss on in, trying to get Illich back underneath the tower. He's gonna just chase for the Disruptor instead, and how many times can he keep getting away with this? 3 heroes dead on the side of Infamous. It's gonna cost you 2 on M80. As a really deep dive comes out, but I mean, is it worth it? It's kind of even, I don't know.
It's a carry kill, right? Carry Dawnbreaker kill, and you're getting some
Boost?
Yes.
Yeah, nice fear there from Monty.
For being behind, I guess not a bad fight for Infamous, but again, still worrisome that the Naga, she's just going. That's the Manta. Orchid is more than halfway done. Radiance is finished. Maybe the Radiance and the Starbreaker and all that, maybe it'll do more damage to Naga than I realize.
It is a pretty... Like, Starbreaker is very good against Illusion Heroes just because it hits everything, of course, right? But she's going for the Desolator next, and that's definitely just a item to try and help the team more instead of necessarily killing the Naga, because she has so much armor. But it does make her a pretty heavy burst hero. All right, Roshan number 1. Being cleaned up here by M80, a classic Beastmaster move here, as he's halfway to his BKB.
It is kind of crazy to see a Beastmaster keeping up with the Naga, who had such a good start. Really puts into perspective how well Illich is doing over here, which is really reminiscent of Game 1 when Illich was doomed, just farming on his own, Hector was farming on his own, and then everyone else was running around making plays. They're just kind of running back the Game 1 strat with a slightly different offlaner.
It works, hey man, you can't argue with the results.
Who was the mid in that game? I forget.
That was Shaker.
Oh yeah, very similar actually. Then the low cooldown, run around, done.
They have double BKBs coming out here in a moment, actually. Well, I guess Dark Magos will be out sooner, so Beastmaster still needs about 1,300 gold, but as a Blink, now a 4-staff done on their Batrider. Dude, El Misho is so farmed as well. Actually lost a tier 2 token there, doesn't see it.
Maybe?
Come on, buddy. Pick it up. Pick it up. It might be on the high ground, actually.
Yeah, it's such a weird spot.
Dire, scan connects, El Misho. He's going to get found. Avalanche, toss, quick burst. Nice find there from Infamous.
Go check your high ground ward spot and find a neutral item. He might do it. He's pinging it.
He's like, wait a minute.
Maybe it's in a weird spot where it's kind of in the cliff.
Yeah, depending on your camera angle, you won't see it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Alright, the lane cutting begins. Naga Siren's going to start causing some problems, but mid lane, Dark Mago, they actually try to make a play on him. He immediately pops the Magnetize, and he's going to try and get this damage rolling. Question is, can they get out? Oh, I mean, these supports are actually falling so low just on the backside, and now Naga Siren coming up with the illusion. Nearly finishes off the Muerta, but she will hobble her way back to the base. And that is a Dark Ascension in exchange as well. They know the Dawnbreaker's up here. They just saw her with a creep. Man.
Oh, Mud Golem's taken one. They are dire favored over there.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle
Well,
I guess they'll get some tier 1 damage in with the Dark Ascension, and you get the first BKB. That's kind of something, but
yeah. I mean, I give credit to Hermit. He's keeping up. He's going to go for the Mjolnir. And that's actually a really cool adaptation to this matchup, right? I was going to say, he doesn't really lock down the hero, but if you just have a Mjolnir, maybe you have enough damage to try and clear through the illusions that way. So top tier 2 under pressure, have a catapult available and no fortification. So this tower should be cleaned up here pretty quick.
I do like that they're trying to trade. You have the Disruptor, so it's always very scary to teleport to defend.
Yeah, that's
like
really
you take
true.
this tower, you TP back is usually what you'd see. Instead, they're just going to try to force you back by going up to your high ground. And Jimmy's okay. They're going to use it defensively.
El Misho, he finds Siren, pulls him to the low ground. A nice static storm there from the Disruptor. And Tiny, he has a shield rune, but the Orchid is doing too much work. And a snipe from Moose gets the Disruptor on the backside. Magnetizes out, just disrupting them all. That Magnetize, it's going to end. Monty actually pops the old Dark Go with a Blade Mail, and now Aurora going to hold Hermit in place, but in comes a Dawnbreaker, and there it is. The Song of the Siren to reset. Hermit's got nowhere to go. Dawnbreaker does a lot of damage to the Starbreaker and gets the Aegis, but you have not killed the Naga Siren, and they will disengage. Damage is done. Infamous lose 3 on their high ground in exchange for the Aegis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I thought they were going to try to bait that. You know, like TP back, and as they run away, you glimpse someone back to the tower.
Yeah.
Because of that, they use it defensively, but it actually just reveals some information to M80, so they get a nice Blink Lasso to start that fight off. Just take the Tiny out. And that's the scariest part of those high ground fights, is the toss back. So with Tiny being dead first, they had a lot more confidence to push so deep.
All right, here comes the Heart of Tarask. We're going to see the Earth Spirit go towards Shivas. He's got a ways to go. Just has the Veil for now. But a smoke up from Infamous. They know it's nighttime. They actually have quite a bit of extra vision. But your Night Stalker is not actually there. So they're just trying to make a play here with the Disruptor, with this Dawnbreaker, and see what they can find. And it's going to be Illich. Gets pulled really far back, right into the Static Storm. And a very nice kill. That ward, dude, that was well placed from this Disruptor.
Yeah, very nice from Jimmy.
Dire's middle tower is under
You just need
attack.
any of these small kills you can get. The Dawnbreaker is starting to do some damage.
Oh, yeah.
If they're clumped together, and that's kind of the tricky part. She is very spell-based carry, it seems. So if they're all clumped together, you get a really big Starbreaker, then great. But if you're scattered and you have to go one target to the next, you're kind of waiting on cooldowns. But maybe that's why the Night Stalker makes the difference, because he's also building pseudo carry.
Yeah. I think that is a big difference. I think you do need another semi-carry in this lineup. So having the Dawnbreaker and this Night Stalker, it kind of works out. Monty's going to get the Shard. That's a nice one for sure. I feel like it's better than Disruptors, but I know for a while Disruptors was really strong.
Yeah, they nerfed it quite a lot. So it's... I think it does like one less strike and has a shorter cast range. I forget the exact changes.
On the other side, though, the Shard goes to the Clockwork, which is the good one. You definitely did not want it on the Batrider, so you have Jetpack now. That's always a very nice Shard to have.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But what are the next big items that we're waiting for here? Because it's still nighttime, but it's about to end.
We're infamous. I'm not sure because I don't usually see the carry Dawnbreaker. She does have the shard and a Deso queued up, but they're pretty far away. Well, I guess you could buy the shard if you want right now.
They're smoked up into the mid lane. They're going to see the disrupt. They actually realize that's the real Naga Siren, and in comes the Clockwork. It's a really nice hook. Good force staff. Magnetize misses. A fortunate moment here for Infamous, but the lasso back, the double force staff into the roar. The BKBs are going to be enough to secure the kill. And now the Dawnbreaker, she needs to get to the high ground, but can she? She will not. 2 dead. No buybacks right outside the base. M80 looking to try and break the high ground now.
What a find from El Misho. He has the Eye of Vizier, so maybe a little bit further reach than Infamous was expecting. Again, the tossbacks are the scariest part of this high ground push. You got 20 seconds to freely hit this tower. 2, in fact, because they split at the Naga Illusions and apparently dive a little here.
He's just forcing him out. Like I said, Night Stalker can't do anything to this hero, so he's actually putting pressure onto Monty, forcing him back into the base, and you have plenty of tower damage with these other heroes, and yeah. Tier 3 top's gone. They're gonna lose the full lane of Barracks mid here. It should go down. Looks like Moose is gonna be the one that sticks around to maybe finish it. Yeah, but it's gonna cost him his life. The rest of the team's already bailed on out of here. But that glimpse, as well as the tree toss, more than enough damage. But Naga Siren also nearly finishes off a ranged Barracks top. Gets it very low. It will survive, but it's close.
You don't need to get it now anyways. Getting the mid barracks already sets you up for the map advantage along with being a Naga Siren. So now I believe I saw an amplified damage picked up, I think. Yeah, on Earth Spirit and Roshan's up. So you can just head in, grab that for yourself, get the banner. And if you just move down this bottom lane, get the tier 2, you now open up the base for the megas. Or if you want a big fight, you can probably just rush it. Go straight for the Ancient.
I don't know if they saw this smoke, but it looks like they might have with how they were pinging and how they're positioning here. That being said, you got to be careful on this high ground not to get seen. Siren, his smoke's going to pop. The immediate roll in. He's looking for this disruptor. He's got that amplified damage, and there's the magnetize. It's going to just immediately try and target this disruptor, and he almost finished the job, but Night Stalker is dead on the backside. Avalanche toss will finally get the Earth Spirit, but he's done his job. Forced out a huge commitment from the side of Infamous. You're going to lose the Muerta. Now your Dawnbreaker, your carry, running away here from this Beastmaster as best he can, but the hook shot from Moose, once again, he's got his eyes on the prize. And Dawnbreaker might live. Song of the Siren, force staff forward. What a sick play. Not today, DM. He's going to do his best to live with the Starbreaker, but that's going to be a full team wipe for the sign of M80. You only lose 2 in the process.
You'll take that. Especially because the fight dragged on so long, you actually got in front of their base. So that's the tier 2. You don't even need to go back for Roche. Even as a couple of them respawn, it's the carry who's still dead. Carry died last. Longest death timer. So you have 50 seconds. This is the last fortify Infamous has. I suppose with that dead shot on the fortify, you can leave safely if you want. Play it safe. This is game 3. Go get the Roche.
You just got refresher on Beastmaster, so this is one of those things where I think if you just go Roche, you'll have Aegis as well as Roshan's banner, and suddenly you can just double roar any hero on Infamous.
Dawnbreaker's pretty solid. A lot of damage.
Aegis for Illich. I like this. I mean, like I said, double roar is pretty impactful, so why not? We saw them do this earlier and K1 died, but then it didn't matter because, they still had a, Dark Mago on his Shaker was just carrying the fight at that point. El Micho, playing with fire top lane, does manage to rejoin his team bottom though through the twin gate.
With the beast, hook shot just a little bit off. The Beastmaster with the Ags, the Aegis he can just go in, right? Just blink, roar, whatever target and force a ton of responses, get killed, and then just refresher. Now choose the real target you actually want. Assuming you haven't already won the fight, seeing as they have a 19k lead here.
So it is nighttime, which is decent for Infamous, and Hermit has gone back for a BKB as opposed to going for the Mjolnir. Naga Siren again just cutting waves, chipping away at the top racks and a bottom tier 3. Eventually, these buildings are going to crumble. You will have to respond, and with the banner dropped on bottom lane, here comes the commitment from the side of M80. Blank roar out from Illich, just trying to make some space. The follow-up stuns are there. Dawnbreaker ult coming in as well. Is the Disruptor Axe catching them off guard?
Wait, this combo!
But guess what? Beastmaster's back. Moose traps 3 on the backside. The second roar is here. He's looking for these heroes. Tiny got nowhere to go. Monty's gonna join him. Lasso comes in. They've deleted the Dawnbreaker. Immediately dead under the Bloodthorn. 2 more buybacks coming out from Infamous. Can they hold is the question. Earth Spirit, he's going to be rejoining his team. He's going to have that BKB and the Shiva's Guard to play with. He's looking for Hermit. They want to finish this lane really badly. They will get it. Top down to about a third of its HP. Catapult's already wailing away on it. Hermit, you gotta be careful. You cannot afford to go down here. Bloodthorn will be dispelled, but in comes the hook shot there from Moose. Roll, not gonna connect, but a nice grab here from Seer, but a nice silence will prevent the toss back. Mega creeps are there. 27 seconds till the Dawnbreaker rejoins the team. Can they close it out?
That fight looks so good. They deleted Beastmaster and Earth Spirit so quickly. But I guess that was everything they had. Because the Beastmaster just respawns, Earth Spirit buys back, and Naga's going the whole time.
I'm surprised they're not committing like a roar or a lasso or anything yet. They're just being very patient, chipping away here at these buildings, and it's working. Tier 4 is down to 400 health. Throne's about to be exposed. No fortification either. Batrider gets caught, actually, hiding in the trees onto the side. That's a nice pickoff. Because now the Glimpse will connect. Dark Mago has to pop the ult. Magnetize comes out, but the Song of the Siren as well. They will all TP to disengage.
That actually could have connected. Maybe did that a
That
little.
was scary.
Oh, you know, she probably started it when the song came out, and then, you know, like the sleep ends and it just fires.
Well, just like that. Mega creeps in a 22,000 gold advantage.
How do they do this? You gotta keep finding tossbacks. They have the damage to kill a hero at a time, but when it comes to all the heroes, it's just too much because they need the Starbreaker. I feel like that's such a significant chunk of damage. That's why that first combo is so good on the Beastmaster and Earth Spirit.
Well, he gets the Dawnbreaker ult, and now here comes the rest of the team. K1 just looking for these heroes on the backside. Avalanche Toss will clean up some of the illusions, pops the Manta, has a BKB, but gets silenced. K1's gonna go down. Did he lose? I don't know if he lost track of his hero or something, but he had everything available. Hermit's gonna chase the toss in. They get a second big kill. Just 5,000 gold going their way. Moose will snipe the Night Stalker, and he actually gets the gem for this if he goes back for it, which...
Glimpsed back for it. Maybe didn't notice, though.
Oh,
he did not
get
notice
out
at all.
Never mind, he's popping the invis. He's like, don't worry, I got it now, guys. All right, I mean, those are some really nice kills. That is a huge grab onto the Naga Siren.
Sort of proof that they do have the damage to get these kills. It's just so difficult in a proper 5-on-5, especially now that they're 20k down with megas against them. But Yeah, M80, got to be careful. Got to stay grouped up so that you can take these favorable fights. All the fights they've won start with a really nice lasso or roar. Or maybe you just find a support kill on your own.
I cannot believe Alviso gets away with this. This is insane. He solo kills Disruptor, arguably one of the most important heroes for their high ground defense. And he gets out.
Yeah, the Disruptor got rid of everything to have the Ags. It's a very important spell for their team fight to try to mute items and finish up the kills before BKBs and refreshers and all that can come out. Oops.
Thank you, Moose. Thank you for telling us the Roche timings.
You know, just keeping it fair, you know. You guys got a lot going on in the base, what with Megas, so just share the Roche times. Don't know if that'll make that much of a difference anyways in the end here. It's very difficult to leave the base to defend Roche. You kind of have to give up Roche.
Oh, ooh, hook shot hits the Naga Siren. They really wanted that. Night Stalker, but a lasso finds a Disruptor. Meanwhile, Illich solo kills off the Muerta. He has a refresher to recast. They're going to buy back now on the Disruptor, trying to get back in this fight, but Dawnbreaker's just dead. Things off. She's got a buyback. Magnetize going through. Song of the Siren still available if he wants to pop it, but he gets silenced. You got to find some help here for the Naga. Can he get out? Song is there. BKB from Siren, but it's going to expire, and now here comes the reset. Tiny in some trouble. Hermit trying to find his opening, but can't do it. Hector regens through it all, and Infamous fall 1 by 1. M80 will take the series 2-1. Okay, nice little kill there at the end from the Dawnbreaker, but yeah, nicely done.
M80 making the Naga look really good, though. Maybe more credit is actually given to the two supports in the mid who's making so much space for the carry in the off lane to farm a ridiculous amount. And then when they join in, it's just unsurmountable, it feels like, with that big of an advantage. Having said that, they did find some nice fights, but often at a little bit too high of a cost. Often the buildings or the carry dying.
Yeah, I think every single thing came with a price. And when Dawnbreaker ults into the fight, she doesn't have like a BKB or anything. She's opted for just straight damage, which she kind of needs to have. But as soon as that ult ends, she's fallen into, you know, multiple problems. Either the Clockwork or the Beastmaster or the Earth Spirit. Like, there's not a lot that she can do if they aren't already at a hero advantage. So really well played from M80. Like you said, making the Naga Siren carry look good. A little bit of a blast from the past, but you kind of set him up for it in this game, grabbing the Night Stalker blind like that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, getting caught off guard, really not expecting the Naga carry, can't blame him, but maybe M80 revealing a secret strat, you know, that they've been working on. I think future teams, because this is just day one, right? Fortunately, for Infamous, this is not, they're not out. This was the upper bracket, so they're gonna drop down to the lower bracket, but it does mean they and any other team, when they're playing against M80, they're going to keep it in mind. That carry Naga might actually come out again, so got to be prepared for it.
Yeah, this has been a very long day. I think we started about 11 hours ago, but it is finally coming to an end. Just day one of the South American qualifiers. We've got a lot more Dota still to be played. And I believe other regions are just starting right now. So if you guys want to watch even more Dota, there are some going to be beginning in just a little bit. But for tonight, I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. As always, we appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
My heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying no.
feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
Serotonin flat.